Chapter 1301. The eyes of the bald boss have also become a little convex. Harry Potter, Learning Bar and Invincible New. Find the latest chapter. 70 copies! Exclamation mark. Harry, who couldn't keep up with Luna's rhythm at all, helped his glasses. Although he wanted to taste the taste of this Scotch egg, but after hearing so much, the hunger in his belly had begun to diminish, and he felt worried. He touched the coin in his bag, and looked at the magic wand that Snape was wearing on his waist, which Miles would not care about. Finally, he took out a few gold chiarlong and held it in his hand, preparing to cast a confusion spell later. They pay. As soon as Snape's mouth moved, it was squeezed to death by him. He folded his arms to the moon to avoid ridicule. Now the stone has not yet arrived. No matter what the bears want, whatever he did, Snape planned to accompany him all at once to avoid the other party looking for any reason to delay. He now completely believes that this farce has nothing to do with Ravenclaw, but Alan is just to satisfy his own habit. The boss happily put the half-boiled eggs on his side in the ice water and picked up 3 of them, coated them with a thin custard powder, and then skillfully dug a large lump with fresh meat and peeled them by hand. The sausage meat is mixed with onion, parsley and a variety of spices. After wrapping them evenly, rub them back into the shape of an egg by hand, and then coat these pieces with a thick meat filling. After the egg was dipped in a layer of custard powder, it was soaked in the egg yolk and rolled a few times in breadcrumbs with cornflakes, and finally put it in a salad oil pan and started to fry. In addition to the initial surprise, Alan's expression turned his eyes and knew the other parties planned without communicating with Luna. He also leaned in and praised the boss. The professional approach is better than the pub near my house. Too much. There are so many types in the tavern that I am not as particular as the one I specialize in. The boss heard a complimentous response. He flipped the eggs in the pot to avoid sticking, and then looked up at Alan. He only noticed the other person's appearance at this time. He looked at the other person's handsome but weird complexion and said sympathetically, "Boy, stand over here, and there's no sun here. But please worry about your little pet and don't let it drop its feathers. Come here ... otherwise the Ministry of Health will trouble me. Thank you." Alan was stunned, and then understood that Mole treated him as albinism and thought he could not get more sun. He did not try to explain, but obeyed the other party's kindness and exchanged anchor to the side away from the window. He walked a few steps forward behind his shoulders, close to the subway station, close to the museum and the Polytechnic Institute. "Boss, you have chosen a good location, right? My guests in the morning are college students. At noon, my guests are mainly tourists who come to the museum. After a while, they will be rich people who are off work. Although I spent a lot of money on this position, I made more money than when I worked as a social animal in the company before. It was a lot more." The boss showed his face, and he turned the Scotch egg into the oil pan again. "The most important thing is that there is more freedom. I will tell you. At the beginning, I just couldn't bear to go to work and be restricted by the boss. Boy, you have a foresight. If you have the opportunity, I suggest you start your own business after graduation to avoid being exploited by those capitalists." "He'll think about it." Alan, who is also a wizard capitalist, felt a little embarrassed. He looked at the eggs in the oil pan and turned the subject off. "Can't you blow more at once? My pot is only this big, and I can make 3 at most at a time. Putting too much will make the frying uneven. I don't fry a lot in the same way as a pub fried chicken restaurant." The boss did not look up, taking out the Scotch eggs that were fried to golden one by one. Then the boss did not use a knife, but skillfully used a thread to cut the meat-wrapped eggs. The golden egg yolk inside was flowing out like a heart of sugar. He put the cut egg into a paper box, and then began to stuff a lot of side dishes inside: roasted small red tomatoes, emerald green broccoli and some French fries. "Little girl, here." The boss didn't give it to Alan, as if he was afraid that he would jump in the line. He would directly greet Luna and pass the box over. "You can eat one while it's hot and wait for you to get it back. It will be worse." Then the bald boss concocted a second copy according to the law. When he finished pretending and wanted to hand it to the albino boy, He looked up and found that he had become the high school student wearing glasses, and the little girl immersed in the food was satisfied. He leaned on the boy who had just talked to him and enjoyed the same food. The bald boss watched Alan cut a piece of fried eggs he made from time to feed the birds, as well as the show of affection between the other party and the little girl, making him shrunk when he was still single, and suppressed his dissatisfaction with the current high school students. Continue to focus on fried eggs. When the rapper Snape started to eat with a stern face and a reluctant expression, there was more and more people around the station, and it was almost time to leave the station. The people leaving the station gradually became denser, and the smoke continued to rise. The sound of deep-fried sizzling lala, and the tangy aroma caught many pedestrians. A young man walked over by the road with his hands in his pockets, and said without lifting his head, "Tom, get me 2 copies. My girlfriend went crazy today and wants to cook. I have to pad my stomach." That ... little girl. The boss paused his hand and looked up at Luna. They made sure that they were all eating. "Can I give it to you? I ordered it first." Luna raised her head and glared her eyes, and a pleasant voice suddenly sounded. This customer glanced at Luna, who was immersed in the Scotch egg, facing such a gluttonous and cute female student. Why, he was ashamed to jump in the line. "Tom, you bombed her first. I counted as early today." "It's nothing. You didn't start queuing." Moffin ... This little girl is probably from a tourist group. She ordered 70 copies, the boss said embarrassingly. He didn't stop and continued to wrap the eggs in his hands. "Sorry, it will be better today. For a while ... I suggest you go to Marvolo to buy a sandwich, otherwise your girlfriend will find it if you delay too long." The customer who heard the other's 70 points was a little surprised, but after hearing the boss' suggestion, he nodded in approval, and then maintained a gentleman's demeanor and said, "It's okay Tom, he'll come back tomorrow." The bald boss breathed a sigh of relief, and said guiltily, "Come over tomorrow and count me." The customer waved his hand and stepped forward, but couldn't help but look at the packaged Scotch egg on Luna's desk. Luna hadn't stopped chewing, and then she looked up at her daughter. Helena, who had been expressionless, seemed as if her cold mask had broken. Her eyes widened in astonishment. She suddenly turned her head to look at her mother, her mouth slightly opened. "Mister, if you really want to eat, we can transfer you a few copies here." Helena stopped the young man mechanically, and her voice did not fluctuate. This young customer was also a little dazed by this sudden change. For a while he looked at the tall woman and was a little shy by her good looks. "Miss, thank you so much." The voices of the young guests were a little broken, and he didn't want to continue to make a fool of himself, so he quickly took out 6 yuan from his pocket, put it on the table in front of Luna pointed by Helena, and took the package from above. 2 boxes of bombs rushed away. The boss in the dining car also looked at Helena, who he thought was the model who hadn't eaten anything to keep her figure, slapped his lips, and felt that the other's kind behavior was a bit wrong. Harry didn't say a word, and watched the development, not understanding what the trick was. Snape squinted at the ghost. He didn't think he was in Hogwarts Castle. The ghost of Ravenclaw who has survived for thousands of years. As a female ghost who doesn't even want to talk to other colleges, he will be kind. He thinks that Ravenclaw is essentially less sympathetic than their Slytherin. Later, after another guest arrived, the same thing happened. "Okay." The bald boss looked at Luna's table with 3 more pounds in pound, and he was stunned. The eggs, half of the meat in his hand fell into the bowl filled with meat, and he panicked. Picking up the eggs, and looking up at Alan handing a box of Scotch eggs to the paying customer, the bald boss eyes became a little protruding. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 1293. The bald boss eyes have also become a little convex reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Harry Potter, Invincible, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1302, 3 sheets of 100 Harry Potter, Learning Bar and Invincible New find the latest chapter. More and more office workers are coming out of the subway. In the cold winter, a steaming Scotch egg that is not expensive is indeed a kind of temptation. Many people are walking around this. The personal stall came over. It's just that everyone received the same treatment as the first customer, and the mole currency on the table in front of Luna also increased. The bald boss had a dark face and his eyes were raised. He finally understood the plan of the group. But out of trading credit, he had to complete the 70 copies of Scotch eggs that Luna bought. This changed the actions of the boss, who was originally passionate about his career. You have to mechanically numbly wrap the eggs with meat and fry them. Harry was stunned. He realized that it was because he didn't have enough mole money to buy a Scottish fried egg for everyone. But in a blink of an eye, it turned out that they all ate and even made a pen. The situation of mole money, this Gryffindor refreshed his knowledge of Ravenclaw. A portion of Scotch eggs was made by the boss and put in the box, and then put on Luna's table for sale. The boss was already in a trance watching the pound that was pressed on Luna's table and stopped, subconsciously stretched. I relieved my somewhat sore arms. Luna raised her head to look at the boss, then glanced at her daughter. Helena reluctantly approached the windowsill. Her cold voice did not show the pity that rose in her heart. "Sir, please don't let the guests wait for us." To save every minute for customers, the boss, who was stretching his waist, shrank like a small employee caught by the manager, and immediately resumed production. This familiar feeling reminded him of the days when he was working in the company, and it also made him feel inside become more desolate and aggrieved. These confused and confusing feelings and negative emotions are constantly pouring out like oil bubbles rising from the oil pan in front of them. What about the self who came out to start a business and become a restaurant car owner for freedom just because of the kindness? In a flash, he became a part-time worker again. In the midst of confusion, the bald boss finally finished 70 copies, as if he had unloaded a heavy burden from the bottom of his heart. He sighed lightly. His whole body relaxed, and some wanted to go home to rest, even urging Luna to pay. Money's mood is gone. Seeing the boss finished, Alan looked at the pile of small mole denominations on the table and felt a little frown. In order to avoid trouble, he threw the money to Harry, and then took him out of his pocket. "Originally, I kept the mole money for buying Coke, but before I counted it, I took 3 100s and put them in front of the bald boss. Sorry, I just found out that I had enough money. Here, 3 and 100, no need to find money," Alan explained insincerely. "Boss ... Speaking of which, I also know several Toms ... The bald boss Tom was holding the £300 that already belonged to him. Although the other party couldn't help but gave him a lot more instead of asking for a discount, he didn't feel happy at all. The bald head drooped his face, and the whole spirit seemed to be away from him, and to go. He didn't even count his hard-earned money, just stuffing them into his pocket at will. "Thank you for your patronage. Next time please." There, Scottish fried egg boss, who felt that he was played with by the wealthy children of a few capitalists, couldn't finish the line expecting customers to visit again. Snape dressed up on the street but maintained his Slytherin style in a serious sitting posture, which made him look a bit contrary. The encounter with the mole shop owner in front of him made him feel that these Ravenclaws were just playing other people. Normally, with his arms folded, a great empathy suddenly arises, feeling that he is somewhat similar to this boss. For the sake of a stone, he has to fall into Harry's hands and is forced to follow to the mole world, followed by doing such ridiculous things. Harry was holding the stack of pounds in both hands. He felt that he had gained a lot of knowledge. This kind of sorrow, who was clearly rich, but spent time and emptied the White Wolf to make a fortune, spends more money on tips. Operation. It really made this Gryffindor feel as if the door to some strange world had been opened. "Father, I mean, these moles and their cities are not interesting after close contact. They are not the same as what I saw in the movie." Helena once saw it in a Granger car. The look of London, but this time, after getting close to the world of moles, those cars that constantly emit exhaust fumes, dense and depressing tall buildings, and those muggles who rush to focus only on themselves and not in the unexpected world. She was disappointed. In a large house on Gloucester Road in South Kensington, not far from the former home of Peter Pan author J.M. Barrie, Vernon Dursley stood in front of the mirror and took care of his neatly trimmed beard. He looked left and right in the mirror, put down his razor, and hummed a little song on his barely fat neck. A dark purple hood tie was tied. Vernon walked into the new living room. He looked at the canary yellow wallpaper with satisfaction to make the living room look magnificent. In the window, white gauze curtains with red edges and grey curtains with high-quality texture are overlapped and hung. On the horizontal panel of the tall and magnificent fireplace, there is a table clock carved with Pluto's The of Wealth of Muggles. It is shining brightly, and a finely carved silver candlestick is placed on each side of the oval cover. The large leather soft sofa with armrests is bright and comfortable. There are many extravagant decorations that Vernon has seen in the past but never owned. These make him interested to clean and take care of himself every day. After living for so long, until now, he touches these extremely expensive utensils, and furniture will bring endless happiness to Vernon. More importantly, since the summer, there will be no monsters in his home from now on. And the monster nephew will not come back next year, moving into such a pleasant place to live. The neighbors around are either rich or expensive. They are not comparable to those of Mrs. Fayge and others who raised cats before. Even his drilling rig business has gone smoothly. He was selected as a supplier by the umbrella company that has been in the limelight recently. After getting a house in a wealthy neighborhood given to him by the wealthy murderer, Vernon sold the house on Privet Road, which gave him more money. As a result, Vernon has a lot of pride. Thinking of her sister Maggie Disraeli, who often came to visit her recently, her compliments and admiration for herself in every way, instead of showing off her country house with a large garden. Vernon smiled so that his eyes narrowed and his thick chin quivered. He is now too satisfied with his new life. Penny, Maggie, how do I look like this? Vernon deliberately straightened his body and patted his chubby belly. Very energetic. This beard makes you more attractive. Petunia's hair is turned to the back of her head, and her brown jumper dress modifies her too thin body, making her look mellow and comfortable. Vernon, you look much younger than before. Let me say that wealth and power are the best rejuvenation medicine for men. Maggie stood beside Petunia. The dark wall panel of the living room behind them hung a huge portrait of Penny's family, inlaid in a gilded frame, with the shooting time written below. Maggie, invite Colonel Fabster over to see him next time, Vernon said with concern, knowing that his sister had been secretly in love with her neighbor. When Maggie was away, Colonel Fabster took care of her bulldogs for her. But Vernon knew before that he would never marry his sister. Because Maggie's character is so terrible, this unrequited feeling intensified his sister's attitude towards others. That couldn't be better. He'll go back and try. Maggie, a big guy like her brother, looked very happy. She pointed to a huge gift box at the door. My, what about Dudley baby? Why didn't he see him? He will like my present this time. Maggie, Darley is upstairs in the gym, you know how hard he worked. Petunia walked to the sofa, picked up an intercom phone and pressed a few buttons and said, Dada, come down. Your Aunt Maggie brought you a gift. Anyway, at least she dotes on her only nephew, Darley. Vernon thought satisfied. Vernon didn't want his sister to visit his house. It's not that she was dissatisfied with her, but that she was afraid that Maggie, who was prejudiced and unabashed, would discover the truth. She didn't know that they were in this normal family. The Harry Potter who lived with was a weird wizard, and Vernon and Petunia tried their best to make her think that Harry was the children of two lazy vagrants who were thrown to their hard-working relatives. And now this kind of worry will never exist anymore. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 1294, 3 pieces of 100, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Harry Potter, Invincible, please recommend this book to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support! Chapter 1303. Visit Harry Potter, Invincible, find the latest chapter. Boom, boom, heavy footsteps came from the stairs. Dudley Dursley walked upstairs swayingly. He pulled the glove on his hand and threw it aside. The blonde hair he had just exercised was flat on his flat head. His face flushed. His forehead, multi-layered chin, and neck are all sweaty. The boy is still as tall as he used to be, but since Harry won the Southeastern Junior Heavyweight Intercollegiate Boxing Championship in Harry's 5th grade, his dietary control has become less strict, but he still has exercise. Being able to persevere allowed Uncle Vernon, who moved to a new place, to happily talk about his son's achievements in this area. Maggie watched the sweat and gave up the idea of holding her baby nephew tightly, but she still stuffed a few bills into Darlie Khan's writhing hands. Dada baby, go wash the aunt who brought you the cake. Aunt Maggie, it just happens that my boxing gloves don't match the new sandbags in my gym. Dudley grinned and thanked Maggie and complained to his mother. Mom, buying boxing gloves in this neighborhood is not as convenient as Privet Road. Petunia walked over and lovingly wiped the sweat from Dudley's neck. Tomorrow I will drive you over. Come and eat cake. Dudley grinned. He dropped his gloves at random, raised his thick index finger, which was still emitting sweat, and said to his mother, I want a large piece and a Coke. Dudley, you should take a shower and maintain a neat image. Vernon frowned when he saw his son's appearance, but he pressed his throat to persuade him with a soft tone, and then he touched his chin and combed it neatly. His beard raised his voice very proudly. You are now a student of Westminster College, one of the most outstanding private schools in the country. You have to be tidy and decent, so that your classmates will be willing to and you make friends. I'd rather go back to Smeeding. Dudley murmured dissatisfiedly, Peel can't help me hold people now. This is the dream school of middle school students all over the country. The boy from the Pokies family can't follow you to school. Vernon's big purple hand pulled his suit, letting himself look more upright, and he looked at his son. And Dada, you shouldn't want to beat people anymore. Think about how many people we begged and the money we paid. That's Westminster College, one of the 9 colleges. Baby Dudley, you will become the best generation of Dursleys. Maggie's eyes could hardly be removed from this chubby nephew. It seemed to be looking at something strange and awe-inspiring. I used to think that I went to school there in Tweed, but in fact it was not fun at all. It was all idiots who only read books. Dudley's little eyes swept over the cakes brought by his mother, reaching out to catch. Darlie, wipe your hands first. Petunia quickly wiped her son's hand with the wet towel that was already on the tray. Darlie, use your advantage. You are good at boxing, and you can protect them. So you will make new friends. Vernon sat down with Dudley and said patiently, think about what others envy. Look, think about what you might accomplish in the future. Dudley's small eyes rolled. Then my pocket money will increase by another 70 every month. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The ringing doorbell interfered with Dudley's wish to increase pocket money. Huh? At this moment, Vernon was stunned, and then stood up. He pulled the bow tie around his neck and said hurriedly, don't neglect, it must be a new neighbor who finally came to visit. Petunia, prepare cakes, tea and sweets. Penny and Peggy also reacted when they heard the words, and began to leave Darlie and walk into the kitchen. Vernon, who walked quickly over, shook his head and raised his cheeks that he thought he had carefully groomed his beard. This made him look more like an Afghan hound whose beard was covered with superglue. Before he reached the door, Vernon showed an enthusiastic smile that he had practiced in the mirror countless times. He opened the door and eagerly said, welcome, welcome, it is an honor. Then, Vernon saw it clearly, choked in his throat without saying the sentence. He stared at the visitor blankly, as if he couldn't believe what he saw with his little eyes. A white man with colorful clothes and a black American wrapper, a tall female model with a pale face and expression, 2 high school boys and girls holding hands are relatively normal, but one of them is albinism, The other posture of wrapping himself into a ball still seems very awkward. And what frightened Vernon the most was that he saw his wife's nasty freak nephew. He thought he would disappear forever after that separation. After the reaction, Vernon felt that his thick hair, which he combed without messing up, was going to be messed up, and the blood vessels on his temples were about to explode. He asked fiercely, "Damn it, what are you doing here? Are these also your weird friends?" "Good evening, Mr. Dursley, long time no see." Alan looked at Vernon's reaction with satisfaction, and he smiled. "We haven't seen each other for years." Vernon looked at Alan suspiciously, and finally recognized him, but seemed to be more vigilant and horrified. The weird classmate of his child in his memory was originally normal, but he has completely changed his appearance after not seeing him in the past few years. He couldn't help but sympathize with Owen, who had a close relationship with him. "My dear, who is here?" Petunia sounded softer than usual in 3 tones. "Vernon." Petunia appeared behind Vernon with a graceful smile on her cheeks, but her long horse face was stained with horror when she saw the people at the door, and her hands tightly hugged the flesh on her wrists. On her skinny arms pinched out the shape of the nail. The lace embellishments on her arm, diamond brooches, and bracelets inlaid with gold portraits sounded on her arms. Seeing her husband did not speak, she dangled her clothes and stopped in front of Vernon, but was dragged behind her by her husband, who had reacted. The two couples pointed their chins at Harry and the others, as if this would enhance their aura and conceal their inner fears. "Don't worry, Mrs. Dursley, we just came to visit because of something." Alan shook Luna's hand tightly. "If possible, my companion is a little tired and needs to sit down. Besides, I think do you expect us to be seen by your new neighbors?" Petunia looked around in horror. "You were reading www.uukanzu.com," turned her head slightly and said to her husband, who was also terrified in front of her, "My dear, he is right. We can't let our new neighbors think we have something with them." "Contact." Vernon squinted his small eyes for a few seconds, then panted roughly in anger, shaking his well-groomed beard, and turned his head to the living room. Without the obstruction of the big fat man, Alan walked in smoothly with Luna and her daughter. After giving way to the Ravenclaw family of 3, Petunia looked at her nephew a little annoyed. Harry, who knew the meaning of his aunt's eyes, pressed his lips, speeded up helplessly, and walked in where he would not be back. Dursley House. Snape looked gloomy, raised his chin arrogantly, flicked his sleeves to follow Alan and Luna. The lack of rustling made him even more unhappy. "I was afraid that the new neighbors would see that." Petunia stretched out her hand and quickly closed the door in front of her, so that the house at least restored its former calm from the outside. And Dudley, who had just rushed over because of the movement, saw the situation clearly and shrank behind his Aunt Maggie tremblingly, jokingly trying to shrink himself a little by Altdorf. He was not afraid after reconciling with Harry the other side, but the stranger-looking people behind Harry reminded him again of the unpleasant memory of just a few contacts with the wizard, and went to the hospital to cut off his fart. The pigtail and tongue behind the thigh were so long that he spit out of his mouth. The experiences that came out were all nightmarish experiences, and he didn't want to experience anything weird. "So that kid still depends on here?" Maggie sat down with Dudley, feeling the fear of Dudley behind her, and forgot that she had been inflated by Harry floating in the air. She raised her legs and said angrily, "Dada baby, he dared to bully you." Chapter 1304? Live Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Alan and his party sat on the longest row of sofas. Luna's dim eyes fell on the cake on the table that Dudley had scooped up and messed up, and she leaned against the back of the sofa without interest. The Dursley family prepared drinks for Darley everywhere so that he could get them as close as possible to him, but obviously they didn't intend to use them to entertain strangers at this time. "I said at the beginning that you are still a year short of becoming an adult. You weirdos probably have a bad mind to think of an adult under the age of 18. Dumbledore is also confused. Too unreliable." Nis sat with her arms beside her husband and said coldly, "So, these strange friends of yours are going to send you back to life?" "I don't agree." Vernon waved his fists in midair angrily. His face turned purple-brown with anger. "Boy, when you left, you didn't say that you would come back again. When we took over this house, did not design your room. This is to see that your days are rich. And this poor boy came to eat and drink. After raising him for so many years, he has become a burden that cannot be shaken off. This kind of dregs is a waste of space in life." His disdainful gaze swept over Snape, who was the most brilliantly colored. "It's fine for a few children to come here to cheat and drink. You adults who don't know which slum came from are embarrassed to come here." This made the Dursleys a bit embarrassed. They didn't tell Maggie that Harry's godfather actually bought the house. Dudley raised his eyebrows. He tried not to look at any weird people other than Harry. His jaw shook. "Auntie, at least Harry is not a waste of space." Petunia shook her husband's arm and reminded him in a very low voice, "Vernon, this house was provided to us by the murderer. I think we can let him come back for a while during the summer vacation. Hearing his wife's Vernon looked very embarrassed. He squinted his eyes and showed his teeth. There was a blood vessel in his temple that was beating. He who loved his wife reluctantly said, "Well, look at Petunia's for good reason. If you follow the rules, you can come back during the summer vacation." "Misunderstood. I don't want to come back for summer vacation." Harry increased his volume, and under the dubious speculation and mockery of the Dursley family just now, he couldn't even talk. "Don't want to come back during the summer vacation? Then you want to come back and live this Christmas vacation?" Vernon was even more puzzled when he heard the words, frowned. His despicable little eyes became two slits on his big purple face. "Boy, don't play tricks. Tell me the truth." Since Harry was 11 years old, he has never come back during the Christmas holidays, and Petunia is also a little annoyed. She thinks that if she comes back this time, this year's Christmas will not be happy. Vernon looked at Harry suspiciously. The little monsters have lived in his own house for so many years. They have never had the habit of visiting relatives at Christmas. Not to mention that they have brought so many weird people. "Of course not. I said before that I won't come to live in your home anymore. This is serious, and I can say it," Harry said quickly. "We are here this time, you ignorant little liar, with a group of poor and lazy beggars, and your female horse mother." Maggie's chubby mouth rumblingly said, and her voice stopped abruptly, and she was leaning against her on the sofa. His eyes looked at the ceiling blindly. This sudden change made Vernon let out a weird cry, as if a mouse had been trampled on, and yelled in panic, "What did you do to my sister?" Maggie, are you okay?" "She will wake up in a few hours." Snape retracted his extended wand. He tightened his jaw slightly and looked at Maggie, who was in the illusion, with a gloomy expression. "The next thing is not that this noisy mole can listen. Our brave Mr. Potter obviously ignored this. You can't do anything to us at will." Petunia's face was pale, and she clenched her skinny fingers. She had some knowledge of the magical world, and she quivered with a trembling voice. "This is too rude. I know you can use gentler means. Let her go out by herself." Luna's white and slender fingers hooked the carrot earrings on her ears, and said casually, "Then I let her dream that Colonel Faster would be better." "You don't need to make these threats. I know how powerful you are." Petunia regarded Luna's broken words as a threat, but her anger suppressed the fear of these weird people, and she shook her hands down twice, her eyes facing Snape, the oldest of these people. "So, my nephew, what are you bringing them here?" "Severus, I want to tell the Dursley family more than me and Harry to tell them." Alan turned his face to look at Snape with a gloomy face. "You as an adult and the professor, they will be more willing to listen to you to explain why." Hearing the name, Petunia was stunned, and her suspicious eyes fell on Snape, who was dressed in the most fancy way. She pressed her hand on her chest and was so surprised that the horse's face stretched longeth that disdainful bare virtue. A dirty face. Look at his muddy greasy hair. Our great principal Harris wants to take you to live in the floating city of the magic world. Snape looked at Maggie with cold eyes. He didn't bother to pay too much attention to this stupid mole, but he did unwillingness to disrupt the next conversation. As for the reason, "Really, Snape, Severus Snape, how come you come to my house?" Petunia's voice has no much fear, but it is full of anger and disbelief. She stares at her. This down and out rapper, the average man, matched the freak he had known since childhood in the deepest part of his memory. Vernon's puzzled eyes wandered between his wife and this weird man. He had known his wife shortly after working, and had never heard that she knew such a weird person. Wait, let's live in the weird world. Vernon suddenly realized the meaning of the other's lines, and his big purple face turned to Snape and asked, "Why did you take us to the weird place? Is there any demon? It puts us in danger." No. Wait, this house is mine now. No one wants to drive us away from this house. No one wants to occupy any of your houses. There is no devil, Harry roared. Vernon immediately yelled back, "Then why are we going to live in your place?" Which one of you is so loud has bad hearing? Luna took a kick and raised her voice. This caused Harry to froze, and his expression began to be sullen. Uncle Vernon had always liked to use money to define problems, but how he would tell his aunt and them, they were so repellent of magic, he hesitated. "You know, Potter, this arrogant kid." Snape's tone was very contemptuous when he said the name, and he continued coldly, "Currently studying magic at Hogwarts. For magic, you should have some understanding, right?" Snape's attitude towards this name pleased Vernon and Petunia. You were reading www.uukansu.com, which made the two of them patient with Snape's words. Someone who didn't like Harry could still listen to it, even if it was a weird person. "From the day we picked him up, we decided not to let this weird thing happen again, but in the end, he was the same as my sister. Walk this way." Petunia looked at C with some hatred. "Nep. Lily shouldn't have touched you as a weirdo." "Yes, nothing good happens every time I see them." The chatterbox opened, and he judged that the man in front of him had nothing to do with his wife. But Vernon, who was more closely related to his wife and sister, relaxed slightly. "Ever since I met that rude and arrogant brother-in-law, I knew to stay away from this kind of person. And that big man like a savage, Harry, your murderer godfather, the red-haired man who blasted our fireplace. No one can let us see even a little bit of civilization and politeness." Petunia breaking off her hands to index the only intersections in her life with wizards other than her sister and Severus. "Better than ignorance and greed," Harry retorted angrily. Snape told Petunia that Lily shouldn't recognize him, although he was a bit annoyed. But he obviously enjoyed hearing people's bad senses towards Sirius and James. Before Vernon counterattacked Harry, he was irritating. Said, "Mr. Porter, listen to other people's opinions. It can make your brain not much bigger than a walnut understand the truth better." On the side, the Harris family of 3 were sitting on the sofa. At least 2 of them seemed to enjoy the situation. They had spent much time inviting Snape over to observe the scene. Chapter 1305? Penny Evans and Vernon Dursley head to Harry Potter, Invincible find the latest chapter. "What did they do?" Helena asked in a low voice, approaching her mother. She, who was still bored at first, became less bored after hearing these conversations that were similar to TV shows about grievances. Luna stretched out her fingers shrunk in her furry sleeves, and poked Alan to let him explain, but the position of the finger was poked to the soft flesh of Alan's waist, who was looking back and wanted to explain to her daughter. This made him flick. "Don't learn from Professor McGonagall. Don't explain to her next time." The assaulted Alan backhand grabbed Luna's hand and glared at him, then found that the ready atmosphere was quiet and looked up and found that they had successfully caused attention of the Lee family. "Sorry," Alan said without changing his face, then turned to his daughter and said, "Helena, I'll tell you when I go back." Alan feels that it is not appropriate to discuss the grievances between the parties in person. Author's note: I noticed that when I mentioned this story 1 or 2 sentences without explaining the details, some people said that I was embarrassing Black James, so the following plots of Potter and Dursley's grievances are generally sourced from the extension of the Pottermore official website. Set the stories Petunia Evans and Vernon Dursley have to tell. The translator is Holy Tongue from Harry Potter post-bar. It's nothing bad to say. Petunia seems to have heard the murmurs of the Ravenclaw family. The horse face she pulled up looked longer. She didn't want to say more about her sister, but she mentions she gestured with her hands angrily, that James Potter. Vernon asked him what car he was driving, but he described what a flying broomstick. Vernon is just speculating that wizards rely on unemployment benefits. In his life, he said that in their weird bank, there are a lot of property left by their parents, in the form of gold coins. He is playing tricks on us. His expression looks like Vernon did something stupid, as if he was amused general. But to the wizards, the broomstick is similar to a mulcar. It's just that there is a misunderstanding between you. Harry knew his father's style from Sirius, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with the broomstick. I mean, your father is a monster who doesn't know good or bad. That's nothing to say. Vernon said a little bit and realized that his wife didn't like to talk about her sister, so he changed his words. He resentfully found a cathartic channel. There was even some grievance in the tone. At first, when I first met Petunia's short-lived brother-in-law, I tried my best to show my friendliness. I even tried to take care of him and wanted to introduce him to serious work. It's just that the guy who doesn't know how to be grateful made fun of me. Mr. Potter, what would you think if you knew that your mother was crying after your uncle's family angrily said goodbye after this party? The rapper's Snape accent would still be the same as always. The yin and yang weirdness that British people should have. Your father still seemed to have some self-blame at the time, and promised to shake hands with your uncle's family as soon as possible. But this didn't happen until your aunt got married. I did not let your mother be my maid of honor, and although Vernon did not want to talk to your father, when he introduced your father to other normal people who could not know your father's identity, he said that he was an amateur magic teacher. I don't think there is any problem with this, Petunia said stiffly. She concealed that she did not want her sister to be her bridesmaid. The main reason was that it would make her look even more eclipsed, although she knew it well. Lily felt very hurt. We don't like your weird things, such as teapots that make a noise when passing by, or those long conversations that are mixed with Quidditch and transformation that she doesn't understand. Vernon said it was not as good as before. Fearful, he mumbled to Harry. The last letter Petunia received from your mother was the notice of your birth. We didn't want to have any contact with you, so Petunia threw it into the box. Vernon, who had finished chanting, seemed like a gunfire, and began to babble about the actions of Hagrid, Sirius, and Arthur. He described how he was forced to perform surgery on his son to cut the pig's tail that was transformed by them. Helena, who was by the side, looked energetically, so she ignored the accent and asked in dialect more quietly than before, "Mother, why did Professor Snape know the situation when they met?" "Hush, I'll go back and tell you." Luna, who also looked more enthusiastically, and she and Alan looked at each other. Harry's uncle at least looks more caring about his wife than Harry's father. Ellen nodded in agreement. He and Luna had just seen a lot of things in the Dursleys' minds. Petunia and Vernon really hated Harry. She was very jealous of her sister, but she was very jealous of her sister. There is still some love left in my sister, and Dumbledore's reasons make her decide to take the risk to protect her nephew, who she doesn't like at all. Uncle Vernon is indeed a good husband who loves his wife, no matter what he is. The wizards who cared about his wife's ideas and were afraid to support Harry reluctantly adopted Harry. Harry's aunt and uncle met at work. Petunia Evans, who has always had a deep resentment for her wizard sister whose parents value her more, left Cockworth forever and came to London for a typing training. With this, she got an office job, where she met a very ordinary and stubborn materialist Vernon Dursley. The junior supervisor, who was huge and couldn't see his neck, was a model of manhood for young Petunia. Not only did he respond to her romantic love, but it was beautiful as usual. He happened to have a car and wanted to live a very normal life. He took Penny on a few boring dates, during which he kept talking about himself and society. After that, Penny started looking forward to the moment he put on the ring for himself. When it was a certain time, Vernon Dursley proposed, very fittingly, kneeling on one knee in his mother's living room, and Petunia immediately agreed. What she fears now is how her fiancé will treat her sister. This is her last year at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Vernon likes to despise people very much, even if the other party is wearing a black suit and walking on brown leather shoes. What he would think of a young woman who wears a robe most of the time and recites spells. This is something Petunia can't even imagine. On a tearful date, Petunia confessed to this situation. They were sitting in Vernon's dark car, looking at the fries shop opposite, where Vernon had just bought snacks for them after watching the movie. As Petunia expected, Vernon was deeply shocked. But later, Vernon told Petunia very solemnly that he would never reject her because of her strange sister. Petunia rushed into his arms with a strong sense of gratitude, and made Vernon get rid of the sausage. My father doesn't understand muggles, he doesn't know how to deal with them. Just to do some bad things. Harry's cheeks started to burn, and he dryly tried to defend his father. He understood that being tricked was what it was like. He could understand the anger that Uncle Vernon felt when he was being teased. Potter is just like his father, Snape sneered, and when he talked about it, he was energized. You should know how arrogant he is. Criticism is like a deaf ear to him. They are self-conscious. The arrogant person at the center never understands the situation of others, and likes to bully the weak. I even tried to prevent you from becoming a weird. Petunia agreed, and she pulled the stunned fat son and stroked his head. Although I grew up with my weird sister, I know something about you, but I have to admit that I still know almost nothing about your world. Vernon and I had a very absurd idea ... that we can expel magic from your body ... We try to expel you. The admission letter from the school was thrown away, hoping on the rumors that witches cannot approach the water ... Although I later remembered that in my childhood, I saw Lily jumping and stepping on rocks by the creek ... That big one. Afterwards, the word weird came to the island hut through the stormy waves without any effort. Petunia raised her head. I will try to make you not a weird. Seeing weird people should speak for themselves. The chattering Vernon snorted coldly. Boy, you should understand that we will not live with you in any weird place. We are enough to have you in the house. Sorry. As an adult to a wizard, Harry, after years of experience and Alan's guidance, his perspective on things is not as paranoid as before. He knows that his aunt did risk his life for himself. He took in himself at Dumbledore's request, but after he knew her Aunt Petunia's true attitude towards magic, he knew that his aunt wanted to expel his magic to some extent from her inner jealousy. The malice towards him and the kindness towards him when he was adopted made Harry understand a little bit about Alan's thoughts about Sirius before. The boy who survived the catastrophe was the first time he expressed his love for today. This invitational action produced some initiative. Actually, Aunt Petunia, we are here to invite you to live in the wizarding world. Actually, because Harry said loudly, looking at his cousin who was still afraid of weirdos, Alan has a way to make you. Conversely speaking from what you just said, we have a way to drain magic into you and your cousin ... make you a weird. Chapter 1306? The weirdo turns out to be me. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Hearing this unexpected news, Petunia's too thin eyebrows jumped up in surprise, and her big eyes bulged up, staring into two big circles, standing there like a wooden person from ear to ear. Hearing the second half of Harry's sentence, her eyes fixed on Alan. You tell me, this boy as old as Dudley can turn himself into a wizard? Dumbledore can't do it. Petunia seemed to be hurt by nerves. She looked directly at her nephew angrily and asked loudly, Harry Potter, don't tell me these ridiculous things. I don't want to be a weirdo at all. And, what is your purpose? Do you want to tease us like your father? Penny Evans. Mr. Potter at least told the truth in this case. You and your son will have the opportunity to learn magic. Snape's tone was a little impatient. The world of wizards and you the melon is different. The Alan Harris next to me has become the principal of Hogwarts, and he and one of the founders of Hogwarts have found a way to get you this kind of gift. And he invites you to go his city residences for this purpose. After Dudley understood, his body moved unconsciously from his mother. He played a lot of computer games and had experience with the magician profession in fantasy themes, and it was similar to ordinary muggles. The player is different. He knows that someone in the world can do it. If you have this ability. Dudley squeezed his finger bones, and when he met someone who wanted to punch twice in the future, he might not need to use his fists. Imagine yourself in Westminster, those who hold their heads high and don't need to look at them. The students grew pigtails one by one, Dudley's thick jaw trembled, and those fears of weird people turned into longing for weird people, which directly made the fat man laugh. Realizing everyone was staring at him, Dudley stammered, "Harry, you mean, I can be like you?" "Don't listen to his nonsense, Dudley. Those are deceitful nonsense. Don't be delusional, we will never be fooled." Uncle Vernon stared at Snape with a pair of piggy eyes. He had previously vilified James, and Harry's slight affection turned into alertness. "I don't believe a word." "I don't agree, and neither does Petunia and Dudley. Now, please leave my house." "You can't make the decision for them," Snape said in a low voice, and his fingers moved under the generous black clothing. Vernon, who had just gotten up, seemed to hit an invisible wall, and fell on the sofa again, without standing still. This also made the fat man realize that the weird people in front of him were not easy to mess with. "How dare you? This is my house!" Petunia screamed at Snape. She held her husband's arm to help him sit upright again. "Now Dudley is on Westminster. The future is very promising. We don't need and don't want to be yours." Before, Dudley was attacked by a Dementor. It was protected by the magical Harry. Alan made a voice beside him, tapping his fingers on the coffee table lightly. "Dallas explosion before summer vacation, planes crashed, trains derailed, and people disappeared and died. I think the Order of the Phoenix told you before that the people behind our world are doing damage." After a moment of silence, Aunt Petunia watched Alan's sight staying on Maggie and Vernon for a while. Knowing the others' reminder, they would have nothing to fight back in front of the weirdos, if next time they met those bad people. Petunia looked worriedly at her son, who was panicking with her sausage-like fingers because she remembered the previous attack. She softened her tone and said, "When you arrive in your weird city, can you ensure his safety?" Instead of surrendering, "Liu Wang, then when can he go home? Will you wait until summer like my nephew? I remember Hogwarts only admits students under the age of 11. The safest place in the world is Hogwarts." Harry knew that Voldemort, who had been defeated many times, had no guts and ability to continue to make trouble in the UK, but he understood Alan's intention to say so and began to agree with some pride. Before the mole world caused so much trouble, it was because they did not dare to make trouble in Alan's place. "I don't agree, they are scaring you, and I will never accept my son being such a weird person." Vernon whipped and gasped, his thick black moustache fluctuated, and his big face was still purplewood. "Penny, think about the money and energy we spent to get Dudley to Westminster. Do you really want him to be a stranger like your sister?" Petunia grabbed her lapels, and she looked as if she was going to breathe out. Vernon mentioned her sister who died young, but it reminded her of the cause of her death. Although she has always claimed that her sister and brother-in-law had a car accident, she knew exactly what happened to her sister. Thinking that Lily and the others would be killed when they lived in such a remote Godric Valley, then they were too dangerous for ordinary people who had no ability to resist in front of wizards. "I reformed the admissions regulations after I became the principal." Alan interjected a little naughty. "After Christmas, due to similar factors, your mole Prime Minister will also live in the floating city for a while." "Even the Prime Minister?" Penny was induced by Alan's words to understand it as a safety issue. She moved forward and put her hands on her son. "My dear, we have to think about Dudley. If he is there, with their protection, I think he should go to a safer place. He deserves the best arrangement." "This is ridiculous, Petunia." Vernon only felt that the blood on his body was chilling, and looked at his wife in amazement. "How can you tell Dudley to give up Westminster with a few words? You and I have never heard of it." to those unreliable weirdos." Dudley broke loose from his mother's arms and turned to Vernon. "Dad. I want to go with Harry and the others." Dada. This frightened Vernon. "You plan to follow?" After Alan glanced at Harry, Harry said in embarrassment, "Uncle, Aunt. I think you didn't understand that there was a misunderstanding. It's not Dudley who followed us." "Boy, what are you talking about?" Vernon asked viciously, staring at his wife's nephew. "If there is no difference between your Mul-English and our wizard's English," Snape said impatiently. "What we just said was that your family moved to the city of Principal Harris." "I understand, Mrs. Dursley. For you. Magic doesn't give you any good impression." Alan's tone seemed to be full of understanding of Petunia. "You hate magic because it takes it away first. The friendship between your sister and you allows her to get along with the weird people you think are dangerous. Our Professor Snape. Then magic takes away the love of your parents and makes them a Lily long and Lily short for her ability to cheer. You are jealous of your sister who possesses magic, and you try to pray to Dumbledore for it. But you fail in the end. And when you can finally leave all of this, magic finally takes away your sister itself. Magic is always taking away your things." He let himself Porter Dursley, "I not only let Darley cast spells, but also make you realize your childhood dream. Because I think this time, magic should be brought to life." "What do you order?" After hearing Alan's words, I realized that his wife also prayed to be a weird. Vernon looked at his wife. Realized that Petunia seemed to be trying to deal with some thoughts that were difficult to express in words. After a moment of seemingly painful inner struggle, Petunia asked in a very low voice, "What about my husband?" "Lily is a wizard, so she has the blood of magic in Mrs. Dursley and Dudley." Alan glanced at Luna and reminded the wife who was watching the fun to focus on the expression of her husband. "Non's situation is rather special. You can understand that he doesn't have any weird blood. But I can solve it later." Vernon obviously didn't listen to the words behind Alan. His pupils shrank sharply, and the chains in his head seemed to shatter in an instant, leaving a blank space. Both his wife and son were persuaded by them, and he recalled his heart. Here, if his wife and son become those weird behaviors, then it is normal that there is only one person in the family. No, for P. Niddly, he himself became the weird person in the family who can't cast spells. The weird person turned out to be myself. This made Vernon's big purple face squeezed vigorously. As his brain turned rapidly, he let out a sigh of relief, with a trace of pleading, and asked his wife a very realistic question. "Penny, it's mine. What about the business? Without a job, how will our family live?" Alan's tone seemed to be full of understanding of Vernon, and he said thoughtfully, "The umbrella group that has been gaining momentum in the Mole world recently is my family's industry. I think you went to our place. If you still want to, it's not difficult to maintain your business. After all, your drill bit was transformed by us and used in my colony. I mean it is quite suitable for the mining business of the pioneering land. In addition, my work in this area is not counted for your subsidies. Your nephew and his godfather are very rich in the wizarding world." Chapter 1307. Helena picked up a stone from the lake. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. On the floating city, the silhouettes of a few wizards who had just returned from the Mole world rippled in the rippling black lake. "Harry, remember to write to your godfather to inform you that you can prepare a room for your aunt's family," Alan said as he relieved everyone of their illusions and changed them from mole dressing back to normal people. Harry replied, with his head drooping and his face full of unpleasant words, "We will let one side out. After Christmas, I will have a show at the university and Gatler. Welcome to the Mole Prime Minister." He was a little ignored the last time the Ministry of Magic was burned. Alan's expression was completely different from Harry's face. That kind of burden. At that time, you will also take the Dursley family to take a look at it, and reverse their previous misconceptions of our wizards by the new members who are about to join the magic world. Seeing that the nonsense task here has been completed, Snape's heart is as restless as the Black Lake over there because of the giant squid. but years of life as a three-sided spy has allowed him to perfectly control his facial expressions. The potions professor first said to Harry, who was drooping and writing unpleasantly on the side, "Potter, what are you doing here? Don't think you can leave my class ahead of time." Potions class homework ... unless Mr. Potter is so arrogant that he doesn't need to learn to master magic knowledge. Harry, who was feeling entangled because he had to live with the Dursleys again, was inexplicably criticized by Snape, causing him to stare back at Snape angrily. Stress, worried about being revenge, he didn't say much to say goodbye to the Alan and went to Ginny in despair. Then, Snape's gaze fell back to his pajamas, seeming to be facing Luna, who was in a daze at the reflection that was shattered by waves of ripples in the water. He didn't know how to open his mouth and let this crazy girl leave first. It is convenient for him to discuss business matters with Alan. As for the Miss Grey floating behind Luna, he hopes to stay because of Miss Ravenclaw. Alan noticed Snape's application. Severus, Snape's gaze fixed on Luna. "Principal Harris, now that I have done what you asked for ... please fulfill our previous agreement." In the Legend of the Three Brothers, Cadmus Peveria, who ranks second among the three brothers, is an arrogant person. He wants to make the of Death even more embarrassed, so he needs to have the ability to summon others from the of Death, the power to come back. Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to Cadmus, telling him that this stone had the power to bring the dead back to life. Then Cadmus returned to his own home alone, where he took it out. The stone that can summon the dead was placed in his hand and turned 3 times. To his surprise and joy, the girl he had wanted to marry but died immediately appeared in front of him. He raised his arm and raised the index finger of his right hand to stop Snape from talking. His peaceful voice sounded on the banks of the Black Lake. "Severus," but she was sad and indifferent, and separated from him with a veil. Despite her, she returned to the world, but she didn't really belong there. She suffered there. In the end, Cadmus went crazy in endless despair. In order to truly blend into her world, he committed suicide. Principal Harris, do you think of me as those naive schoolchildren at Hogwarts Elementary School? What do you do to tell me this story that all wizards know? Snape's sallow complexion turned green, envy on his sleeves. He pinched out the small purple crescent shapes in his palm. "This is not just a fairy tale, Severus. The resurrection stone made by the of Death will lure you to death. This is also the purpose of the of Death, and the reason we have not given it to you." On the shore, Alan's voice was soft, but it seemed to have overwhelmed the sound of water, and it sounded clearly in Snape's ear. "I don't care." Snape's tone was very firm, his dark messy hair fluttering around his head. "Of course I knew that if it were not for her son's safety, I should have died 17 years ago. My Hogwarts needs an experienced and powerful potions professor like you." Alan turned sideways. "So I can't give you this resurrection stone of death. You cheated." Real anger flashed on Snape's thin face. He endured the humiliation and went to talk to the stupid mole. All this was to ensure that he could get the stone. Now the other part, he said, because the school lacks teachers. It can't be given for ridiculous reasons. Alan just kept smiling and looked at him. Snape felt that he was being played, but it also made him understand that the stone was still in the other's hands. "Principal Harris, please speak straight. I have already stated my attitude. I am willing to give everything for that stone. But what about you? What do you want me to do? At least let me be prepared. The reason you want this stone of death is to meet Lily Evans," Alan said when Snape finally calmed down. "So I didn't intend to break my promise." "Luna, now convenient?" "Oh." Luna nodded in a daze, turned her head and looked around on the ground, judged the distance between herself and the Black Lake and frowned. Then she stretched out her finger. "Helena, help me pick it up." "Quickly, Rock." Helena, who was in a state of zero, was surprised at first, but she, who had already had several experiences, quickly confirmed that Snape would be someone who didn't need to hide her ability, so she nodded to the meeting. Floating by the Black Lake was Snape, who was thinking about what the other party wanted. At this time, he looked at the female ghost in astonishment. His dark, hollow eyes fell on the materialized Miss Grey, and looked at the other person in shock from the darkened clothes. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket, picked it up and wiped it against a blue stone by the lake, then held it in his hand. Helena walked back to her mother. She stretched out her hand in a ladylike manner, and carefully patted the stone. She patted off the sand that was almost non-existent before she took the little blue stone. "Pass it to Luna." Then, Luna held it, and even though she had a big belly, she came to Snape with a little leaping pace. Then she stretched out her hand to reveal the black stone in her palm. "Hey, the stone you want." "It's not funny ... Miss Lovegood." Snape's heart was almost swallowed by anger. He simply ignored the mad girl or looked at the boss Alan. "Principal Harris, what do you mean? Haven't you played enough yet? Oh, do you think the shape is different? Then wait for me." Luna's light grey eyes showed some sudden realizations. She squeezed the stone firmly, and the long golden curly hair slipped from her cheeks. And when Luna opened her palm upwards, which made her capillaries more visible because of her whiteness, the stone that turned from blue stone to black was now a black diamond with the symbol of Deathly Hallows in the middle. "Transfiguration?" "Miss Lovegood, I thought you were over the superficial age to know things only from the outside." The breath exuding from Snape was frighteningly cold, and his eyes turned to Alan, almost exploding. "Harris Principal, it's not a noble thing to use other people's private secrets to make girls happy. Extraordinary ingenuity is the greatest wealth of mankind. Don't let anger swallow your sanity." You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Abrupt eyes, faint brows, long golden hair. Although the mad girl in front of you is still the same looks like, but the temperament on his body suddenly took on wisdom and dignity, as if he had changed another person, which was daunting. This sudden change of temperament made Snape stunned for a moment, without saying a word. "If you are rational enough, you should at least try it first and then judge. If it is what you want, you will earn it. If it is not, you will not lose." Luna stretched out her hand again, but this time she held it with her palms down. And she herself had restored her original lazy appearance, and the weird temperament once again surrounded her. This time Snape subconsciously stretched out his hand subconsciously, and then the dropped stone fell into his hand, spinning it 3 times in no time. Then in his mind, there was a slight movement in the surrounding forest, as if a weak body was moving on the dirt scattered on the branches of the forest. Severus, the gentle female voice that made Snape's dreams linger in his mind. Snape turned sideways abruptly, his black robe raised an arc, his eyes widened. Lily Evans appeared in his eyes. Her state at this time was neither ghost nor living. Beings of flesh and blood are not as real as their bodies, but much more real than ghosts. Lily wore the same clothes she wore when she was killed by Voldemort. Her long crimson hair was draped behind her head. Her green eyes looked particularly charming on her delicate face, compared to her appearance when she last lived. Lily looked younger and more perfect. This was the most beautiful look in Snape's memory. Chapter 1308? False Resurrection Stone. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. What is he doing? Helena's tone was a little surprised. In her eyes, Snape suddenly seemed to be caught in an illusion, staring at the black lake infatually. His sallow face was stained. The red tide, coupled with the murmur from time to time, makes this old bat look very strange. Your mother made a resurrection stone imitation from the stone you just picked up, Alan whispered. Severus saw the person he loves most. It's different from the genuine one that can bring back a bit of soul. Helena, this imitation of your female horse is just taking out Snape's memories of the Harry Tales and his fantasies about the Harry Tales, and let it manifest in front of him. Just like my office, those portraits of the principal in the room. No matter how grand opera is going to end, no matter how prosperous the world is, his love will be eternal and immortal with her passing. Luna said, just to see Snape's infatuation. This look how disgusting. Miss Cravat thinks of her father this way. Helena also took the opportunity to mock her father suddenly. The daughter's sudden attack made Alan unprepared. He could only pretend not to hear and focus on Snape. He said loudly, Severus, there is still something about this stone that needs to be explained to you. But at this time Snape couldn't hear other sounds at all. He was immersed in his own world, ignoring the movement of the outside world at all, and conceited the projection that only he could see in front of him. After a while, Lily suddenly disappeared in front of Snape like a phantom bubble. This made the head of Slytherin jump on the ground and stretched out his hand to hold back, but he caught only the air. He suddenly lowered his head and opened the palm of his hand that had just held the stone, and found that there was nothing in his palm. Woo! The resurrection stone in his hand has disappeared. This made his eyes flushed instantly. Thinking that he lost the stone with excitement, his two palms trembling uncontrollably, he bowed his head like one headless fly's rummaged around. Severus, Luna called Snape by name. This time he successfully diverted his attention, and then Luna's slender fingers stretched out, and what she pinched on her delicate fingertips was the stone that Snape could not find. Then she took the opportunity to put the stone into Alan's hands. Snape, who had just separated after repeating it again with his loved one, this time the string that maintained his sanity seemed to be torn off with a bang. It looked like a poisonous snake that chose to eat and was going crazy. Pounced towards Alan. Helena shivered at the appearance of the opponent, and then she immediately walked a few steps forward, blocking in front of her father and mother, raised her slender arm, and suddenly caught the sea, who was staggering towards Alan. Yep. The icy hands of the ghost grabbed Snape's hot arm under his robe, as if a sword embryo being burned red was wrapped in cold water veins, and Snape was hit by the sudden ice. A chill. Seeing that it was Helena who was holding him, Snape recalled how the other party had picked up the stone. He thought that Miss Ravenclaw helped him make this resurrection stone through his daughter, so it made him sober. "Come here." "Sorry, Miss Grey," Snape gasped and said stiffly. Then he raised his eyes and stared at the stone that Alan was holding in his hand. A gloomy and worried voice sounded. "Principal Harris. Resurrection stone." "Severus, as a professor at Hogwarts, you have to pay attention to your own image. I can't let you always hold a stone in your hand and talk to the air. That will only make people think you are crazy." Alan, as he spoke, he took out a gingy oolong, and gingy oolong merged into a gold nugget in his palm, slowly changing its shape. "I will automatically apply for resignation." Snape's heart was surging with anxiety, and he took advantage of the trend to express his original plan. "Principal Harris. It just so happens that I am tired." "Severus, this piece of resurrection stone in my hand is not like the resurrection stone made by the of Death. It is more similar to the recently sold high-quality and cheap ones on the floating city. But it will not be available outside the scope of them through a pseudo-magic wonder that works." Alan calmly changed the ring setting in his hand into a serpentine ring with a mouth-to-tail connection, and further refined the pattern decoration. He blew off the carved sand. "Principal Harris, what do you mean?" Snape had to patiently ask about the resurrection stone, and he had already realized that the other party did it for 10 people. In this way, tell him that since it can be given to him naturally, it can be taken back at any time. If you want it to work, you can't get too far from the area covered by Ravenclaw's supernatural power. Ravenclaw Temple, St. Mungo's or Hogwarts prayer rooms. In these places you can make this stone rise effect. Alan looked at Snape and said seriously, "Just getting a statue of Rowena at home is probably enough for you to use at home. But I understand from a few words, Miss Evans. But it's not a woman who likes to stay at home. So you can't take a statue of Rowena when you walk, right? Whether it's so big that you have to carry it on your back or you can hold it. You want me won't let you do this, walking around with idols and talking to the air. They will say that you are a mad professor." Luna nodded in approval with her eyes open. "I also feel a little panicked." This made Snape frown. He thought that he had been in Spider's Alley for so long. But if he couldn't leave the area covered by Ravenclaw's supernatural power, if he was holding the idol while walking, even the famous mad girl feeling panicked would definitely not make Lily happy. As a teacher at Hogwarts, Hogwarts originally prepared private residences for your faculty and staff on the floating city as employee benefits. Although you never applied, Severus, in the floating city Ravenclaw, the area where the Temple of Law is located. He'll let Hermione arrange a set for you. So don't think about resigning. Do you want to tell Miss Evans that you are a vagrant? Alan said jokingly, then lifted, raising the ring in his hand. Is this look satisfactory? The gold in Alan's hands has been cast into the shape of the basilisk left behind by Slytherin. The body of the snake looks sturdy but not rough. Its exquisite scales are extremely moving. The geometric patterns on the basilisk's body outline a mysterious posture. The body lingers flexibly along a specific chain. On the feathered snake head that seems to be in an attack state, it has big yellow eyes and billowing eyes. The two fangs look like thin and long swords, but they are cleverly because of the angle. It just bites the resurrection stone without scratching the wearer's skin. But unlike the common ring of Arbara's shape, its head did not grab its tail, but left some gaps in the middle position so that it could be inlaid on the inside of the diamond-shaped stone, which can be in Snape's. It can continue to touch his skin while wearing it. I am very grateful for your help. Snape knew just now that Alan planned to take the stone back. Although he knew that the other party still had the intention to tease him, it was enough for him to calm down. How to use ... Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Alan is satisfied that his potions class professor at least superficially recovers. You can wear this stone with confidence. He will not lure you to death again. But other people can't see her. You better have it. When outsiders are talked too much, it will look like you are talking to the air. More communication with her is helpful to her emotional and intellectual recovery. Of course, ignore the Chiron statue too far away. Snape's dark eyes swept around between the lakeside and the temple. Principal Harris, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. The prayer room in Hogwarts can reach this side. How far is Black Lake? Oh, no, the stonework just now. Because Luna was here. Alan suddenly showed a little playful expression. Finally, I suggest you try to invite Harry to play at your house during holidays. You don't have to tell him the truth, but I think Miss Evans would be very grateful for your invitation. After speaking, Alan threw the ring inlaid with the resurrection stone imitation to Snape, who realized that the first half of the sentence was wrong, and became embarrassed by the second half of the sentence. This made Slytherins. The current dean ended up putting on a ring for himself in an instant. The appearance of Lily made Snape no longer care about his surroundings. Helena, let's go. Luna beckoned to her daughter. Go back and eat Scottish fried eggs with your grandma. Mum left you several copies. Maybe we should give the recipe to pay ... I mean Miss Rosmer asked her to remake it. Alan said for a while and watched her daughter sharply change her mouth. This mole boss made the spice. Seriously, if Helena likes it, just let Miss Rosmer to give you a few to eat. Helena responded nicely. Thank you, father. As he said, Alan helped Luna and took his daughter's family of 3 into the shadows aside. On the other side, Snape found that Lily, who had just reappeared, disappeared in front of his eyes again. After a brief panic, he recovered and realized that there was something wrong with Alan just now. Then the Ravenclaws just now. The few conversations before leaving only then began to play a role in Snape's regaining consciousness. Grandma, Mother, Father. Chapter 1309. This is even more wrong. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The atmosphere in the Hogwarts auditorium was made more relaxed and lazy than usual by the joy of upcoming holidays. In the auditorium below the floating candles, the 4 long college tables are already full of chirping students, and the house elves have made the day before the holiday extraordinarily rich. Slytherin at the long table. My dad is very satisfied with the new tricks I learned from Alan, Draco Malfoy said triumphantly. He promised me to give me a wizard computer in school and wait for the holidays. At the end we can use it to play games. Although it is not as good as you, but I have also learned a few. Bryce Zarbini straightened his back somewhat proudly. picked up a silver fork with a black hand and forked a piece of white meat fish fillet. I was fortunate to get guidance from Laura's mother while practicing on the training ground, but I haven't mastered the stone skin technique yet. Let me say, if you two idiots can put half of your mind on eating ... you won't be able to learn shielding until now. You follow me and others look at your eyes. I feel a bit right practice. Draco wrinkled his nose, glanced disgustingly at Crabbe and Gore who were holding the cake and gulping into their mouths, then looked with some envy as they were handing a sugar quill to AI. Millie's perfect follower Laura Rosier. Emily was sitting at the top of the long Slytherin table and was whispering to Pansy. The plates in front of her were pushed far away. She took a sip of the sugar quill pen that Laura opened the package, and then waved. Let Pansy continue to say something. No matter how stupid, Gore and Crabbe understood Draco's dissatisfaction. Crabbe trembles thickly at first, not knowing how to respond. Gore thought for a while Draco was looking at Emily. He looked awkwardly at the teacher's bench, then put down the cake in his hand, and muffledly picked one he thought Draco would like. Topic: Draco. I guess Potter must have annoyed Professor Snape again, and the Dean is staring at him again. It's a pity that the Dean can't deduct points for no reason. Draco held his chin and glanced at the faculty seat. Potter must have done something stupid again. I was so angry that I spoke to the air. Neville Longbottom also noticed Snape's terrifying eyes. He took a mouthful of the roasted tomatoes and felt the eyes of the professor in the potions class. After a subconscious glance, he shivered suddenly, pressing out some of the roasted tomatoes and splashing them out. He wiped it with his hands indiscriminately. It was swollen. Chewing on his cheeks, he swallowed the contents of his mouth in 2 bites. Then Neville leaned back and tried to cover his face with Hermione's fluffy and dense hair on his left hand. Then he cautiously poked his head out from the other side and found that the other side's eye angle did not happen because of his movement. Variety. Harry, what the did you do to Professor Snape? You didn't even let you eat, Neville said naively. He poked Harry with his fleshy fingers. Seriously reminded, you have to be careful. The last time I listened to Professor Lupin's words and put the boggart who turned into him on my grandma's clothes, he never used this look. Hermione opened her mouth to say something, but finally took a sip of the milk glass, and she wiped the corners of her mouth silently. She already knew the situation. Although she didn't agree with Ellen's practice of making fun of other people but realized that Professor Snape was staring at Harry so fiercely, most of which wanted to invite Harley went to his house as a guest, but couldn't say anything. And Harry's 2 big and small eyes at Snape's house. This made Hermione try her best to keep her from laughing, and it also made her understand Alan's thoughts. Looking at that look, he must be hesitating to catch you and try the poison, Harry. Ron looked at the teacher's bench and said to Harry with some horror, no matter how you offend him, I think you are the best. Put some cow dung stones in your bag, Harry. No wonder you haven't deducted your points much these days. Maybe it's like accumulating energy in a game. Frigg's head emerged from Neville's fat body. The university's president Grindelwald is here. I have to go to the president's office. Hermione deliberately took out her pocket watch and said in surprise, then she stood up and hesitated to comfort Harry. Don't worry about Harry. Now the professor can't punish the students casually. You have to spend your mind on the magic of Professor Allen. You haven't successfully performed it once. Otherwise Snape can't punish you. Penlow will do it. Harry helped his glasses and watched Hermione leave. He felt that he knew why Snape hated him so much. A few days ago, he made him an exaggerated rapper. He knew from the reaction of the other party. Thinking of revenge. Thinking of Neville's experience since the defense against the dark arts class, Harry also secretly felt guilty, a little worried, but it was not easy to say it publicly. Because Alan had not announced his new experiment, he could not tell the others. People. Harry, it's a holiday this afternoon anyway. There is no potions class today. We will avoid him later. Ron spread butter on his bread. You will go directly with us without waiting for Sirius. Mom said she told me that Dad would bring Sirius over at the Ministry of Magic. I'm really sorry, Ron. Ginny, This year one won't be celebrating the holiday with Sirius," Harry said embarrassedly. Seeing his girlfriend Ginny's disappointed eyes, Harry took his girlfriend's hand. Explained in a low voice, "Ginny, thank you for helping me and Mrs. Weasley first. But we can come out anytime during the holidays." "Why, Harry? There is no takeaway for Christmas. Don't you say that you don't like what Mr. Keazud did?" Ron's chewing of food stopped, and he turned his head in amazement. "Just the two of you are doing it. Isn't that too deserted for the holidays in the big house? It's a pity that Lavender will come to stay here this year. Fortunately, your family won't be too cold." Harry didn't understand what Lavender's visit to the new burrow has to do with him. He could only dryly explain, "Because I have relatives who came to join me this Christmas." Ginny habitually casts a blank look at Ron and then asks, "Relatives? Harry, is it from Black's side?" "Tonks? No. Lupin and the others will come to the burrow. My aunt's family will come to Sirius for Christmas this year." Harry's ears were red, but he couldn't explain why, and he didn't think about how to explain this situation before. The bread in Ron, who knew Harry and his uncle's grievances, fell out, and the butter side just turned around and stuck to the table. Ginny also said dumbfounded, "They hate you so much. Why would they want to come and spend the festival with you?" "Yes, Ginny, this is not right." Ron's expression was still a little dumbfounded. "You told me the other day that I'm glad you don't have to see them in this life." But when Gryffindor was making noise, something more surprising happened. Hermione had walked out of the hall door, and Snape shook his black bat-like cloak and stood up from the staff seat, his robe sleeves tumbling and striding over to the straight bars of the long Gryffindor table in the hall. Those who noticed this scene stopped talking, and the noise was much lower. But Snape, who was immersed in his thoughts, ignored these. He walked straight to Harry, lowered his head and lowered his eyes to look at Harry. The Gryffindors, who have been poisoned by Snape for a long time, seemed to have lost their courage at this time, and all honestly put their eyes on their plates as much as possible except Ron, who is putting his eyes on the tabletop on a slice of bread that has not been processed. Harry's green eyes were forced to meet Snape's gloomy and cold gaze. "Professor Potter." Snape's dark, hollow eyes swept over the little wizards around who were probing. "I have something to ask you. Step aside." At this moment, Ginny stood up to stand in front of Harry, and looked at Snape with her chin held up. "Professor Snape. According to this year's new school rules, we have not violated school rules. You can't punish students at will." Someone took the lead, which allowed the courage to return to the surrounding lions. Even Neville followed. Snape didn't get angry like Gryffindor thought. He just frowned and looked at the expressions of the same enemy in front of the little wizards. Snape touched the ring on his hand and was silent for a while. "Potter. This Christmas." Snape was rarely so yin and yang, but it made him feel uncomfortable. You reading www.uukanzu.com cleared his throat and reverted to his characteristic ironic tone. Said, "If you don't want to be in the same room with your mole relatives, come to my new home in Floating City during the vacation. Remember to bring your potions class homework to check your limited size." Snape suddenly stopped sarcasm, and smiled awkwardly into the air almost softly. The expression that had never appeared on the potions professor made the Gryffindor more frightened. "Excuse me, Professor. Is this going to be confined?" Ginny sank her chin and suddenly looked strangely like Fred and George. Harry looked closely at the hooked nose illuminated by the light from above in the long black and greasy hair. He suddenly felt a strong sense of disgust. "Professor, if you want to do it because of that I will accept the punishment after the holiday. But you can't punish me during the holiday. There are rules in the school rules." "It's not confinement. Miss Weasley is worried. You can bring your potions class paper." Snape paused, and his gloomy and strange voice sounded again. "You understand it as an invitation." Snape's appearance made Neville feel shivering all over. He began to cling to Freg's arm in horror, and Seamus also approached him with a strong dialect voice that everyone around him could clearly hear. He muttered in a low voice, thinking that Snape had been under the imperious curse. Ron's original stunned expression now opened his eyes and mouth wider. He unconsciously raised his hand and grabbed his red hair. There were too many outrageous things today. Harry invited that annoying Hempuncle Goua's family came to the magic world for a holiday, but Snape came to invite Harry to his house. For the holiday? This is even more wrong. Chapter 1310. List Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. In the principal's office, on the slender leg table, those sticky cauliflower-like brains are floating in the dark green liquid. The portraits of the old and male principals are dozing in the photos, some of them lazily leaning their heads against the armrests on the chairs, some leaned on the border of the portrait. But whether the slightly narrowed eyes indicated that they were sleeping in a fake sleep. As always, across the headmaster's desk with a raven-shaped leg, Grindelwald and Alan, who had just arrived, were chatting in front of each other, and a large plate of Scottish fried eggs was placed in front of Grindelwald. Alan opened the beverage cabinet under the desk and noticed that there was not enough inventory inside. He shook his head, took out a wooden box from the drawer with a button on it, and pressed it in Grindelwald's inexplicable eyes. Go down. Several large bottles of Coke were dragged by a delicate silver tray and appeared on the principal's desk. This is my Coke button. Just click it and my house elf Maggie will replenish me with a little inventory. Alan explained as he looked at Grindelwald and put the extra in the beverage cabinet. I piled it up again, and poured a bottle of its dark brown liquid into the transparent crystal glass, making the sound of bubble breaking. Then the ice cubes in the ice-making area in the beverage cabinet flew into the air. Alan turned his head to look at Grindelwald inquiringly. After the other party nodded slightly, the neatly cut ice cubes fell into the crystal glass and hit the glass. The wall made a crisp sound. The two toasted each other, then took a big sip and sat comfortably in the principal's chair. Since you sent them to New Mungwad, now I have about 12 drinks a day. This is probably the only sweet thing I like more than Albus. Grindelwald glanced at the surrounding walls. Those portraits are slightly blessed and appear to be less angular than the sharp cheeks they had when they first came out of prison. Ellen, these principals don't seem to really fall asleep. Things about my blessing will not be leaked out as a joke, right? Alan was stunned, and then reacted. He raised his fingers and shook. Gellert, I promise that the conversation between us will not be known to the third person, whether it's a blessing or something. Many of the expressions of the closed eye portraits have changed a little, and they are frustrated with the restraint of the headmaster's right to speak. But they are all human beings, but they will not let go of their next conversation. Then I'm just thinking of one thing, Mr. Scrimgeour's death. Although it was basically calmed down and replaced by other news. Alastair Moody had a few days ago with those subordinates who had a good relationship with Scrimgeour in the ministry. Let's ask Albus to persuade me to help find the murderer's information. Grindelwald nodded on his chin, and he raised his finger to point at his eyes with strange grey-white pupils. They want to go seeking revenge for the Death Eaters, so I went to the death scene and used my prophetic eye to help find some clues to the murderer. I did find that the attacker was more professional at the scene and applied spells that interfered with general prophecy, but it seems that the murderer doesn't know much about our further capabilities. Alan frowned. His slender joints habitually tapped the tabletop. He glanced at where Gellert was sitting, and his expression began to relax again. He said nonchalantly, "Since I haven't heard any rumors, look, did they get any clues?" "Yes, although those interferences have limited effects on the prophecy eye. I still tried to cast spells to remove the interference. But unfortunately, I made a mistake, and instead messed up the magical energy field there. But in order to maintain my decency, I didn't tell them that I accidentally made the interference stronger. I just told them that there was too much interference here." Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, with a smirk at the corners of his mouth, and stretched out his palm to face Alan. "It's your past, and you can't find the truth even with your eyes. I'm sorry I messed up everything." "Gellert, I won't do better than you here. Alan stood up and leaned forward for Grindelwald to refill the Coke. It's really troublesome for you. Next time, she will be more professional. This kind of thing. Having said this, Alan and Grindelwald began to talk about the daily life in the floating city, and chatted about some situations in the university. Between talking and laughing, the indoor atmosphere became more relaxed. Grindelwald was interested in the little hand on the table, and used his palm to tease the big pale hand flexibly to turn over and rotate, making its spider leg-like 5 fingers jump actively, as if dancing. But all of a sudden, Alan stopped talking. He waved his palm to raise his and Grindelwald cups with a levitation charm, and then threw them out of the terrace leading to his private place from the stairs behind the desk. This movement made Anchor, who was dozing on the perch, wake up and raised his head. Alan then swiftly poured a glass of milk for Grindelwald and himself. At this time, there was a sound from the stairs. After a few knocks on the door, Hermione walked in. It suddenly dawned on me. Before the 3 people in the room came to say hello to each other in a hurry, Hermione first received Anchor's warm welcome. Anchor, who was woken up on perch, saw Hermione, who made it more comfortable, and flew directly to her. On the top of her head, the golden tail feathers fell on her shoulders. Anchor, go back to your perching branch, Hermione urged in a low voice, her smile a little stiff, and with the outsider Grindelwald, she felt that it was disgraceful to have a bird on top of her head. Miss Granger, I have noticed that this phoenix seems to only want to be close to you and Alan, and no one else can get its favor. Grindelwald stood up and opened the seat for Hermione. It's not easy to get close to such a luxurious and proud magical creature like the phoenix. It's an honor. Speaking of which, Albus Fox is also so proud. Although he has known me since childhood, he still doesn't like me very much. Thinking of Rionka's hostility and fear towards Luna on weekdays, and fighting with Punlo from time to time. Hermione's smile widened, and her bright smile showed her reduced front teeth. Thank you. I just like to talk about business. Just keep it on my head. After that, Hermione sat down with Anchor like this, and looked much more generous than usual. Hermione, you must not have a good breakfast in a hurry. Here are the Scottish bombs and milk. Let's deal with them first. Alan was behind the principal's table. Alan showed a grinning smile at Grindelwald, then glanced at Grindelwald. She glanced at Hermione, but felt that Hermione, who was so easily mobilized, was really cute just to stand against the phoenix like this. Grindelwald also returned to his position. By the way, Alan, Hermione, Albus and I prepared some gifts for you and the little bird at Christmas, but he and I want to return Godric Valley, my aunt's house, for the holidays, so I plan to send it to you in advance. That's really intentional. Hermione and I also prepared some gifts for you and Albus, but now Floating City is a little far away from England, and if you use owls, it's too far. I'll send them to you in advance tonight. Alan clasped his hands together, and said with a straight look to the 2 in front of him, since we are all here, you are reading www.uukanzu.com, let us say something business. Gellert. Now you are in Hogwarts University has been around for a while, and I must know some outstanding students. I called you over today, mainly because I want you to help select those college students who specialize in the defense magic that I handed to you. Then hand this list to Hermione. This is not a problem, but this is for them. Please forgive me for taking the liberty. The combat training of the first half of the semester may not be enough for them to surpass the errors. Grindelwald's long fingers rubbed the top of his lips and repaired it very delicate beard. Students are more focused on theoretical knowledge. Alan, you know, after you and Irving moved the treasures of the Department of Mystery to the university a while ago, The silent man Saul Crow Professor was also forced to come over as a part-time tutor. Recently, students and some teachers have become obsessed with these things. You are misunderstood. Of course I won't really fight these high-achieving students. But I have to remind that the things in the Department of Mystery are for now, and I think their progress on it will not be better than the previous ones. There are a lot of predecessors from the silent ... So Getler, you should let them focus on other subjects first. Alan waved his hands. By the way, I asked you to provide Hermione with the list, mainly because after Christmas, the Mole Prime Minister and a few high-level leaders will be invited by me to the floating city. You know the experiment between me and Ravenclaw, so the Ministry of Magic will hold a welcome party when these moles are still moles. I think it's better to show the strength of our magic world. You know, the students at Hogwarts are a little younger, and there are not many who can fully master these spells. So I have to draw from you too. Just order someone to do a show. Chapter 1311? Madden? Hogwarts just to receive the moles first. Grindelwald leaned back in his chair and raised a corner of his mouth. His eyes glided over Hermione, and he paused. Alan, I thought you did this just for Ravenclaw. The lady converges her faith. Of course, the most important thing is indeed faith. But it will give them a certain understanding of the power of the magic world, which will deter them. Grindelwald in front of him is a master of bewitching, and Alan spoke to him. It's more frank and relaxed. The Mole Prime Minister and the high-ranking officials he brought will become wizards in the future, but they have no affection or belonging to our magic world. Although my assumption is that these people will be in the magic world for a long time. Life and slowly change their thinking. But at the beginning these people were adults and had formed a fixed worldview. Although in theory, mole leaders are supervised by wizards and can't do anything, I think they should be. It's better to realize this from the heart. Hermione was cushioning her belly with fried eggs, and she nodded secretly when she heard Ellen's words, and Ellen discussed this in order to nip the possible conflict between moles and wizards in the bud. Alan, Hogwarts University has been on the right track from its establishment to the present. After this period of hard work, college students have begun to learn the knowledge of ancient magic. Grindelwald sat upright, indifferent. The tone has a power that people dare not to ignore. Although you imitated the Mole Research University before setting up, it is not realistic to want to achieve results in a short time. The knowledge inside wants to get out of this ivory tower. It's not easy to affect ordinary wizards. Grindelwald spreads his hands and raised his chin, which is already somewhat rounded. Although the Ravenclaw Temple is open to everyone, most ordinary wizards are not so motivated. They just live their lives well, work and live every day, and live a mediocre life. It is difficult for them to consciously walk into the temple and learn this knowledge like Alan and you originally imagined. Therefore, these ancient magic knowledge is also difficult to be used by ordinary wizards. Touched. Hermione frowned in embarrassment when she felt that the other party's words were somewhat reasonable. She couldn't think of a solution for a while. Leaning on the back of the chair, she habitually grabbed her brown hair with one hand and thickened it. The fluffy hair was buckled even more disheveled, which also caused Anka's dissatisfaction. Alan couldn't stand it anymore in just a few seconds, and grabbed the other's hand that kept buckling his head, although she felt that Hermione's actions were like a cat that kept wiping her head with her hand. Hermione, you see that there are a few long brown hair floating on the ground. Don't let Anka have no place to stay because of your bad habit. And since Gellert raised this question, he must have a solution. Alan pulled Hermione to make her a little embarrassed, and then he looked at Grindelwald. Also, I think Gellert wants to talk about more than this. Modern wizards fix spells on some artifacts, but the stronger the spells, the higher the quality requirements of the items, which leads to very high prices. Grindelwald paused, looking at Alan, and he minutes swept across. Ellen, in the knowledge of ancient magic that you provided, the skill of transcribing scrolls is very suitable for the current situation. Although it is a one-time consumable, It can only be used by ordinary wizards. Activate the scroll with a little magic power to use these spells. The cost of copying scrolls is really not high compared to the practice of directly attaching the spell to the vessel. Except for ink containing dragon blood, parchment paper and some clerical tools are not counted. But on the other hand, even students can. It's different from easily attaching magic spells to strange objects. The skill of copying scrolls requires a very high level of ancient magic texts of the transcriber. This labor cost. So the umbrella has never paid attention to it. Hermione frowned suspiciously. Then his eyes lit up. Mr. Grindelwald. Is he wanting college students to do this? This technique has no meaning in popular spells, but if it's magic that ordinary people in the university can't learn. Yes, I think many people would be willing to buy a few scrolls to keep on hand. Alan's fingers habitually tap the tabletop gently, and the little hands on the table playfully imitated Alan's movements. Wizards in universities who don't have major in ancient magic can also use this model. Umbrellas provide the university with materials and money to subsidize the university, and the university uses them for students to study and practice. It also allows them to use their spare time for work-study programs. Complete some orders. Hermione sat up straight, her loose brown hair spreading to her chest, and when she was inspired, she said quickly and cracklingly, "Not everyone is interested in ancient magic texts. We can follow this pattern. This opportunity is also given to students who specialize in other subjects. Before the university's research subjects with great value are introduced, these small places can quickly make the umbrella and the university complete some cooperation, and college students can also benefit from it. We copy it. The GUA University model is a win-win situation that we want to achieve. This is considered a small goal achieved ahead of time. Hermione, right. Alan squeezed Hermione's hand that he hadn't let go of just now, and asked her to regain her senses. Getler said the main purpose of this should be mainly for another question. Alan turned to look at Grindelwald with a smile. Indigenous people, immigrants. They have problems? That's true. Grindelwald nodded with satisfaction. Although your floating city has more and more wizards, it has become a city worthy of the name, but in people's minds, he is more of a school. I heard Lun said that you are here. Amend the law. And the floating trajectory of the floating city after it floats. Alan, you helped me bear the pressure from foreign countries. So I think, as a Hogwarts person, I should make more people who have not yet felt that way. People realize that they should feel that way. Yes, this is a question of belonging. The immigrants have not changed their mindsets. Italian wizards and refugees still think they are wizards of their own country, while British wizards, although many people have some nationalist pride, but if Hogwarts makes the British label too heavy, it will affect this integration. Alan nodded as an acknowledgement of Grindelwald's speculation. Hogwarts needs to be strengthened. Its independence. We also need to increase everyone's sense of belonging and identity, so that they themselves want to be a Hogwarts wizard, instead of letting them become a wizard in the British magic world. Don't worry about it. Minutes. Of course we are not going to give up Britain. She is already quite good in business. Hermione hasn't gotten so much training on this issue. She will not understand Alan and Grindelwald's plans for a while. Nuclear energy guarantees the advantage of floating city in manufacturing, and the transaction with moles has given us sufficient and cheap non-magical resources to produce some basic supplies. Alan explained to Hermione, when we have a certain amount of production, the savings can then enter the markets of other countries at a low price. The university guarantees the cutting-edge magic technology of Hogwarts. Grindelwald took over. This is almost our unique business. Even if other countries want to imitate the pure-blooded families, they will not be willing to work together. Contribute his knowledge and use it to build a university. He smiled sarcastically. At the time, the supplies of the wizarding world from all over the world will be monopolized by us. And the more important thing is that Alan owns the Philosopher's Stone, runs on competition and monopoly. No one believes that Harris is for money. And we are not for money. This is to expand the concept and influence of Hogwarts. It's not enough for foreigners to understand us through business. You are reading www.uukanzu.com Geekler. I actually have another idea, which is aimed at our own people. Then let's talk about it now. And welcome when the time comes. When the Mole Prime Minister, let them use it first. Alan said, summoning his great Arcanist staff from nothing. I used the holiday to make a few production versions for the university, and then you the top wizards of the university began to drive the people below, let the Hogwarts people on the floating city, in addition to using the magic wand, also develop the habit of using the wand. Alan held his wand. It can be used as a magic booster, although the amount of products used by ordinary wizards is far less than that of old magic wands. And there is no magic wand to use magic accurately and quickly, but according to the needs of users, it is easy to keep a few spells on top of our current alchemy. If it does, it can become more of a status symbol of Hogwarts. But the idea, no matter where you originally came from, having these will make them accept their new identity faster and more proudly. One of Grindelwald's eyes narrowed rapidly, which made him look at the gentle expression just now. Going up without any emotion. Actually, some of my alma mater Durmstrang still retains the tradition of using the staff, but it is more for ceremonial purposes. Just like the goblet of fire you participated in, I saw from the video those boys actually used the shoddy wands as honor sticks, and used the wands to perform some acrobatics. Hermione, I'll explain to you in detail when I wait for the holidays. I will personally customize a good staff for you and gel it. But future Hogwarts products, whether it's an umbrella company or not, as long as it is produced on our float, remember to let those stores remember to engrave this on the goods. Alan's slender fingers drew a few times in the air, and a row of shiny silver letters appeared in the air. S manufactured by Hogwarts. Chapter 1312. Peacock Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The afternoon after Grindelwald's departure, the Hogwarts students were also going home for Christmas, and there was humorous goodbye everywhere. Compared with previous years, this year's little wizards did not act so eagerly to leave Hogwarts. After all, the new school rules allow them to return home through Flu Powder every weekend and meet their relatives. Today they are more excited. It is possible to enjoy a long vacation. A few students with special circumstances like Harry's before will not be left alone in the school for the holidays as in previous years. The Ravenclaw Temple will gather wizards with similar situations in the floating city to entertain. So at this time, the little wizards, except for the tasks left by McGonagall and Snape, who also assigned homework during the holidays, and had to bring the textbooks of ancient magic lessons, they didn't do the same as in previous years. It's troublesome to pack your own things into a salute, because even those Christmas gifts won't have to be carried by them because of the developed express service. In Ellen's private area behind the principal's desk, he was looking helplessly as Hermione opened a suitcase on his bed, and then began to stuff his things inside. Hermione, Christmas is just a few days away, Alan said carefully, watching Hermione, who was so pleased with the tidying up. Your mother asked me to help, or you would definitely let them pile up here to become moldy. Hermione stood up and pointed to a large suitcase and two swollen backpacks stacked in the corner. And I don't think so. Books, homework, potions, and umbrella information. Hearing that it was his mother's request, Alan gave up the argument that Maggie would come back to deal with him regularly. Mom is about to give birth, and I have been emotionally unstable recently. Well, so we'd better follow her, Hermione said, pointing to the little hand on the table. Do you want to take the little hand back? Wuxiozu, who was tapping his fingers on the principal's desk, was taken aback. He sensed the square space left in Hermione's box, and crossed his to climb onto the bookshelf behind the desk, seemingly trying to get himself to crawl to the sorting hat to hide. It looks like Tom, who doesn't like reunions and wants to stay at Hogwarts. Alan shrugged. Oh, someone here. There was a sound coming from the spiral staircase, because Hermione, who was tidying up, was moving and Anchor was on the perch behind the door. He raised his head vigilantly when he heard the sound, and when he saw someone coming, it just trembled gorgeously. The tail wing, then ignored it. Emily led Pansy up from the stairs behind the principal's desk. "Alan, we have." Seeing Hermione, who was happily tidying up, Emily bit her lower lip. The lambskin boots on her feet tapped the floor lightly, and Pansy next to her also opened her mouth and looked at Hermione's face. After hesitating, he did not speak. "Sit down first." Alan saw his sister's cheeks flushed from running upstairs. He waved his hand and moved the 2 chairs in front of the desk downstairs in front of him. He was also on top of Emily's. "I added a cushion. Look at you running in such a hurry. Is it about your father?" Pansy hesitated for a moment, and then took a deep breath. "Principal Harris. My father contacted me yesterday and asked me to find a way to send some material over. I think this is an opportunity." "What about your father's own attitude?" "Oh, he still hasn't made up his mind." Alan looked into Pansy's eyes, and then shook his head. "You should give everything if you want, so that your father is still valuable to him. But your own past is too dangerous. You can't pass by yourself." "Principal Harris, I asked my father. Other families have personally sent them there. They are not restricted to freedom." Pansy has become accustomed to Alan seeing things directly from her mind, but she did not give up but chose for what she thinks is reasonable. The Dark Lord at the moment seems to speak a little bit better than others. He almost just stays in the room to study magic, and does not engage in any terrorist activities of burning, killing, looting, and almost nothing. "Will kill people indiscriminately." Pansy paused. In a skeptical tone, "My father said." "He even went out to help the Death Eaters who were inconvenient to go out to purchase supplies for life. My father asked me for materials because this one." Hermione was attracted by the conversation. Her hand did not stop, but she was a little confused by these words. Alan looked at the look of Hermione's probe and moved her finger, but still did not rub her in front of her sister. He coughed lightly on his head, selectively avoided some of his own factors about the resurrection of Tom's Horcrux, and briefly told Hermione, "If that Tom retains enough sanity, he won't believe you who suddenly appeared." "Pansy, I don't think you should go. It's too dangerous." Hermione sat up straight, frowned, staring at Pansy's brown eyes looked a little serious, although she was a little uncomfortable because of her early relationship, because of Draco and the training class. She and the other party seemed to be at ease on the surface, and she couldn't just watch Pan West to do this dangerous thing. "Hermione, I also agree with Pansy. She can help Alan find the position of the Dark Lord." Emily's crisp voice sounded, and she did her best to speak for her friends. "This can also reduce the Dark Lord destruction to others." After speaking, Emily's eyelashes flickered, she and Ellen's eyes collided, and her little hands were pulled together, which made Ellen understand that Emily was thinking about herself, thinking that the request she made to Pansy was because she wanted to deal with Tom eagerly. She didn't care much about Pansy's safety issues and encouraged her to give her this idea. "Emily, you are misunderstood. What I told her is not a big deal. You don't have to use this method to help me." The vague Emily's heart sounded, which made the little girl immediately give up persuading. Hermione was right. Alan continued, "I admit that this is an opportunity. But Pansy, as your principal, don't forget our purpose. I hope to help your family reunite. And didn't want to kill my student's whole family. Originally, he just solved it." This young Tom was sane enough, but it also made him lose those unpredictable dangers. For the time being, the destructiveness to the magical world is very limited. But now you are passing from the floating city. This Tom will be very vigilant, whether you can see it or not. And this is Tom after all. If he thinks you are a dangerous factor, I decided to use Voldemort's way more. Alan shook his head. "So I don't agree with you going there. Not only is there something wrong with you, I can't explain to Draco." "Principal Harris, But the danger my father is facing now is not just from the Death Eaters. Although they are not making trouble, they are hiding their whereabouts. But these exposed members are being taken by European countries, wanted by the Ministry of Magic. It's very difficult to buy supplies for life, and if you get caught accidentally. Pansy shook her hands a little cramped, and she quietly glanced at what gave her almost omnipotent feeling last time. Principal Harris stated his thoughts truthfully. Moreover, my father's brain is not bright. I haven't made up my mind to surrender yet. I want to persuade him. Although the Dark Lord's men are basically a clumency. But if I was accidentally noticed by the Dark Lord's hesitation. After Pansy finished speaking, the stubborn hair curled up on top of her head also trembled. She looked at Ellen, who could control her in the principal's room. She picked up a necklace from her collar, and the pendant was shot into the principal's room. Bright and dazzling in the sun, this is a pair of peacocks embracing affectionately, slightly lowering their heads and touching their foreheads, and their tail feathers converge and intersect closely. In the middle of the two, there is a red gem, which is full of brilliance when seen from a distance. Principal Harris, you asked Draco to give me the best Christmas present. Pansy put the Blood Alliance into his collar, holding the pendant cherishedly across the clothes. I won't let I killed myself. Just help me pay attention to Tom's position. If you don't see it, don't pay too much attention to it. You only need to persuade your father. Then I will meet him again and make sure he don't talk nonsense when I wash you white after the end. I'll prepare something for you to protect you. Alan sighed and looked at Hermione, who was frowning next to him. Hermione, the umbrella test item can also be used. Pansy brought. Her father did some bad things, but I think this indecisive old Parkinson is still in the rescue range. Chapter 1313. Confidence. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The floor-to-ceiling windows are surrounded by dark green curtains, and the sunlight seizes the opportunity to pass through the curtains lifted by the wind and into the room. This sudden sunlight flashes on the wall with dark floral design. Cheers came from the TV in the room, and in the small square screen, Alan cut off Voldemort's palm and said sarcasm. A close-up of the red-eyed and noseless wizard with pain and hatred on the TV. The mysterious man who frightened countless people was defeated by Alan Harris. TV stations will repeat these clips from time to time to give ordinary wizards confidence and a sense of security. A wizard with black jade-like hair, thin cheeks, and a slender figure, who looked only in his early 20s, sat on the sofa opposite the TV. And he had a book of Rita Skeeter in his slender hand under the pen name. The book Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, published by Mull World. With a snap, the TV was turned off, and the screen was completely dark. The wizard put his gaze from the TV on the book he was picking up, and his gaze stayed on a line of words: can only hear Quirrell's horrible scream and Voldemort's vicious roar. But this may be in his mind. Hallucinations. This stubborn wizard wrinkled his brows, his eyes flashed with anger, and his handsome face ignited in the cold outside, like an elegant cat suddenly screaming and showing sharp teeth. There was another muffled noise. The wizard closed the book in his hand. His slender fingers squeezed the cover of the book. The cover was crumpled, and the force where the fingers pinched was even broken and deformed. But gradually, the wizard relaxed. He calmed his frowning eyebrows, and let go of the book with his fingers. The black-haired wizard directly clicked on the cover of the book with his finger, and all the damaged and wrinkled areas were restored as new, and then stood up and walked to the red-brown bookshelf in front of the dark-flowered wall, and inserted the novel in again. The wizard turned and walked out the door. The sound of his leather boots rang on the light grey tiles, and he walked to the patio stairwell at the end of the corridor. The Mull residential building he is in has only 13 floors. Although it is not luxurious, it is better than simple and symmetrical, highlighting the calmness. Each room is a correct square shape, and the functional space division and location layout reflect a touch of rigor. The dark brown painted staircase handrails are laid on top of each other, winding down, and the stair railings are all carved with iron craftsmanship. The long layered stairs make people feel dizzy when looking down from the top floor. At the two ends of the aisle at the staircase, there are continuous arches and cloisters. In the cloister are houses with similar layouts. On the whole, this building is elegant, sophisticated and comfortable, but the dark colors of black and brown and the dark brown doors make the room a little depressing. At this time, the wizard was standing in the corridor of the highest floor, with his slender fingers resting on the railings and looking down from the patio. Unlike the deserted floor, the various muggles downstairs were living normally, just like can't see the weirdness of their top-level master. The Death Eater who was in charge of guarding at the corner of the stairs raised his head and saw the wizard. He immediately greeted him and reported on his own initiative, "We have allocated the supplies from the Merseyber family, a loyal family. Morseb showed his unique and outstanding talent for humor when he was in school. The young Voldemort's eyes stayed below, and he commanded the guard in an elegant tone, 'Go knock on the doors of those lazy things downstairs and let them come upstairs.' 'Yes, my master.' The Death Eater guard responded, bowed and started walking downstairs. Death Eaters were scattered in this building, and they did not clean up everything as before. Muggles, when choosing houses to occupy, they also choose bachelors as much as possible to avoid exposure. Soon, the young Voldemort's living room was filled with the rustling of cloaks. Soon many wizards wearing black cloaks gathered in the living room. Their presence made this slightly gloomy space even darker. It's not easy to collect this magic knowledge. But I hope you will continue to work. The wizard's fingers slid across the parchment stacked on the table in front of him. There were even some new textbooks from Hogwarts. He casually opened a volume, looked at it and put it aside. Many of us have been surprised by the performance of the families. They are loyal and raise a wealth of supplies. This provides us with protection. This will bring us the necessary weapon for the final victory. The young Voldemort's gaze swept across the group of silent wizards who just nodded mechanically in the living room, and a concerned smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I noticed that your mental state is not good. Did the wet and cold weather in London make you lose your vitality, master?" some Death Eaters uttered in amazement. Voldemort continued to stare at the group of Death Eaters, playing with parchment carelessly. After a short silence, a slightly high-pitched voice sounded, "Friends, I know that many of you feel bleak about the future, and I don't think I am young. May defeat Alan Harris, master. I don't, master. I am not, master. Don't be blind." These words made the Death Eaters panic. They quickly became more energetic and showed their interest. Some straightened up, some seemed unable to sit still, and they all looked at their master with their eyes. "I see you as my real family, so I decided to tell you something about our future plans." The young Voldemort simply wore a black robe and combed his hair neatly. The cheeks are thin, but all of this compliments him, which makes him look very handsome and charismatic. Don't forget the original intention of our establishment. The position and power of pure-blood wizards should override mudbloods and those who can't magic, and should make them our slaves. The Death Eaters didn't dare to say anything more, but no matter whether the expression on their faces came from the heart, they tried their best to express their positive attitude. "In terms of magical attainments, I am indeed not the opponent of Alan Harris." The young Voldemort admitted that his voice was a little unnatural at this time, and his eyes were red, and then he paused for a while and switched back. Confident voice, "But now I have regained my youth and sanity. This makes me wonder, why should we stare at that small piece of land in Britain? I will not let you continue to be everywhere as before, burning, killing and looting. It's not that I'm scared." Voldemort smiled and looked at his men, "But I have a greater plan. There are countless magic circles in the world, and with our power, we want to invade the magic of these countries. It's not too difficult to find a way to replace it, master. Graham resolutely follows in your footsteps." A short chubby man standing not far from the bookcase was a little excited, whispering. Several Death Eaters by the bookcase also laughed, Although they hadn't fully understood Voldemort's plans, we now have this kind of opportunity and capital. The voice of the young Voldemort reached the ears of the Death Eaters. It is hostile to the British magical world. Although they mistakenly changed the concept of pure blood wizard supremacy into wizard supremacy ... But we don't need to interfere in their internal affairs. Just like they have no reason not to interfere with us. On Durmstrang's land that only enrolls pure-blood students, even if this school has been infiltrated by Harris, we can build a magic school that fits our Death Eaters' thinking. It was the inspiration that Alan Harris drove away Dumbledore to me. Voldemort's certain voice rumblingly echoed in the room. Compared with the initial perfunctory, many Death Eaters blushed for the future described by him. The atmosphere in the living room became warm, and the other Death Eaters exchanging happy eyes, loudly expressing their loyalty to the Dark Lord. Some of them bowed low, wishing to kneel on the ground to express their loyalty. Master, the Merciber family will do whatever it takes to achieve the Master's goal. Merciber seemed to feel the blood in his body humming like wings. I will write to the family later and let them again do your best to dispatch more resources. Master, I have started to let the family prepare supplies a few days ago, and they will be delivered soon. Old Parkinson also blushed and made a decision at this time. The previous hesitation was wiped out. Malfoy he and Snape have been proved to be traitors, Lestrange has also disappeared, and many people have chosen to go to the United States during the previous split. Now the Death Eaters who were previously respected by the Dark Lord are not in front of them, by the Dark Lord who has enough sense and is so bloodthirsty. This made the Death Eaters who had been confused and desperate about the future clearly aware of this opportunity. Chapter 1314. Bored Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The huge spiral-shaped shell pontoon landed on the mole block. The hull of this pontoon was painted with a huge family emblem of the Black Family. The emblem is a shield with two dogs on either side of the shield, shield on the next ribbon. The motto of the Black Family is written in French, Toujours pur, forever pure. Sirius didn't like this set of things, but in the portrait, his mother, Wahlberger Black, took the lead in making this request. After all, he satisfied her because of the favor of the family heritage. In addition, Sirius also hung an extra frame outside the ship, although he told Harry that this would allow the old witch to blow the cold wind and see how much Harris, who she looked down on, had developed the magical world. Harry I also figured out the relationship between his godfather and his mother, and knew that his godfather was actually allowing the other person to relieve his boredom from time to time. But today, in order to pick up the Dursleys, they have covered the portrait of Mrs. Black both at home and on. Sirius did consider letting her meet with the Dursleys, but after hesitating for a moment, he realized that his mother's roar would make him and Harry even more sad. So he gave up this plan. Because of the private customization of this small private floating boat of the Black Family, not only the outer shell is very luxurious, but the enclosed space inside is also very comfortable. The interior of the non-marking telescopic curse not only has a living room and a living room, but also has a training room, a bar, a dining room. Even inside the spacecraft, you can enjoy the spectacular sky view, because the spacecraft has nearly 30 feet high floor-to-ceiling glass. Although it is just a few small round windows from the outside. The ceiling of the last luxury cruise ship is basically magical, and it can be switched between transparent and opaque. The wizard can look up at the sky directly on the sofa. The furniture inside the ship uses a lot of dragon skin leather as materials, teapots that can bite people, potted plants that automatically spray water, sofas that actively massage people, and are also equipped with a wizard TV and even a wizard computer that has just been launched. But these old favorites of Darley couldn't attract him either. He was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass with Harry, stubbornly wanting to wait here regardless of Penis block. He wanted to see the spaceship take off more clearly. Sirius was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Opposite him were the awkward Dursleys. Vernon, who was chattering and trying to dissuade his wife and son before boarding the boat, sat on the sofa a little faintly. Fatty man, Have you missed anything that you need to bring? You don't have to wait until you get to the place and come back to pick it up, Sirius asked lazily with his legs folded. Petunia stretched her somewhat long neck longer, like a cockfight about to go to the battlefield. Murderer, don't bother you. What you missed in time. I know you can use our money for your money. I have seen my dad exchange a lot for my sister, Penny. Vernon shook his chubby fingers and took his wife's hand to express his gratitude, but his mouth started to mumble again. Maybe we shouldn't put everything in that strange box. After that, we will have nothing. If I want to say that our original box is better than strange. These wizards are safe. Vernon is not happy to go to the places where weird people gather. Although he has begun to make himself a habit of not using weird words that may affect his wife and sons, he has not given up these days and has been trying to find these weird people and their related shortcomings convinced his family to give up. And now he was on the ship and held back for a long time before he stiffly found such a shortcoming that he believed to be. Then do it steady. I'm ready to take off. Sirius ignored Vernon and directly turned on the spacecraft, which flew steadily to the deep blue sky in the night. When Sirius just took off, Vernon tightly grasped the large leather sofa armrest. When he just wanted to ask Sirius if he had a seatbelt and call Darlie to come back and sit firmly, the ship rushed into the clouds. Dudley watched the villa below him gradually get smaller and smaller, from shrinking to the size of a cardboard box, and gradually disappear without a trace. But then Vernon discovered that Sirius was deliberately making him embarrassed. His idea of safety was superfluous. The wizard's spacecraft seemed to be able to adjust the gravity, and the movement caused by him was not as good as when he started the car. Smooth. He moved a little uncomfortably, and withdrew his grip on the sofa. Vernon noticed the expression of Sirius staring at the opposite side, looking very annoyed. He threatened stiffly, "You'd better make sure the boat is so stable all the time. I'm prone to seasickness. I can eat Petunia's last meal at home in the morning." That's a lot. Unlike Vernon, Petunia, and Sirius who were unhappy, Dudley and Harry got along a lot easier than usual. The small eyes on Darlie's head are full of excitement. This is different from flying in an airplane. The airplane can only see the outside world from a small window, but now through this transparent glass, it seems that the clouds are all over them. Judging by the attack, the unpredictable clouds gave Dudley a visual shock. Which county are we going to? Vernon saw his son's appearance a little unhappy. He deliberately raised his somewhat plump round chin, raised his eyebrows and asked, "This speed is still too slow, not comparable to our plane. How long does it take to sit here to get there?" "In my memory, it seems to be at the border of Scotland and England." Petunia frowned, and some thin fingers touched her chin. Sirius was slouching with his legs up, and his slightly gloomy gaze swept across him. "Hogwarts floating city is currently in the sky above Albania. Check the pioneering land." For a short period of time, Vernon couldn't imagine a city floating in the sky. He couldn't believe it. The flesh of his cheeks drooped loosely, and his mouth opened into a round hole. Petunia suddenly took a breath and asked in a daze, "Isn't Floating City a place name?" You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Floating city means a city that flies into the sky. Is it really floating in the air? Dudley stared at Harry's face, as if his godfather was saying something he couldn't understand. Sirius just gave a smirk. He waved his wand, and a trash can in the corner began to deform, spreading his feet like two sides of his circular base to walk in front of Vernon like steps, which made Bennett shock the Dursley family and became even more puzzled. In the next second, Vernon understood why Sirius would do this. Although he didn't know what happened, he just felt the darkness around him. His fat and sturdy body was like a dough. The intense squeezing in all directions made me breathless at all, and my chest seemed to be tightened tightly by several iron hoops. After the vaccine was given, Vernon pressed his chest, gasping for breath, like a fish stranded on the shore and about to suffocate, and then began to vomit out all the delicious meal made by his wife that he had enjoyed in the morning. As if the trash can came alive, It began to twist the body and accurately received the high-altitude projectiles for it into the belly. On this side, Dudley pressed on the glass to support himself in horror, but then he jumped back in shock. One was afraid that the glass would once again disappear and let him fall out, and the other was that the solid-looking glass was actually being not so strong made him crush and let him fall out. Slowly, she looked at her body immediately. Petunia didn't care about her discomfort. She went to see her precious son first. She had already discovered that Dudley had suddenly stuck to the transparent glass. Staring at the window, Petunia looked at it worriedly, and then stood there, like a stiff giraffe, only feeling shocked. Chapter 1315 Uninvited Guest Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. This spacecraft has been teleported to the vicinity of the floating city through its built-in phantom shifting ability, and now it is still some distance away from the floating city, slowly moving towards the floating city in order to avoid the floating city that will move at any time. The empty city causes errors in the phantom shift. These ships are not allowed to teleport to their own ships in one step, but need to move to the vicinity of the floating city, leaving enough safety error distance for each other. In terms of scale, although it is much larger than many small towns in the UK, it is still not comparable to large urban buildings like London. Apart from the tall towers, only the Ravenclaw Temple has a scale of writing, but the difference between all mole cities is that it flies in the sky. The whole picture of the floating city was therefore caught in the eyes of the Dursley family. This behemoth was full of lights at this time, as if a fortress of bright lights was suspended in the air, and dragons were patrolling in the sky. Many large and small, all kinds of floating spacecraft sailed into a port in an orderly manner. She never mentioned this to us. Petunia's eyes were filled with the city. Muttering to herself, she slowly stretched out her hand, as if in this way, she could touch this wonderful world than she knew from her sister and imagined, but her fingers touched. All she touched was the cold glass, which made Petunia a little more awake. She sighed and raised her skinny hand, subconsciously touching the wrinkles on her face. Vernon blushed and chuckled out of his anger. He clenched his big fat hand. He always thought that these wizards were a bunch of backward savages and weirdos who liked feudal superstition. Most of them are likely to live on relief funds. But now, the city floating in the sky, the pontoon the size of a sailing battleship, the dragon, and the flying broom that his dead brother-in-law told him, and the vitality of the city itself. This only shocked him, and the retracted neck made his domineering chin look much smaller. Harry helped his glasses and looked at Sirius. Harry's godfather was sitting on the sofa with his arms folded, not concealing his triumphant expression at all. Such a huge city is floating in the sky. Wait, don't you want to say that the place where we live is on it, right? Vernon eased his mind, and his mind, like a victim of paranoia, began to flare up again, worrying. The words blurted out, and the spit spray splashed on his carefully trimmed beard. This is too dangerous. What if you fall? I heard that your creations are not all easy and unreliable. Hearing what her husband said, Petunia awoke from the beautiful scene in front of her eyes, pursed her lips. Her heart was like a swaying pendulum, and she was worried about gains and losses. She did not understand the principle of the city floating in the sky, but she fantasized about this huge city. In the scene of falling from the air, her face turned pale. She recalled that when her sister came back from school, things were not very reliable when she performed to them, and it is said that she still used her magic wand illegally during the holidays. Floating city won't fall. It's much safer than London. Harry sighed and explained to Darley, who also showed a scared expression. He only felt that his heart became heavier and heavier. His uncle likes to be picky along the way, complained. Sirius raised his hand, inserted his hands into his black hair, and scratched hard. He chose a floating boat to take them to the floating city, just to show off the magical world in front of these moles, but now I find that no matter what, this is a bit tortured for each other. No longer staying, the floating boat quickly approached the Blacks' residence on the floating city. The celebrities of the magical world and some financially strong families gather in this area. Although the houses in this area are decorated in various ways because of the different preferences of the magic families, each house looks expensive and very luxurious. The Black family's land is like their national emblem. A shield-shaped manor covers a large area, at least on the floating city. The garden, swimming pool, fountain, square are complete, and the castle-like residence stands tall in the center of the manor. Although this time the Black family received such treatment because of favor, not because of his history and financial resources. Boy Potter. Is this your home here? Is this all of it? Dursley's fat hand rubbed his small eyes, and looked at this manor that his cottage was far from comparable to. His tone of voice towards Harry slowed down a lot, and he appeared to respect Harry more. He used to know that his wife, nephew and his murderer godfather seemed to have some money, but only now did he discover that this kind of wealth far exceeded his imagination. Yes, this is my godfather and my home, and you will live here from now on. Harry was somewhat contented to see his uncle's appearance. We will put things in place, and then we have to report to the temple. The temple, I just said. Vernon habitually wanted to mock the feudal superstition of wizards, but the oppressive feeling brought to him by the manor made Jean shut his mouth. Harry was somewhat fortunate that the days after that might be better. He had speculated before that Vernon, who likes to see people in cars and clothes, would be like when he saw Black Manor. Fortunately, the magical world has developed. Get up. If it was like a few years ago, it might be more in line with Vernon and the others' original impression of the magical world, a gathering place for backward strangers. But Sirius seemed to have lost interest in this kind of reception. He dealt with Vernon impatiently and asked them to stand up when they were ready to fall, and pulled Harry to the entrance to the ship deck. Harry, I have to tell you one thing. Sirius scratched his black hair and said apologetically, after I spend Christmas with you, I have to go to the Umbrella to fight Voldemort. Prepare ... So you have to be at home these days ... Don't worry, the spy is said to have passed. I believe you will be able to get the exact information soon. You can't slip away like this, Sirius. Harry groaned in his heart, and groaned anxiously in objection. You and Alan provoked this thing. No matter what, you throw it to me again. Harry grinned. He felt that he could not go to the burrow with Ginny during this holiday, but now even his godfather is looking for a reason to flee. He complained bitterly, I am left alone with them. That's not. Is it the same as the previous summer vacation? Of course I won't let you stay with them alone. Harry, I have figured out a solution. Sirius seemed a little consciously wrong. He took Harry's shoulders to comfort him a few steps forward. You read the book www.uukanzu.com. Don't forget that your aunt and cousin have to go to the temple. You are a wizard, in Floating City, on our wizard's territory. They dare not treat you like they did before. His handsome face was a hint of with a sly smile. And your godfather won't let you leave it alone. I used a little favor and invited a foreign aide. I told her that we didn't agree with them. I hope she will come over and help us during this time. Let's take a relief. She promised to help us after Christmas. ... Just don't let me lead them shopping alone. Harry knew that his protest was useless. He could only nod helplessly in the face of the godfather's fish-catching behavior, and then his green eyes rolled. He realized then, something was wrong. Sirius, who is this foreign aide? How can you listen to your tone? Will the other party know that you will leave during the holiday? She doesn't have to know in advance. I'll tell her later, Sirius said slyly, leaning his body against the spacecraft wall, raising his hand to the back of his head, and continuing to say, this is her nephew's mission. Arrange it for me. Can she refuse to let me go then? Harry, if you are smarter, you can also learn from me by excuse then. Sirius suddenly stopped talking. He put his arms down and stood up straight and looked out the door keenly, and Harry followed his gaze. The sound of twisting the doorknob came from outside the door. Sirius just put his hand on the door of the cabin and was about to open the door to check. Suddenly cried. These two heavy and tall wooden doors were roughly pushed open. which caused Sirius inside the door to fly back directly by the door leaf and staggered for several steps. The combat-trained Harry immediately drew out his wand quickly so as to face the uninvited guest who is obviously hostile outside the door. Chapter 1316 Vampiric Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. A pair of white, slender, sturdy arms pressed on the outside of the door, and Josephine Harris, the director of the Department of Magical Creatures Management and Control of the Ministry of Magic, appeared at the door. Josephine was wearing her black velvet top hat and a creamy white pleated slim dress with a black rose in full bloom on the collar of the skirt, which looked mysterious and beautiful. She wore a 3-layer superimposed pearl necklace on her white and slender neck, and the pendant was a golden symbol of Harry's all-seeing eye. The neckline of this skirt was opened very low, so that she exposed a large area of snow-white skin on the front of her chest, and the contraction of the pleated folds highlighted her plumpness. Author's note: Am I considered gifted for prophecy? Long before Resident Evil 8 came out, I set my aunt to wear a big hat, a strong figure, and a vampire. So this is all your plan? Are you planning to fish at this time? Josephine's black velvet hat was drawn from the bottom right to the top left, with a slightly hoarse ending with a smile. Vernon was stunned by such a close visual impact. He who had always loved his wife only forgot that his wife was beside him and looked at Josephine in a daze. Even Dudley opened his small eyes and opened his mouth. A small round hole was opened. Petunia didn't notice her husband's look. She had an inexplicable affection for the tall and sturdy lady in front of her. She looked very pleasing to the eye. Actually, vampires give people a special kind of prey in order to prey the feeling of charm, but unlike the Ver who specializes in this way, this meager special ability will not play any role for the wizard. Harry immediately realized that she was the foreign aide Sirius was looking for, and she also heard the conversation between him and Sirius. He just felt betrayed by the godfather of the fish, holding his arms to watch the excitement. And Sirius, the murderer in the eyes of the Dursleys, turned pale at this time. He shivered and couldn't make any sound. Harry looked at the godfather's appearance and realized that this was always a typical Gryffindor. The lion warrior can show this Ravenclaw's eagle expression. I just noticed your pontoon when I was below. I wanted to come over and say hello to the guests in advance to get to know. I didn't expect to hear such content when teleported up. The Black Fleece turned around and asked Surf and let his gaze fall on Sirius, the figure of the vampire witch, who is taller and stronger than Sirius, leaned forward suddenly, stretched out her left hand and grabbed Sirius' throat, who seemed to give up resistance. With one hand, he lifted it up like a chicken, letting his legs off the ground. Vernon was so frightened by the sudden change that he got rid of the confusion. He even took his eyes back from the other's big breasts. He didn't dare to look, for fear of attracting the attention of the female monster who was smiling and beginning to become hideous and dark. Desperately scolded Harry secretly, this wicked species, not long after he was born. His parents did not say, he has raised him for more than 10 years, and now he is still involved and may be killed by their enemies. Petunia is already holding Dudley, but she is not as scared as Vernon. From the previous exchange, she understands that the other party and Sirius mostly know each other. Dudley just wants to shrink herself as much as possible. It was like a sausage covering his mouth with his fingers, for fear of making a noise. Josephine held up Sirius, who was still struggling and coughing, with his left hand, and turned his head to smile at Harry. Although the smile looked very hideous in her current state, she looked at the Vernon family who was shrinking together. Penny's gaze fell on Petunia, although the next scene is a bit unsightly. But don't be afraid, Miss Evans. When I was at Hogwarts before, your sister, another Evans, was also considered mine friend. Josephine, cough cough. I was wrong. Sirius, who was strangling his throat, chose to beg for mercy hard and wisely at this time. Josephine turned his head and didn't pay much attention to him, just showed a smile and made some creepy laughter. Then, the female vampire's right hand lifted backwards as if she was trying to accumulate energy. and she made a metal interlacing sound. Her 5 fingernails with black gloves suddenly became longer and penetrated the fabric, and her sharp claws were in the light. There was a cold light below. On the other side, inside a house in a small city in Eastern Europe, Pansy Parkinson's gaze flicked over the ivory white iron bed and classical chandeliers, closed his lips and glanced at the pink bedding with ethnic patterns, and the corners were piled up with crude gifts. Box. The little witch, who has become accustomed to a more magicized life in the floating city, couldn't help but complain. It's really backward, and the carved white walls and pink sheets are so vulgar that I can't bear this pattern and color. Dad, there is not even a big window in this room. Old Parkinson crouched and sat on a wrought iron chair beside him, and said impatiently, "If you don't like it, go back early. Who made you run over without permission?" Pansy was also impatient when she saw her father's attitude, but she fumbled for a while from her pocket, took out an obelisk and placed it on the ground. The magical light revealed its body. Some text. Seeing this, Pansy used a magic wand to fill the room with closed earplugs to listen to the curse, and then he cracked and said, "Dad, you should listen to me. Don't send supplies here anymore. Hurry back with me. There is no hope." Harris promised not to treat you like anything. "You believe everything they say? What can you do if you go back?" You see their attitude towards pure blood. They don't regard themselves as British. Old Parkinson shook hands and retorted stubbornly, "Moreover, we don't plan to confront Harris anymore. As long as we wait for us to lurch and make a change, Harris will not be able to easily declare war on the Ministry of Magic of other countries, otherwise it will make other countries panic and unite against them." "This is your plan?" Pansy was so anxious that she couldn't wait to go up and shake her father. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Even if you don't do it right, Harris won't let you go. And you come back to us and the Malfoys. We are not alone. Don't mention the poisonous snake." Parkinson's palm slapped the table. "You reading www.uukanzu.com," screamed at his daughter, and then he seemed to soften a little bit. "You don't want to talk with me here. I am a Death Eater. Now that we have a clear plan for the future, I will follow the Dark Lord firmly. But you can go home soon after you finish it. Everyone knows the relationship between you and the children of the Malfoy family. The Dark Lord doesn't. You are punished because you are lucky. Now he is very sensible and cares about our feelings. Go back soon and leave us alone and continue to have a good relationship with Emily." Pansy knows his father's plan. This is the usual style of the Pure Blood family. He will not only bet on one side. His father meant to let his daughter follow Harris, so that at least he would follow Emily at Harris's house. "You don't need to worry about safety around you." And now he himself, because of the prospects described by the young Voldemort, intends to continue to follow the Dark Lord, so that no matter which of the two sides wins the final victory, the Parkinson's family will not completely capsize, and they can live a good life by taking refuge. "Dad." "Miss Gravatt, do you know who it is?" She gave the ultimatum time. Pansy knew her father's character and threatened directly. "You didn't understand the matter clearly. This is not the previous era. Now, Principal Alan Harris will also come by then. The more powerful Dark Lord could not protect himself. Now even if he is wise enough, do you think he can be smarter than Principal Harris? If they provoke them, they won't put their minds on you, and there is no situation that allows you to develop yourself. You mean, you came here this time because of— Old Parkinson heard that his daughter came here, and it was more than just persuading him, because Penelope's fame made him already determined again. Hesitate. Chapter 1317, Rotten Sores. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Father's hesitation and stubbornness caused the conversation to break up. Unhappy, Pansy opened the door and rushed out of her temporary home. The wind blew in from the open window in the corridor, and the air conditioning instantly swept her around. The little witch of Slytherin held on to the railing, thinking about what she would do afterwards. Now there is no restriction on her except for the top level, and the young Dark Lord, except for a few words of praise from the upper floor when she first delivered the supplies. She could no longer reach him at all. Pansy had no expression on his face. but his heart was gloomy. The Dark Lord kept secret his residence address like this, which meant that he had never believed in a foreigner like her. Once Headmaster Harris came over, there would be no way to confirm the location of the Dark Lord right away. He would definitely choose to escape, and if he ventured to use the weird things Harris gave, if he was discovered, the Dark Lord with a good temper would obviously not let Parkinson go. Pansy sighed, knowing that there are only two things he can do now. One is to continue to persuade his father to go back to see Harris as soon as possible. The other is to investigate the distribution of people here as much as possible, and where the general Death Eaters live. Things to figure out. In Pansy's father's corridor, a door closer to the stairs was opened. A man opened the door and saw this side. He was wearing a fur hat and round sunglasses, with a beard on his face. There is also a shower in his hand. Pansy, you little guy, why are you standing here and blowing the cold wind? Watch out for the many dirty mole here, and watch out for them to harass you. He walked over, and he asked in a good mood, did you open the Christmas gift that Graham gave you? Unfortunately, the conditions are limited. My family doesn't give you anything suitable for a pretty little girl like you. When our goal is achieved in the future, we will give you something much better than this. Mr. Reynolds, thank you. Pansy felt a little uncomfortable. She wanted to say something polite, but she could see that the other party's sincere concern was stuck in her throat. She raised her hand and pretended to fix the hair on her forehead. Covering up the unnaturalness on his face, he simply said honestly, I just quarreled with my father, and I haven't had time to watch it yet. Death Eater Renault's eyes were not at the cruelty of the moles at this time, and even a little spoiled. He swept across Pansy's face and the closed door behind her, and saw the little girl with grievances. Appearance, thinking that he understood the reason, he softened his thick voice and rubbed Pansy's bob hairstyle indiscriminately. It is indeed a bit wrong to be mixed with moles now. With patience, the master will soon improve. There are more and more mudbloods in the floating city. Pansy nodded and followed the opponent's tone as an admission of the opponent's guess. But you'll go back later. It's better to stay away from the Malfoy boy. You are already a big girl. You should understand the reason. Renault hesitated to persuade Pansy, but he seemed to treat her later. Little girl, you can go back when the festival is over. It's not safe here, although you will be able to use magic and there will be no danger. As I said earlier, the boys in Eastern Europe are quite rude. You are so beautiful and will be entangled. I will, thank you. Pansy lowered his head to make the other party unable to see the sad look on his face. The friendliness of these old acquaintances and distant relatives of Parkinson made Pansy, who came here with ulterior motives, feel heavy. I'm going out to help buy something later. Do you want me to bring you something? Bring me some milk, Renault said. His expression turned a little happy. My wife and eldest daughter will also come over to spend the holidays with me, when you and your father come to my side for dinner. On the top floor of the mole house in Pansy and Renault, the young Voldemort put his arms on the railing, leaning over to watch Pansy and Graham talking below, looking directly into Pansy's eyes indifferently and emotionlessly just because of the protective spell. The people below can't understand the situation above. His gaze became more hollow and cold, squeezed on Pansy, and it took a long time to withdraw his gaze. Master, I heard that this Pansy Parkinson's son at Hogwarts and Malfoy and Harris' young daughter are very close. The lanky and long-faced guard standing next to Voldemort lowered his head and reminded, why don't you find a reason to rush her back, or do you? The young Dark Lord did not directly respond to his guards. His lips squirmed slightly, but instead asked another unrelated question. Stan, are you wanted? No, Master. I've basically been in charge of guarding work and haven't gone out much. Macklin suppressed the doubts that rose in his heart. He lowered his head and answered honestly without daring to ask more. From his perspective, he could see that the master was tight and smooth. The chin clicked downward. Stan, that's just right. I'll give you an important secret task. Voldemort turned around, his thin handsome cheeks facing the visibly excited guard. You prepare some good quality boxes with the non-marking retractable curse. Whether you make it yourself or buy it, wait a while for your colleagues to provide the resources in place, and you will find them all in one night. Don't let others see it. Yes, Master. After being given a heavy responsibility, the guard Stan with a flushed cheek answered without hesitation. He suddenly realized that the situation was not right. In shock, he suddenly raised his head and asked in a trembling voice, "Master?" Voldemort's handsome face showed a bit of coldness and ruthlessness. "Go to be wanted these days. You reading www.uukanzu.com sorted out all the list of not wanted and handed it to me. Yes, Master. Stan didn't dare to ask more, but he had a bad guess in his heart. Now there are some sicknesses in our team. We must trim the branches and leaves to keep it healthy. Voldemort's black jade hair swayed, his eyes fixed on Stan. His eyes seemed a little impatient, but they were gentle. The voice came out of his throat. For example, the old Parkinson you worried about? His occlumency is not as good as his daughter who has been studying at Hogwarts for several years after the reform. This stubborn position has long was shaken. I had long thought of betraying me, but now I just want to bet on both sides. At this time, Dan found a shadow of the snaky-faced owner from the other's expression and tone. His body bowed lower and he dared not say anything. Don't worry. The goal I told you is indeed my plan. Voldemort's slender hand flattened his magic robe that was wrinkled on the railing, raised his chin and said, with a weird smile on his mouth, I really want to take you to invade a Ministry of Magic and control the local magic world. But I think only those who are not wanted, and those few who are genuinely loyal to me are entitled to my reward. As for Parkinson, these speculators, when the time comes, we will gouge out the sores that will harm us. The guard held his breath and stared at him earnestly. So you understand? I will personally arrange more defenses against the magic of divination and prophecy on this floor. Don't let that pansy come up. Voldemort pointed his finger at several places around his room. In addition, when it's okay, let your people use phantom shifting more often. This is also a detection. Chapter 1318. Poetry. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. On Christmas Eve, Floating City has fully entered the atmosphere of the Christmas season. Most homes and shops put themselves in Christmas costumes. Several feet of snow covered the ground, and the surface of Black Lake was covered with hard ice. Thick ribbons made of holly and mistletoe are hung on the pillars of the Ravenclaw Temple. There are mysterious lights in every window, and there are some wizard versions that do not contain too much. Christmas carols with religious elements. Only a few immigrants, such as Jewish wizards, who did not meet Christmas, did not close the shops in the commercial square area. They hired wizards from countries that also did not meet Christmas as clerk, and worked hard in the shop. For those people who work during the Christmas holidays, the problem of eating is also solved in the restaurants opened by Asian wizards who are not used to the holidays. Except for those few shops, the lively place on the commercial square is undoubtedly the Ravenclaw Temple. The hall of the temple has not been decorated for festivals. Only the huge statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in the empty hall that connects the indoor world and the five-headed dragon-shaped relief as her mount, together with the sermon. Both the table and the benches with blue cushions were wiped clean and fresh. At the very top of the Ravenclaw Hall, similar to the tribunal of the Ministry of Magic, there are many Dementors floating at this time, those Dementors controlled by Ravenclaw. However, unlike the Ministry of Magic, they are not acting as guards and executioners. Their role in the temple is more like some servants. They are responsible for the maintenance of the temple with the palms that seem to be rotten and additionally modified with lenses. But today, they are restricted by the temple wizards. They can only hover around the top area like catkins because once they fly down too close as usual, they have learned to converge. But those guests who are accustomed to getting close to them will inevitably feel better or feel that they have lost their happiness, remembered some bad memories or terrible things. Because the temple needs to maintain its sacred particularity, Unlike the messy scenes where reporters wandered around at press conferences in the past, although some cameras were allowed to record the event in the temple, there was no cameraman behind the cameras who could do as usual, can manipulate it at will, and put its lens on Hermione's face. And the person in charge of this temple activity is Katie Bell, who has just graduated from Hogwarts and has already boarded the preaching stage. As the first and most loyal believer of Ravenclaw, she has become the #1 sacrifice in the temple. This witch from Gryffindor Academy who liked Quidditch as a chaser was the smallest member of the Quidditch team that Harry joined in his first grade. For the long-time player, she gave up the original goal of going to the Quidditch team, and even gave up the Gryffindor color dress. At this time, she was wearing a blue and bronze temple robe. At this time, Katie looked solemn and majestic, and she couldn't see much youthfulness. She stood upright on the preaching platform, while 4 clergymen stood below to act as a guard of honor. The too respectful belief made her behavior and demeanor pull. When Claw approached at least the Ravenclaw that outsiders knew, and sitting in the front row and most important position of the hall of the temple, those dumb guns who were specially arranged here need to be transformed into wizards. Filch wore a Hogwarts uniform and sat in the corner. He kept pressing his hands on his chest, restraining his nervousness. This made a temple attendant near him keep an eye on him for fear that he would faint. In addition to being old, because he was the first and most pious one, his prayers during this period have made those wizards who had believed in goddesses from the street Munger Hospital to see what fanaticism is. Mr. Granger and Mrs. Cravat are both religiously placed in the middle of the left and right rows as insiders. They certainly don't have to be like Filch, but they will inevitably take some casual responsibilities. And Petunia and Dudley were sitting beside Mr. Granger, and pure mole relatives like his husband Vernon were arranged to watch the ceremony in the back. For Petunia, she has been disturbed by the magnificent fantasy of the magical world during this period. In a short time at Hogwarts, she learned of the magical world far beyond what her sister had described to her. The quality of life is also much better than they thought. Although her nephew and the murderer had a bad face, they were regarded as unpredictable hospitality, as well as those who were called golems by wizards and were regarded by her as robots. Our service in place made her husband, who had been chattering before coming to the magic world, also closed his mouth and couldn't pick out any more thorns. What makes Penny really difficult to digest is that in addition to magic, there are real gods in this world, and it is this that allows them to have the opportunity to obtain magical power. These shocks and doubts make Penny during this period of time. The whole person was in a state of confusion, like falling into a dream. She could only sit in a serious position like the other 2 Dursley, father and son, who had been shocked by everything in front of her and dare not speak anymore. Let his breathing become rigid. And this group of people who do not possess magic among the magical crowd can obviously attract people's attention, because even the officials of the Ministry of Magic and even the directors of Harris only sat in the second and third rows. As many people recognized Filch, and some powerful wizards recognized the more famous Mr. Granger because of their business relationship with the Umbrella, but this made them even more confused. Katie Bell on the stage looked at the time, and then instead of using a magic wand, she used the gesture casting skills of the Vagada wizards modified by Alan, and applied a voice like rubbing her throat. Hong Liang curse. Everyone, whether you are a believer of the goddess or not, the Ravenclaw Temple welcomes you on Christmas Eve. Katie's voice is clear and unresolved under the blessing of the curse and the internal results specially designed by the temple. As for the shocking people, her deliberately imitating poetic tone made her sound so sacred. Today the great goddess and her voters, you reading www.uukanzu.com, will bring us to the magic world. Here is a great gift. Now I will ask Mr. Alan Harris, the voter of the goddess, to explain to everyone. Alan, who was already waiting behind the preaching stage, just wandered to the stage. Katie consciously retreated to a set, and her principal appeared in the most obvious position in the eyes of others. Miss Rowena Ravenclaw and I have recently had some new ideas in the study of magic. Alan's eyes swept across the wizards present, and everyone seemed to intersect with his eyes for a moment. His voice was also much slower than usual. Those dumb believers who spontaneously and sincerely believe in Goddess Ravenclaw will receive a precious gift, and Goddess Ravenclaw will use her powers on them. The dumb believers who sincerely believe in the Goddess Ravenclaw will be inspired by the magic in their blood. Let them gain the spellcasting ability they should have, and become a wizard. And I will use my skills in alchemy and magic, the small achievements in pharmacy, together with the goddess, enable these believers to successfully complete this divine transformation. There was some understatement in Alan's tone, but he seemed to throw a thunderbolt in the crowd. After the first brief silence, many people stood up directly from their seats without being polite. Some even suspected that their ears were misheard, and eagerly asked the people around them. This noisy sound was amplified under the structure of the temple, which made the temple look a bit noisy, like the commercial plaza outside for the first time. I know everyone's excitement about this miracle of the goddess, but please restrain yourself. Let us witness with a pious heart. Katie's voice of forcibly imitating poetry made the temple quiet, and was invited. The wizards who came over looked at the preaching stage without daring to come out. Chapter 1319, On Track. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Katie Bell opened her arms and called out loudly, "The one who has been gifted by God prepares." 3 clergy waiters dressed in blue ancient twinned robes, holding lighted sage, walked to a field with a 6-pointed star under the statue of Ravenclaw, and smoked and purified the area. The lights in the temple suddenly went out, and the light in the temple dimmed a lot for a while, and only the skylight came in from the tall windows. From the gate of the temple, 3 priests entered the temple with large candles and enshrined the candles in front of the statue. The light of Goddess Ravenclaw's revelation, our glory. Goddess, please let your believers be enlightened by you, embark on the smooth path of wisdom, and enter the magical world of magic and mystery. Katie's prayer sounded throughout the temple, reverberating in the middle. Please give candles to those who have been gifted by God to show their love and sincerity. Regardless of whether they were sincere or cooperating with the acting, they stood up solemnly under the guidance of a clergyman, holding the lighted candle in their hands, and slowly stepping into the area cleaned by the waiters. Kneeling on the ground, he put his candle into a big 6-pointed star-shaped mirror. These candles were suspended just like they were at Hogwarts, without soot or tears, and they looked holy and calm. The singing of the choir became more and more holy and exalted. Amidst the sound of prayer, Helena's figure appeared in the middle of the 6-pointed star. She had a tray with potions in her hand, which was different from the milky white and transparent body in the past. Helena was carefully dressed up, although her clothing remained unchanged. Her hair was coiled into a delicate bun, a pearl hairpin was pinned to the bun, and it exuded a warm light under the light. The exposed cheeks and skin still didn't look bloody, but they felt a lot of porcelain. Seeing her, there was a little uncontrollable scream in the temple, but this slight commotion was suppressed and disappeared. None of these Hogwarts graduated wizards didn't know Miss Grey, but seeing a ghost really lift this thing made their eyes full of surprise and strangeness. But because Katie had reminded to keep quiet before, so the scene did not appear to be noisy. Hermione, who was accompanying her father, had fluffy brown hair swaying and looked at Helena in amazement. Doubts surged in her heart. According to the arrangement she knew before, Helena was not responsible for this matter. She could materialize it. It is one of the secrets that have always been protected, which will drive the ghosts who can only wander forever crazy. Pinlo squinted at her eyes. She noticed Hermione's surprised expression, and snorted, knowing her worry. Before the event, I heard the mad girl temporarily ask Ellen and Helena to do this. Ilan, you're worried about this? But the mad girl said that after her strength has increased, she can make a few ghosts temporarily get this experience without using the old method. Now the ghosts all over the world probably want to come over to provide the mad girl. Believe it, it will make her stronger. Hermione leaned back on the seat with her straightened body just now. She did not feel jealous of the power gap between her and Luna like Pinlo did. For thousands of years, I don't know how many ghosts there are in the magical world. There is no way to taste food and touch objects. This kind of ability attracts them who are boring in life. But it is a good thing. Helena does not have to hide it. At that time, the floating city will become a ghost city. I hope you can still think so. Punlo said sourly. It's boring. I'm going home to cook for the holidays. Miss Know-It-All, help me when the ceremony is over. Say it. She knows that you don't need to send it back on the way. At this time, Katie Bell on the stage has slowly walked to the daughter of the goddess, and her ardent and devout eyes are deliberately dyed into Ravenclaw Academy color matching by Alan to avoid being discovered as a magic potion. The bottle was swept over, and she, who was already full of the spirit of a stick, raised her head and chanted loudly. Goddess Ravenclaw gave her devout believers the opportunity to open the door to the new world. Help you and other grateful goddesses' kindness diligently believe in and look up. The chief priest solemnly called Filch and their names in turn, and handed out these blue potions one by one to the dumb cannons, and then took the lead to face the statue of the goddess and knelt down to pray religiously. All the wizards who believe in Ravenclaw and these dumb guns also knelt down to pray. The poems extolling the deeds of Ravenclaw once again sounded from the mouth of the choir, and from the mouths of the temple waiters who were walking around the temple also flew out of the mouths. These songs echoed throughout the temple, dedicating them to the goddess without reservation. His admiration is expressed through singing, making the temple more solemn. The pious expressions, the tears under the goddess sculpture, the softly singing poetry, the soft sunlight that shines through the window, and the muttering prayers all have a moving charm. Suddenly, a great sense of panic enveloped them, and the wizards looked around nervously, and the inexplicable heart palpitations almost made their hearts jump out of their throats. They were so nervous that they could almost hear their pulse beating. Such a familiar feeling made the clergy in the temple so excited that they immediately knelt down respectfully, chanting prayers, and constantly praising Goddess Ravenclaw. A series of kaleidoscope-like illusions appeared at the top of the temple. The middle one is the huge omniscient eye. It is composed of black and blue energy, and the black energy in the shape of raven feathers overflows from the edges. They continue to gush out, flying out, dissolving together from time to time, and spinning apart from time to time, and then all this dissolves from time to time in an unfathomable vast darkness and depth, as if there are countless deeper black worlds and the sun here. The piece rotates in the abyss. Around the eye of all-knowing, eyeballs of different sizes went out and disappeared disorderly. The part that fell off and the dark energy flowing out of the raven feathers gathered together to form an ominous and terrifyingly unpredictable description. Image of. After Hogwarts drove out of Dumbledore, the scene reappeared. The wizards seemed to have lost all their sanity in a short period of time, and began to lose interest in everything. They just stared blankly at the group on the top of the temple. Something huge. And Petunia, Dudley, Filch, these dumb guns that currently don't possess any magical powers are even more unbearable. They exhaled short and convulsively, their faces pale and fainted on the ground. This kind of convulsion protection, they lost their ability to perceive everything in the outside world. Those fixed cameras were still functioning normally and recorded the image of Ravenclaw illuminating them. Unlike the previous time when I used divine power to pretend to be forcibly, this time Luna's form contained and displayed things that were real, but too much, too messy, and ordinary mortals could not understand at all. But they couldn't look away from above. Mortals can't bear it. Their eyes are black and there is a buzzing in their ears, and they feel that their whole body is scattered like dust. They are crushed by this divine power and they are completely speechless. The heart is like a pendulum, just shaking in the chest. Go, throw away all thoughts. Even the clergy in the temples like Katie cannot avoid it. After that, a thumping sound came from the roof of the shed, which made Alan Ang, who was still awake, look up. The dementors of her servants on the ceiling also lost their minds and floated unconsciously on the roof. Under the influence of the energy that Luna radiated, some of them were shocked to the ceiling. There are a few because they are too close to the feather-like energy of those gloomy ravens, You reading www.uukanzu.com is like a fluttering feather and is powerless to resist, turning into some black ashes and being drawn into those eyeballs like real smoke. Alan took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. This pressure caused his back to be slightly bent, and his palm was squeezed on the preaching stage. Looking at these indescribable forms that continued to gather and disappear, and nodded secretly. Recently, Luna's sources of collecting faith have been on the right track, and her power has grown day by day. Suddenly, more than 20 ghosts suddenly appeared at the gate of the temple. The fat monk, the almost headless Nick, the Barrow, and Lockhart took the lead to walk in the forefront. The others were ordinary ghosts from the academy because they were so close. They are the fastest group to reach the temple. These pearly white, translucent ghosts slid into the temple. The restlessness caused by the ghosts also did not last long. As soon as they entered the temple, they were shocked by Ravenclaw's coercion and this indescribable form, as if they had seen the eyes of a basilisk, set in place. There is no way to move again. Don't panic. The goddess is merciful and merciful, as long as you believe in Goddess Ravenclaw from the heart and are pious enough. Then the goddess will be able to gift the most pious part of the ghosts for temporary experience. Alan said the ghost explained a few words. Suddenly realized that they are now in a state of loss of sanity because of looking directly at a queen, and shook his head with a wry smile. He lifted his finger and wrote what he had just said in the air with illusion. Strings of sentences gleamed in the air. Almost there. Let's go back and unpack the Christmas present. Alan passed his voice to Luna in the sky, pulling up his daughter Helena, who was also stunned, and disappeared from the temple. Chapter 1320. Binding Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The crowd below the temple began to regain their sanity. When Katie and the others resumed the ceremony, in the private room at the top of the temple, Alan began to take care of Helena and put her by the window to restore her to normal, but she had already reverted herself to Luna. In Luna's form lay directly on her recliner. Isn't it enough for Rowena to come out? Make yourself so tired. Alan let go of her embarrassed daughter because she had just been stunned, and then turned her attention to the pile of maidens facing the foot of the table. On the gift she moved over, which helped me to open it for you. They were all from my family. I asked Maggie to help us organize the ones from outsiders. It doesn't take much effort in that form now. I prayed too much today and it made my brain hurt. Luna turned over and stared at the gift box in Alan's hand. Can't you hide it? Alan picked up one from the box and handed it to his daughter. Helena, this is a gift. The real gift that Dad gives you is a bit late. Then he looked at Luna. I want me give you a massage. It'll be fine after a while. The recent increase in faith is too fast to digest. Luna stared at the pile of gifts with her eyes raised. Helena also opened the gift from Alan, a headband with iron stone inlaid with something like a Ravenclaw crown. Thank you, Father. I already like this gift. No more trouble. The Christmas gift I give you is that you don't have to hide it in the future, Helena. Luna casually crossed a piece of pudding and threw it into her mouth. Helena, this trinket has a bit of illusion ability, which allows you to change your style when you wear it. Of course you have to think clearly about the style in your mind. Alan reached out and touched her daughter's long hair. The problem of changing clothes. I have no research and clues in this aspect. You can try it yourself. After the actualization, you can change your clothes and then become a ghost. It's okay whether it's new clothes with ghosts or back to old clothes. I'm afraid that when the time comes, the new clothes will fall to the floor after you become indifferent, and your original clothes have not changed back. So remember to try them in your room, not in. Dad, this gift is great. I don't need to change my clothes anymore. Helena interrupted her father, a little annoyed. She couldn't admit that she had already tried something. As Alan speculated, if changing the physical clothes into the entity will cause her to be naked when she changes back, and she has to pick up and change the old clothes that have returned to the ghost shape. Anyway, there are not too many gifts. Alan responded. and then looked at the largest gift box by the wall that he had just stared at. He opened the big ribbon on it, and after splitting the package, a blue and bronze one, the colorful mole exercise bikes appeared in front of them. Luna, this is a gift from Punlo. A time machine that gods can use. Alan picked up a greeting card on the seat of the car, and after a quick glance, he couldn't help laughing out. See, Luna looked over with a blank gaze, and cleared his throat at the greeting card. As long as you pedal on it for half an hour, then you will travel to the future 30 minutes later. By the way, you can also say goodbye to the fat on your body. Merry Christmas, Punlo Cravat. Luna was disappointed to lie down and didn't look anymore, but then Helena, who was holding a smile by the window, let out an exclamation. A lot of ghosts. They came so soon. Helena accidentally caught a glimpse of the pearly white scenes outside the temple. She grabbed her skirt and turned her head to look worriedly at her mother. I understand them. But mother, back then let me materialize. You and my father have consumed a lot of people's souls. Now that so many ghosts are coming, how shall we satisfy them? Although the ghosts don't need to sleep and don't know they are tired, they can provide faith without interruption. Alan looked at the ghosts who rushed out of the window and had a tingling scalp. Is there so much confidence? Although it should not cause any substantial harm, this number will only increase. So much is a good thing. It can be used as a booster for me to transform into a true god. It should be able to give them the ability to experience the physical feelings for a short time. Luna's convex eyes swept across the windows and walls dimly, as if seeing through these obstacles. You can see the ghost below. If something goes wrong, then I will also be a true god. I know from the scrolls that after becoming a god, Tom can obtain the true immortality that Tom desires most, and immunity to toxins, paralysis, shock, and magic that negatively affects the soul. Alan raised his eyebrows and leaned back on his chair. But some other benefits are not known to those arcanists who do not believe in gods. Do you have any understanding? The biggest difference from false gods, I should be able to directly grant believers divine power to perform divine magic. Just like Helena can use me to cast some magic in my domain in the future, and may even gain a certain degree of ability to change reality. Luna said in a daze, turning her light-colored eyes to Ellen. For example, easily changing the form and local weather, manipulating plants, creating objects out of thin air. This is different from the way in which polymorphism relies on magical energy to maintain its effect. Turning wood into an iron block really transforms it. Even if all spells are cast, it will not be lifted, although magical items are estimated to be not enough to create at will. In addition, the fire of life of mortals who have not read the scrolls and know the truth of magic can be extinguished directly and easily by me. These abilities are mainly related to the priesthood. According to the believer's belief, I should have something to do with knowledge, wealth, and the medical field. Alan nodded while listening. His expression became a little serious, and then took a deep breath and asked the question he had been worried about. Will you stay in your own realm like you of death? I think the despicable Hellbow part is not much on him, will you? My temples are counted as my realm of the gods. I can also use believers as avatars of saints. You are reading www.uukanzu.com as my elect. Some attributes upgrade. To maintain your avatar does not dissipate those immune to negative effects it can be for you. Luna's eyes softly looked at Alan. In addition, this is also a problem that I need to solve by myself. While these priests bring strength, they also bind me. But don't worry, Raven will not be bound. It's good if you have a plan. I don't know how to help with your path in this area. Alan sighed and didn't ask any more. Then he deliberately said with a shy face and winks, but you just counted as your original. It looks like this. At least you don't need an exercise bike to say goodbye to the fat. Huh? Alan's slender fingers suddenly pressed his mark of perception, and the room was quiet for a while before Alan raised his brows and said, I will go out to get the Christmas present for Helena. In the stronghold of the young Dark King of Eastern Europe, Pansy withdrew from the window, and stuffed what was like a toy remote control into her Slytherin Viper pocket. Is this a fool? The Mole toys are unreliable, and they can't be collected when they are put out. Old Parkinson, sitting in the chair, said with some annoyance, "After dinner, you will be finished tomorrow. Just go back and take home the Christmas gifts the host gave us. They are all good things. You should play more wizard stuff." Pansy shook her bob hairstyle. "Dad, you better, as soon as possible. Don't talk about this during the holidays." Old Parkinson interrupted impatiently. "It's almost time to go to Reynolds. We can't wait until we have a meal." "You can help him," Parkinson muttered. "Reynolds, neither his wife nor his daughter know how to cook, and he will definitely find a reason to keep the kitchen later. Don't embarrass me by showing any contempt for this wife who is afraid of his wife." Chapter 1321. Can imitate her actions. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Reynolds, with a beard-faced face and a bubble curse on his head, wearing an apron and holding a wooden spatula in his hand, came over and opened the door. Hurry up, dear." Old Parkinson brought his lovely daughter Pansy over here. Renaud shouted into the bathroom, but his voice was a little buzzing because of the effect of the bubblehead curse. "Sorry, they just arrived." Before long, my wife bumped into an old mole when I went upstairs. So she was taking a bath. She liked to listen to music at this time. Maybe she didn't hear. Then really need to Washington. Old Parkinson pointed to the soothing curse on Renaud's head. "What's wrong with your head? These mole kitchens are too primitive. They don't even have a chimney." "I can only do it myself," Renaud complained, waving the wooden spatula in his hand, and then shouted to the room, "Elizabeth, come out." "What good things can these moles have? Oh." Old Parkinson patted Renaud on the shoulder indifferently. Pansy, who had already enjoyed a lot of magical furniture transformed with mole objects in the floating city, opened his mouth and gave up on telling Renaud that there should be a cooker hood without a chimney. Then, a girl wearing a white background, embroidered with a red elk sweater and combing two golden bag heads, jumped out of the room on the right side of the aisle inside the house. She also held some clothes and hangers in her hand. "She took too much clothes. I organized it for a long time," Renaud explained to the Parkinsons with a smile on his face. "Pansy, you played together when you were young, but I sent her to Durmstrang to school. There are no mudbloods there." "Hello, Mr. Parkinson. Does Pansy remember me?" The girl named Elizabeth had a sweet smile. Although Pansy had no impression of her, she still opened her lips and smiled at this enthusiastic little girl. For a moment, "Baby, you can clean up later," Renaud said to his daughter after greeting. "Help me go downstairs and buy some cheddar cheese, 2 boxes of milk. My potted plants need a new watering can. Elizabeth is still sorting me out." Pansy's gaze swept across the clothes in Linda's hand. She didn't know the shop when she first came here. "Is there anything else she needs?" "This is enough," Renaud said happily. "Parkinson, you have a good daughter." "Thank you, Pansy." Elizabeth hung a dress on the hanger. After suddenly her eyes lit up. "My mother just came upstairs and bumped into a dirty old mole. We can go together when we are done." "Prank her, Elizabeth? I told you that the Dark Lord wants us to keep a low profile lately and don't do those stupid things." Renaud scolded a little unhappily. "It's fine to use an oblivion spell on her at that time." Pansy squeezed a smile and waved and turned and started going downstairs, full of guilt after they came to the umbrella for a surprise attack in the middle of the night. Even if they were not killed on the spot and caught back for trial, the charge of supporting the Dark Lord is estimated to be enough for them to go to prison for a lifetime. When Pansy walked out of the hall, the clock on the wall was close to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the house that seemed a bit deserted because it was working hours. After a wave of magical power, a lot of black fog suddenly appeared out of thin air on each floor. A group of umbrella-armed wizards dressed in new ancient wizard robes with umbrellas came to the scene aggressively. There were some muffled noises in some corridors, and the Wolf Mother, Victor, and Longi came out from the door. According to the precise information provided by Pansy. These Umbrella members were led by several leaders from all angles. They directly attacked like ghosts, and quickly solved the designated wizard guards of public areas such as corridors on various floors. However, more Death Eaters who were still in their homes for the festival did not know this. Some moles who were unlucky and happened to witness this situation in the corridor were surprised to find that they were suddenly unable to scream. These were basically retired old men and women. In a moment of trance, they only felt that these intruders were the police were on an arrest mission and began to walk stiffly towards their home. Punlo and Sirius swaggered into the lobby from the main entrance of this mole house. The fat man and the doctor followed them. At this time, the key points on each floor were already occupied by the umbrella that had just entered. Standing on the top floor of this mole house, Death Eater guard Stan put his hands on the dark brown painted stair railing, leaned out across the stairs and looked down. He just saw this. I understand that because of their weak defensive power during the festival, and the other party completed the attack quickly, it clearly proved that the Parkinsons are indeed spies. Especially he recognized that the aggressive female era who walked upwards step by step was the cruel female era. Punlo Cravat, Sirius Black, an elite member of the Order of the Phoenix who escaped from Azkaban, plus a large group of Umbrella forces that have occupied key positions on each floor. Stan narrowed his eyes, ignoring the yelling to remind the wizards downstairs who would have been mostly abandoned to flee. He retracted his body lightly and quickly and desperately apparated. He must hurry up and tell the room these circumstances of the inner Dark Lord. Who was even lucky and admired the eyes of the Dark Lord. Many of the materials donated by those families were placed in the Dark Lord's room. And Punlo under the stairs stood still in the lobby on the first floor of the house. It seemed that she was not in a hurry to move. Instead, she took out a small blue potion box from her pocket with her right hand and raised her hand to take the potion. The box shook slightly in his ear. Sirius held the magic wand in his hand and said impatiently, "What are you going to do?" "Don't dawdle. You didn't use the anti-phantom shifting barrier this time." Punlo ignored him, just lowered his head and opened the medicine box, poured a few pills out of it, opened his lips and bit with his teeth lightly and started chewing. His short hair leaned back, and the sound of crunching bones on his neck sounded. She swallowed the pills, leaned back and twisted her shoulders back and forth to relax her shoulders. After shaking her head again, she returned to her normal posture and stood up straight. "What are you eating?" Sirius asked suspiciously. "There are still people in there who can't be killed. I suggest Punlo take some calming potion, which can effectively avoid killing red eyes." The doctor said. "It seemed a bit tasteful. The medicine I made is also very good, and I won't add it to you." "What a weird thing. Why do you only eat Principal Harris?" Punlo didn't take care of the doctor who was spying on her. She just turned up her mouth, and clicked the button on the new product Wizard Walkman at Floating City on her waist. The earphone was inserted into my left ear hole. With a longing smile, his eyes were a little obsessed and said, "I like the tranquility of the moment before the storm. It reminds me of Beethoven. Do you hear it? It's like lying in the grass. Inside. You can hear grass growing and insects crawling." "I don't listen to these things," Sirius said irritably. "Where is that Graham on the third floor?" "Which side of us are we doing this, to the left and right?" This was regarded as a harm to Regular, the main force that C joined. I have to teach him a lesson. After entering the door, the left-hand side is not the left-hand side in the direction of going out. The fat man seemed to rarely find superiority in IQ, so he was very friendly and prompted, "Don't be too anxious. He should be still at home." Wolf Mother said that most people are not important. It's okay if the others ran away. Lesson. No matter whether it is a Death Eater or not, being able to appear here and be caught back for trial is almost a reward for the kiss of a Dementor. Punlo was infected by the music in her ears, and she raised her hands as she walked unconsciously. The 10 fingers bent downward and made a gesture of playing the piano, just like this. Suddenly, Punlo raised his hand, and without using a magic wand, a sharp edge cut a door that had just been pushed open in half, and the upper half of a man fell out from his, judging from the dressing and the position of the intelligence. This was obviously a Death Eater who heard the sound of the sound. It reminds me of our predators passing by the Slytherin common room. Sirius exaggerated the opponent's cleanliness and was surprised, as he watched the female heir who seemed to be immersed in classical music again. Shrugging, I couldn't help feeling that the other person was cool. Maybe next time I participate in an action like the Order of the Phoenix, I can imitate her actions. Chapter 1322? A bit stuffy. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. With a loud bang, the door closed by Renault was used by Punlo to open the sesame door spell before the invention of the Arroge Cave. The door panel was immediately chopped into wood and flew to the side. Pansy! An exclamation sound came from inside the door, and Punlo's tight lips hooked up slightly, strode out, and said to the doctor behind him, "You stay here and come in later." Then Punlo stepped in, raised his left hand in the air and brushed it with the music in her ears, while Elizabeth inside just heard the movement of the corridor and came out to check and hit the scene of Punlo's intrusion, so that she who recognized the identity of the other party was so scared that she immediately screamed. Seeing that the girl didn't carry a magic wand in his hand, Punlo's mouth was deflated, and a spell was shot at her when he raised his hand, just to let the spell brush over the little girl's hair like a teaser. The little girl who was almost hit was like a frightened deer. Rushing into the room, she yelled in panic, "Dad!" Punlo squeezed her magic wand and walked forward murderously, but after passing a room door, she shook her finger to the sky like a house of music, took a few steps backwards, and raised her wand. Push the door with one foot to enter. Renault's wife is sitting in a foamy white ceramic bathtub. She has only her shoulders exposed, and she wears a wizard Walkman like Punlo on her head. She is closing her eyes while shaking to the rhythm, apparently taking a bath. While listening to the song, she didn't notice Punlo, who broke in suddenly. However, Punlo did not give the adult wizard a chance like a girl. She raised her wand without saying anything, and a grey light hit the woman's moon before, directly piercing her and the bathtub behind her. A hole was opened. The woman just came and snorted, and was instantly hit and turned backwards. The two white and foamy arms that were thrown up were in a surrender posture in the air, and then she weakly leaned on the bathtub. Under the impact of this gravity, the water and foam in the bathtub, together with the blood from the penetrating wound on her body, began to flow outward from the skeleton that was penetrated in the bathtub. Punlo stepped on the overflowing water. She leaned over and stretched out her hand to grab the earphone that the woman was hanging on her ear. She pulled it off with a little force. She raised her hand and put the earphone to her ear. After just hearing one sentence, Punlo threw the earphones into the bathtub in disgust, and sneered from his lips in disdain. Punlo came out of the bathroom and came to the kitchen from the corridor, but she didn't find anyone. She deliberately raised her magic wand and the sound of ping pong pong sounded. The split stove, cooking utensils and half-finished Christmas dishes made the kitchen a mess. Then, Punlo saw old Parkinson behind the red and yellow door curtain leading from the kitchen to the dining room. He leaned on the innermost wall with his back exposed in horror and tried to walk away. "Ah, you are here. I thought you would apparat the first time." "So, Miss Parkinson convinced you?" Punlo exclaimed and began to walk to the restaurant next to him. The sound of his boots on the floor seemed to be in the heart of old Parkinson. Punlo stood in front of the red and yellow bead curtain, holding his magic wand, and the other arm was like performing a symphony, waving exaggeratedly to both sides and upwards. The chain was opened by her and the legs were bent on tiptoes, like it's like dancing, forcing old Parkinson. And old Parkinson just stared at each other blankly. Punlo leaned back slightly, raised his chin, and took out a pocket watch with one hand and tapped it with a magic wand. "I told Miss Parkinson the time ... Punlo's wand tip moved backwards from the pocket watch, and the green light hit a white cabinet behind him that opened a bit and flew in. Then Renault, holding his wand inside, flung out from the cabinet and fell to the ground. The pale and lifeless complexion shows that he is dead. Seeing that their sneak attack was going to be easily deciphered, old Parkinson's eyes widened, desperately as if he dared not breathe, and he couldn't say a word with his half-open mouth. That said, it seems that she hasn't convinced you. But don't worry, you have a good daughter. Punlo leaned halfway on the cabinet beside him, turning the wand in his hand boredly. The battle just now made her understand the Death Eaters in front of them were not the elites of the Dark Lord, which made her lose interest. She lazily held the Walkman on her waist, and then noticed the expression of the old Parkinson, who was frightened. You don't like Beethoven? You missed a lot of things. The overture can make people excited, it's so sonorous and powerful. But after this part seriously it's a bit boring about his female horse. She looked back at her. The cabinet, spreading his hands, raised a little voice, so I stopped. As expected, the second person rushed out of the cupboard. It was Renault's eldest daughter, who had just been teased by Punlo. She did not dare to look at her father, who fell on the floor and ran out hastily. As she approached the door of the room, she saw the doctor, who had just come in. At this time, she began to think about the problem of the magic wand, but before she turned completely, the doctor cut her neck from the back to the front with the magic wand. The girl lost control of her body because her spine was severed. She, like his father, fell on the floor like a mass of mud. Darmstrand's teaching is getting worse and worse. When I graduated, the students had to apparat, but basically no wands were needed. The doctor walked into the kitchen from the corridor, and she flipped the corridor shelf casually. The original owner of this house likes Mozart. Punlo, your mother said when she was entertaining me that when you were a kid, often accompanied her to the Mozart Steel Special. Kakarov is really getting better and better. Go back and let Alan urge him. Punlo didn't respond to the killing of the girl she generously spared. She was just worse than her students. The opponent was not interested. At this time, I saw the CD in the hands of the doctor. You know, my parents are lawyers. These snobs like to live in the upper class. I have been affected by some bad habits, but at least the music is not bad. Old Parkinson noticed that the two cruel witches were talking about music, and seemed to relax his attention to himself. He breathed a little heavy, and quietly touched the wand inserted in his trouser pocket with his hand, and raised his hand to shoot a flaming spell. The old Parkinson, who knew how to hurt people and just wanted to run away, didn't even have the courage to look at the flames. He just seized the opportunity to apparat instantly. The feeling of teleportation just came, and the tension in his heart hadn't been relieved yet. He felt after a pang of pain. You were reading www. You Kansu. He fell to the floor. His body was broken into several segments, and he twitched weakly on the floor. Blood gushed from the broken part of his limbs, and quickly stained the floor red. The doctor seemed to be taken aback by the accident. She dropped the disc for fear of being criticized by the Wolf Mother and began to cast a spell at Parkinson, who was twitching, with her magic wand. The other hand began to pull some white in her pocket. Moss. Doctor, don't let this idiot die. Punlo retracted her wand. She looked at the doctor with annoyed eyes. She snarled the old Parkinson, who was broken in three on the ground, and then looked at her robe sleeves. Damn. Does he understand human words? His dirty blood was splashed on my robe. After speaking, Punlo walked out of this mule house by himself, leaned on the wall outside the door of Renault and the corpse of his eldest daughter, bent one leg on the wall, and started using his magic wand. Cleaned up the sleeves of his robe and was dipped in blood. At this time, the Wolf Mother in the stairwell noticed that Punlo came out, and she quickly walked over and stood in front of Punlo. After a few words from her opponents, Punlo, basically no problem, but because of this, failed to set up the anti-phantom shifting enchantment this time. A few useless things were let go and a few little ones. Sirius caught Graham instead. It's okay, these are not targets, and I ran away. Punlo leaned against the wall, nodded indifferently, and then said to the Wolf Mother, we don't need to arrest people and go back. I understand. Mother Wolf nodded and agreed, and then she asked with some worry, There is no reaction upstairs. Shall we go up and see? Pinlo sighed, and she shook the Blood Alliance ornament that hung on her neck with the appearance of a ceremonial dagger carved with a human face. He is on it. Before we came in. Chapter 1323. Are you brave just now? Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Later, Pansy entered the house with large bags and small bags bought from a nearby convenience store. Almost Leak, the little witch, discovered something was wrong. The moles in the building were no longer there, and the guards in the corridor at the entrance of the stairs were also gone. When she noticed that one of the assistants' long eyes was carrying something, an armed wizard in uniform with an umbrella was looking down on the third floor, Pansy involuntarily squeezed the things she was holding, and her heartbeat speeded up, and then she understood Harris probably was worried that she would be taken away by her. Telling her that she would act in the middle of the night was a pretense. In fact, in order to avoid Yi Ching-meng and confidence in strength, they did not plan to wait until the night when the guards were slightly relaxed. And Pansy was a person who Punlo specifically explained before the action that he could not hurt. The umbrellas also knew that today's action went smoothly because of the intelligence of the little witch in front of them, so there was no obstacle at all. Many people even nodded to her. With a greeting, a blank-faced little witch walked in and acted freely. Pansy walked in slowly, and his eyes swept over the corpses with wide-open doors on the ground. Those were her familiar faces. There were also some people who were still joking with her kindly in the morning. Now they have become cold. Dead body. Pansy's heartbeat beats drums next to her eardrums and understands another misunderstanding. The umbrellas are not hers. They have no intention of arresting them. But just for a while, Pansy stepped on her heavy legs to speed up the steps and stepped up gradually, worrying about her father. She went straight to Renno's house. Then Pansy noticed Punlo and the wolf mother standing at the door of Renno's house. She ignored the combat class professor and her assistant who were greeting her, but peeked in from the door of Renno's house, and then at a glance, she saw Elizabeth leaning on the ground, her hands straight forward, her head tilted to one side to reveal the wound on the back of her neck. Her eyes widened, her pupils had spread, and her pale cheeks were a little distorted. Obviously he was greatly frightened before he died. This made Pansy leaned against the wall with his legs soft, and the things he'd bought in his hands rolled to the ground. She's still a child. An old voice came across the door diagonally, and an old lady with a green silk scarf on her head, a cotton jacket and large framed glasses walked out tremblingly. As if her neck couldn't bear the weight of her head. Yes, her head dropped to her chest, and she reluctantly turned to Punlo's direction, and some harsh voice sounded. Police officer. No matter if this boring family does not have long eyes. What? Please be gentle in law enforcement. But there are children. We will, ma'am. Please go home first when the police handle the case. Mother Wolf glanced at the old lady, her voice cold. The old lady struggled with her eyes and seemed to still want to talk. Before she could speak, she heard a bang. The sound of cracking glass on her door blasted in the ears of the old lady, and the glass fragments scattered everywhere. Flying around, this made the old lady shrunk her neck by the sudden sound. She didn't dare to say more. She lowered her head and decided to go back to the room to complain to the police for violent law enforcement. The old lady shook her fist and trembled in her chest. He went back to his room. Mother Wolf looked at the student with good talent in front of her. She sighed, knowing that there was practice between these Death Eaters and Parkinson's family. She patted Pansy on the shoulder. Your father just accidentally suffered. There was a small injury, but don't worry. The doctor is treating it. Hearing that her father was injured, Pansy couldn't care to say more. She nodded to the wolf mother indiscriminately to express her gratitude. In fact, she barely saw a real dead person. She stepped over Elizabeth on the ground with some soft legs and staggered. When I entered the kitchen, I saw my father's rickety body sitting on a wooden dining chair. There were no scars on his body, but he seemed to have exhausted all his energy. His complexion was a little blue, and his lips were bloodless. On the chair, the doctor is using a magic wand to cast spells on his scars. He don't know if it is to remove the scars or to stick them together. The entire room was still full of the smell of white moss, which made Pansy, who didn't dare to disturb the information, understand more or less that the reason for his father's injury was that something went wrong when the apparition ran away. Punlo, who followed in, did not speak immediately. She was somewhat embarrassed about the accident after all. She knew that Pansy had a good relationship with Emily, who would support her at home, and she was in Hogwarts students. So after waiting for the doctor to collect the wand and change to another place, the female professor walked over and kicked the student's boots with her boots to make her feel refreshed. Then she raised her chin. With the help of Mr. Parkinson, this campaign to encircle the Death Eaters was very successful, and the Ministry of Magic will reward you for abandoning your father who gave us information. At this time, Pansy's pale face turned to Punlo. She understood what Punlo meant, just like Lucius did. From then on, Dad was whitewashed, but their distant relatives and friends were the price. Then the time went back a few minutes ago, and the apparition from the top stairwell of this building moved to his master's room. Before he could stand firm, the guard Stan shouted in a panic, "Master, it's not good, Umbrella." Seeing the scene in front of him, the words behind Stan choked in his throat with fright. Simeon dared to sit on the sofa with his master on his back. This man's hair is all white, and even his skin is unhealthily pale. Layers of raven feather shawls with black cloaks surround his shoulders, and those inlaid orbs have reptile pupils. After he came in, he turned around and stared at him. This made Stan instantly recognize the identity of the other party. The hair on his back was instantly erected, and his whole body was stiff as if he had been cast a petrification curse. That was Alan Harris? His hand was actually it swayed over the owner's shoulders like that. Yelling and screaming about what it looks like. "I haven't seen any guests. I don't know how to be polite at all." Voldemort was a little stiff on the sofa to look a little awkward. He yelled angrily, handsomely. His face burned into a terrible place. Stan's mouth was half opened in surprise. He realized that his master had been taken prisoner in an instant. The matter was irretrievable to this point. The black mist that had not completely dissipated on his body rose again from where he was. The young Voldemort noticed that Ellen beside him turned his head and looked at the guard. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a long thin flame came out of his mouth. The fierce fire burst out and burst into flames. It became a fire and burned towards Alan, and then his body shook, and the black mist replaced him, and he also launched apparition to try to get away from here. Then almost instantly, the black mist in the room dissipated, and Stan felt that the corpse was softer than under his thighs. When his gaze returned, he found that he was also sitting on the sofa. Like the master he had encountered, he separated the two sides of Harris, and this white Alan Harris with hair put his hands on their shoulders. Harris' eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of his mouth raised, his expression as if he was watching a Quidditch game with two good brothers. But the fierce fire that Voldemort had just spit out in the room turned into a giant python. Alan's head was tilted back and a long inhalation made the fierce giant python on top of his head turn into a long thin. The rope slid into Alan's nose and disappeared quickly. Only some hot air proved what had just happened. Voldemort, who had returned to a sitting posture, had a sullen face and said nothing. "Are you brave just now?" Alan put down his arm on Stan, and a tissue on a table flew into his hand. Alan carefully pressed his nose with the tissue and blew him. "Despite the coincidence, I haven't trimmed my nose hair recently." Chapter 1324? Mr. Tom, a fake JJ lover Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The young Voldemort's black jade hair shook a few times and then dropped a little lower. He sat quietly next to Alan, as if nothing had happened just now. But the turbulence in his heart was the opposite of the calm on the outside. Close-range contact. The gap between himself in his 20s and the younger Alan Harris is bigger than he thought. Under the cover of the magic robe, Voldemort squeezed his slender fingers, unwilling and humiliating to expose its veins. The humiliation now made his eyes hot, and his heart burned. Finally, he calmed down. Just like when Dumbledore rejected his application for the post of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, Principal Harris, Call me Voldemort. Let's be straightforward. Which country do you want to be more lively? Germany, the United States, or Bulgaria? My men and I will no longer be silent and can launch attacks at any time. Tom, you are really smarter than you in the future at this age, but some are too smart. Alan cocked his legs indifferently. His voice indifferent. But have you ever considered that after I resurrected you, what you are going to do has nothing to do with me, but now you say so? Am I not the man behind the scenes and the villain? Didn't the people you killed me kill? The guard Stan, who now knew why his young master could be resurrected, was completely afraid to speak. The red eyes of the young Dark Lord at this time reminded him of the older Dark Lord. He was very worried about seeing him afterwards. In such a dilemma, he could not please. And what made him more fearful, Alan Harris told the matter in front of him. The double pressure of the Dark Lord and the owner of the floating city made the poor guard begin to shiver. Voldemort's lanky index finger squeezed his palm tightly. This way of speaking and the refusal of the other party made him want to make a few shots of Avada gnawing at Alan's nasty face. But reason also made his heart wander. Since Alan, now that he hasn't done anything to him, there must be something he needs to accomplish. The young Tom, who had already known from the video that the other party had a way to deal with the killing curse, his dark eyes turned back to a calm feeling. He calmly said, Principal Harris. I have a question. How did you find my position accurately? This is indeed the place where the guard Stan is puzzled. He fully knows how powerful the defensive magic at the top is. Those counter-prophecy, divination, and all the careful defensive measures here tell him that they have not been detected by magic, that Pansy Parkinson has never been up to this floor. There was a shadow on Voldemort's face. He did not miss any expression on Alan's face. Although he still couldn't figure out what the other party wanted, he wanted to resolve his doubts before the showdown. The defensive magic arranged by him sent an alarm to Alan when he was sent over. Although they did not complete their original defensive task and let themselves be caught by the opponent, this also shows that even Alan could not be ignorant of him. Under the circumstances of love, he used magic to detect his existence. But how Alan accurately located his location and transmitted it is the biggest knot that now makes Voldemort's new doubt and unwillingness. Your anti-speed divination and prediction magic was not triggered because I didn't use magic at all, Alan said as he commanded Voldemort's room and kitchen, inviting 3 glass cups, poured them into them and took them out of his pockets. The coke that came out was distributed to Voldemort and Asgards. The guard Stan accepted it flattered, but he who had never drank a mull drink was choked by the anger in it, and Voldemort held Alan's cup between his fingers. Seeing the guard's embarrassing expression, he didn't even mean to drink it. Sorry, I forgot to remind you that it's a bit angry. This is the selling point of this drink. Besides, Tom, I have to say that you are indeed a smart person at this age, but you are Slytherin. And I'm not Ravenclaw. Alan took a cup and said comfortably after taking a sip, your magical talent is indeed amazing. You invented a lot of magic at a young age. Although I personally refer to that flying magic developed by the Dementor, but it is indeed because of your inspiration that made me find the right direction so quickly. And you know, Harry fights against the dark magic because of your soul fragment. Quite talented. Alan raised a glass to Voldemort again without waiting for him to respond and took another sip. Then he shook his head, but unfortunately, you were raised in an orphanage in the Mole world since you were a kid. Get a good education in magic since childhood. This inevitably makes you waste your talents. You lack knowledge of the magic world such as Horcrux and house elves, and your self-abasement personality makes you unable to see the things that are actually very useful. Makes some of your choices seem ridiculous and stupid for me and Albus. Hearing Alan's sarcasm, the young Voldemort himself had already known another thing he had done through investigations. He had seen on TV that Alan Harris took it when he drove Dumbledore out of school. These ridicule myself. And it is undoubtedly a shame to say these things in front of my own face now. Seeing that Voldemort did not respond, Alan did not break the silence. but looked at each other with a cheerful expression. Fate has always been unfair. If I came from a family like yours, the two of us can talk in a different place. Voldemort's voice was higher and colder than before, and his heart was bitten by jealousy. Alan Harris was born in a pure-blooded family. His parents and elder brothers are all elites. He also traveled to the ancient times to strengthen the founder of Hogwarts. The other side left him with things that allowed him to come into contact with ordinary pure-blood families from an early age. The magic that children can touch, get the most elite education, and his own companions are the stupid, ignorant, cowardly moles in the orphanage. And the toys are also the broken stones and dolls. For me, even if I live in a mole orphanage, there are actually ways to take advantage of more things that are beneficial to you. It's just that your blind and paranoid personality prevents you from seeing this. The eyesight of snakes is too bad. Lions' badgers are also far inferior to eagles. You see, I am a pure blood, but I can use things that are not magic. Alan's slender finger pointed in the direction of the window, and his tone was somewhat mocking. Looking for the Mole Prime Minister borrowed some gadgets used by the Mole agents. I told Pansy to use the toys that the Mole kids played with, and then the agents used the camera from your window to see you clearly. The young Voldemort twitched angrily, forcibly tolerated his dark eyes filled with bloodshot eyes, and became more red. Has spent a lot of time accepting that he will be used by Alan Harris since he was resurrected. The fact that magic is defeated, but the other party actually used such a dirty mole thing. The guard Stan was also a little annoyed and even complained. He had reminded his master Pansy of the problem, but he and his master had blindly trusted magic. Do you and Nagini usually don't communicate? Alan wore a smile like the one on Harry's face when he saw Nicola in the first grade. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. She is young Queenie Goldstein, who I knew at the time, tried to break the lock on the door of the Magic Congress room. This door was casted with many defensive spells. Queenie tried multiple lock-opening spells but couldn't make the door open at all. But her lover ... These Yankees are called Mochi ... Anyway, this fat guy kicked the door open with just one kick ... Tom, you should. My name is Voldemort. I don't care about these dirty things. Voldemort's anger couldn't be suppressed. His face was full of anger, and he looked more like the future Voldemort than ever before. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Alan drew his fingers in the air a few times and wrote 3 shining names. Then he waved his fingers and the letters automatically switched positions. I am a Lord Voldemort. I am a Lord Voldemort. Very well. It seems that someone you have encountered. I told you this meaning. The young Dark Lord said with satisfaction. I came up with a new name for myself. I knew then that one day, when I became the world, when the greatest magician, wizards everywhere dare not easily say this name. These anagram tricks are not a challenge for Ravenclaw, who needs to guess in and out of the lounge every day. Alan said with a sneer, but like I said earlier, the snake's eyes are too narrow. You can't see that there's not only one possibility. As long as one is confirmed, you can't understand it. There is also a second and third. After talking, Alan waved his finger again, and the glowing letters began to arrange automatically again, and the final combination became Mr. Tom, a fake JJ fan. Mr. Tom, a Dildalova. Chapter 1325? My house is quite big. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The eyebrows on Voldemort's handsome face were frowning, and the nostrils under his nose were slapped with anger, and the flesh on his cheeks twitched to appear deformed and hideous. Never let the other party reveal this spelling method. Voldemort, who was full of such a thought, couldn't help but raise his hand, and it was a green light shot out. But then he regained his senses. His muscles were tense, and he was ready to dodge of it, so who he might be turned back by mantra. But Alan seemed to be stunned, with an expression of horror, leaning on the sofa dumbfounded, the green light hitting his chest. Ouch! Alan slumped back on the sofa, his twisted expression of pain rested on his face. Master. The guard made a surprise voice, you did it. Voldemort just took a breath, and the tense string in his mind seemed to be broken. Alan Harris is too strong and has formed an overwhelming advantage for him, a heavy sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart rising. Almost, but it still hurts to hit the curse. Alan's voice made the cheering guards stunned again, as if under a petrification spell. He then took back the exaggerated expression of horror on his face, and smiled at Tom. The previous time he and old Tom duel, he successfully predicted that the Dark Lord's more powerful killing curse could only hit. He hurt him, but he didn't take a risk test at the time, and today this young Tom released it as an experiment. Results show that the young Voldemort's killing curse is stronger than that of Umbridge. A lot of it. But it has already made him bleed and can't do it. Voldemort's pale face was a little bluish, and he almost roared, "Alan Harris! Let's get the word out. What do you want me to do?" Huh? Exclamation mark. Voldemort's talking mouth was suddenly pinched by Alan's outstretched hand and his chin was pinched open, and he also looked at the mouth of the Dark Lord's teeth. There was a crisp sound. Voldemort, who reacted to the sudden attack, knocked out Alan's hand with his hand, and Alan didn't care. He just squinted his eyes, leaned back slightly, looked at Voldemort carefully from top to bottom, and turned on him. After a few laps, "Now you seem to care about the appearance, just dress simple." Voldemort's look at this kind of eyes reminded him of what happened when he was a child, just like the first time he met Dumbledore and was threatened by burning his closet, which made him breathe angrily, and asked in a sharp voice, "What on earth do you want to do?" At this time, the guard Stan, who had just recovered from the shock that Alan was immortal after being hit by the Avadaso's curse, was shocked in his heart again. He felt that the look in Alan's eyes felt strange, though this look it didn't fall on himself, but he felt uncomfortable. "Guru!" The sound of his stomach screaming broke the somewhat intense atmosphere. Voldemort stared coldly at this embarrassing subordinate, and met his master's cold gaze, causing Stan, who was tight, almost scream. It was close to the usual mealtime, and his empty stomach was shouting. He was hungry, which made him grumble just now. This caused his cold sweat to seep out of his back instantly, and his heart began to worry that even Alan Harris would let him go. But now that he saw himself who heard the masters make a fool of himself, and now that he was embarrassed by the master, it would still be considered the tolerant Dark Lord, revealing his hidden side that is not so forgiving. But this also made Alan stretch his face. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. Then he took out a few Scotch eggs from his pocket, and 2 soft buttered breads, and put them on the table in front of the sofa. Alan showed a friendly smile. "I just heard your stomach say hungry. I just have a piece of bread here. I'm not hungry yet. Please eat." Thank you. Although the character of the owner of the floating city in front of him was more elusive and weird, Stan stretched out his hand trembling like he didn't dare not take the food, so he could only tore a piece of bread and stuffed it in his mouth. Voldemort took a deep breath and calmed down. He glanced at the food, raised his head and did not use them, then lowered his head without a smile, took the quilt and touched the coke with his lips to make the scene clear. "So stiff." "Actually, my purpose is very simple." Alan leaned on the sofa, raised his brows, and said enthusiastically to Voldemort, "My house is quite big. You are welcome to come and play at my house. If you are tired, just live with me." "That's okay." Voldemort was very surprised when Alan said this purpose. He really didn't understand what Harris said. He moved forward slightly and asked tentatively, "Principal Harris, you mean let me join Harris family?" Stan moved his body quietly. As he grew up in the modern wizarding society, he thought of more. The hand holding the bread was trembling, and he didn't dare to look up. He knew that some purer-blooded wizards had special hobbies, and there was one named Jig the wizard used a similar method to trick his neighbor, a little wizard who was dependent on his grandmother, and Alan Harris in front of him, although he heard that he only targeted witches. But who knows if he will get bored, think using the Dark Lord to change tastes. It seems that some people will feel that this will bring some sense of conquest. If you are willing to join, that would be great. It will save us a lot of trouble. Please wait," Alan said in a calm tone. and he began to reach out to his pocket and rummaged in it. Voldemort watched Alan's movements coldly. His fingers tightened while holding the Coke cup. For such an understatement of the opponent's response, he understood that it showed that the opponent didn't put his strength in his eyes, so he didn't care. Tone of voice. Young Tom thought of the information he had collected, and knew that when the other powerful was in the 5th grade, the other mighty himself had wanted to subdue Alan Harris, and he began to wonder if the wizard in front of him wanted to take revenge, because Harris has the account and must pay the sentence. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. But then, this Dark Lord with more sensible heads, thin and slender fingers, grabbed his magic robe, and was a little bit happy after calculating it. There is no doubt that Alan Harris has the current strength and has nothing to do with the Harris family behind him and Ravenclaw. The young Dark Lord realized that if he joined Harris, he could learn other places there, unexpected magical knowledge, and if Harriskin wants to admit a powerful subordinate into the Harris family because of his magical talent, they will go on to help clear his identity, which is much easier than he has to deal with. A suit of clothes floated in the air, and Alan took out a pair of black dragon leather boots from his pocket. His gaze swept over Voldemort, who was dressed in a plain black robe. Please don't move, it won't hurt. I customized it according to the old one. First, see if it fits. I had already figured out that the powerful young Dark Lord did not resist. Although he felt a little different on his body, he lowered his head and found that his clothes had changed. He has changed into a white shirt, dark green waistcoat, and dark green bow tie on his shirt. The bottoms are straight, black pants without a trace of wrinkles. These clothes are elegant enough, and even those leather boots. They have been worn on his feet, and the movement of hair on the side of his forehead let him know that his hairstyle has also been trimmed. But the new white gloves on Voldemort's hands brought a strong style of housekeeping and attendant, which made him feel that something was wrong with his subordinate Stan. It would make sense to join Harris if it were those umbrella uniforms, because it was obvious that the other family had treated them. The German style was brought here. What do you want me to do? Chapter 1326. Tom, don't imagine you can call me father-in-law. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. I have to tell you one thing first, Tom. Alan looked at the young Tom in front of him with some playfulness. You and Bellatrix have a daughter, named Delphi by the other you. I entrusted it to Miss Hermione Granger for adoption and care. This child has a good talent. I will teach her magic in the future. Voldemort's face became very fast, cloudy and uncertain. He knew that he had a daughter, but that was the birth of another self, and he didn't have much affection. But out of due etiquette, he thanked him a little awkwardly. Let her be taken care of. I have to thank you, Principal Harris. You are worthy of your blood. Speaking of it, Voldemort's heart was even more awkward and uncomfortable. Although he was surprised that Alan planned to teach this personally, the thought that his daughter would let a mudblood take care of it was obviously a kind of blasphemy and defilement. But Voldemort did not intend. She meant to come back to take care of herself. I asked you to go over it is actually similar to what I did for you. Alan's tone was very casual. I ask you to go over. I want you to help take care of my daughter. Voldemort squeezed his white gloves into shape. Harris didn't take his talents or retaliate against another recruit recruited by him at the Ministry of Magic, but actually wanted to let himself be a nanny for his children. How dare you? Voldemort, who couldn't restrain his anger, asked. Besides, you can rest assured of me. Voldemort, the Dark Lord. Go and take care of a baby? Exclamation mark. Oh, it's not a baby. You are late. My unborn child has been looked after by a proper person. Alan shook the Coke in his hand. I want you to take care of me at my age, older than myself. The eldest daughter. He shook his head and looked directly at the angry Voldemort. This can be regarded as something you caused when you were in school. You must be responsible for your mistakes. Tom, you deceived my daughter first. Alan's call made Stan on the side only think that his brain was a mess. The headmaster of Hogwarts was crazy. What is this man saying crazy? Voldemort's chin was raised slightly. He was silent but breathing a little fast. An idea came to his mind, but he thought it was too ridiculous, making the handsome Dark Lord wide his eyes and unable to speak. As a father, I want my daughter to be happy. But that doesn't mean that I want to find a partner for her. I actually don't have a particularly good feeling for you than for Barrow. The expression between Alan's eyebrows became cold. You may have not cut out the news of the temple, but my daughter can now materialize it. So you can use your best language to make her happy and have nothing to accompany you to play around. You just count her as her attendant or housekeeper. But Tom, don't imagine that you can call me father-in-law. And I will make sure that at this time, Alan has become somewhat like Luna's old father. But obviously because of his stronger strength, he can do things that Xenophilius Lovegood can't do. Hearing this level, Voldemort was sure that the absurd speculation in his heart turned out to be true, biting Voldemort's heart with jealousy, and then creeping through his bones into his veins and filling his whole body. When Alan Harris returned to the past, he not only got the recognition and inheritance of the Founders, but also gave birth to a child with the Founders. The Dark Lord, who claimed to be a descendant of Slytherin, recalled that he could not be fully recognized in the Slytherin chamber because of his mixed blood relationship. Then he realized that his deepest thoughts in the past were nothing more than becoming the heir to the true founder is recognized by others. In contrast, Voldemort suddenly felt that he was like a clown. In the past, he was like a serf who guessed that the nobles could eat black bread every meal. The jealousy and inferiority complex overwhelmed the arrogance that had always protected him, and the Dark Lord's expression muscles lost control and management, so he looked up at Alan distortedly. A blank roll of parchment on the desk in the room flew towards Alan suddenly, suspended in the air, and unfolded in front of Alan. Alan stretched out his hand, his abnormally pale fingers lit up in an instant, and began to write Latin on this plain parchment without any decoration. At the same time, his mouth was still muttering, I don't know if the slave gem will be effective afterwards. The consequences of breaking the unbreakable oath will only be a death. This does not guarantee that Tom's subsequent state will be effective, or use act on the soul contract to be safe. The young Voldemort knew that this was the method Alan got from the devil. He knew before that the other party would use these methods to restrict his actions when he got him back. But when he heard that the enslavement gems and the unbreakable oath were useless, and the other party finally that soul offs was unclear, which made panic seep from the bottom of his heart inexplicably. Alan, who was already familiar with using this method for transaction protection, quickly finished it, and then handed it to Voldemort beside him. Tom, please sign your name at the back if there is no problem. After Voldemort took it, Alan retracted his hand and took a sip of a drink. Then suddenly his eyes stared at the thought of something, and he began to dig into his pockets. By the way, you split. The soul is too many times. The soul is too weak. Just now I will help you make up, but I don't have time to let you take it easy. I guess it's a little bit support, but I believe your situation will just make you able to survive. A handful of gems were caught by Alan and threw them on the table. In each gem, the heads of spiders flashed from time to time. This attracted the attractiveness of Voldemort, who was just starting to watch the treaty, and the guards who minimized his presence. On top, immediately, the soul gems of these 8-eyed giant spiders decomposed in the space between Alan's palms, and a trace of soul energy floated from above the gems, entangled together, and turned into a black long snake. Then, Alan turned his head, and his face looked a little unreal through the entangled soul energy. Sorry Stan, I think you also understand. Whether it is Tom and I will think you better be quieter in the future. I want to be a loyal Death Eater, and your vows show that you will be willing to accept. Before Stan, who had just finished eating the bread, responded. His soul was still with a look of consternation and doubt, and it was extracted by Alan, and mixed with the souls of that large group of spiders. Alan put his mouth together. In the past, taking a deep breath, the energy, whether it was Stan's happy emotions or sad memories, or even the low-level emotions of the spiders and beasts, all jumped into Alan's mouth like a snake. Under the influence of spells and energy, Alan's unreal face became more blurred, making him look like a Dementor was kissing a victim. Finally, Alan slowly began to exhale, and the impurity energy contained in his soul was spit out by him and dissipated in the air, while the remaining pure soul energy swarmed up to Voldemort, unwilling to refuse his ears, eyes, nose and mouth forcibly poured in. "I know you know how to absorb it." Alan leaned back on the sofa and patted his hands, blowing away the ashes that Stan had turned into. "I got its original form from Black's House Edition. Although he also made you brainless, it can also support you in making so many Horcruxes." At this time, Voldemort's hand was still holding the contract that he hadn't had time to read, but he felt the soul energy that plunged into the body. Joy and shock rose from the bottom of his heart, and gradually expanded, making his whole body hot and trembling in the initial advancement. Later, he himself tried to open his eyes and mouth wide to allow these energy to enter better. The Dark Lord's spider-leg-like slender fingers grabbed the sofa under him, except for the short-term acceptance of so much energy. The pain is more because of the greed in his heart clamoring wildly. Voldemort thought he finally knew the secret of why Alan Harris was so strong at a young age. Harris mastered the ability to purify the soul and supplement him. Voldemort, who had absorbed all the energy and replenished his broken soul, let out a sigh of satisfaction. "Thank you. My soul hasn't been so comfortable for a long time." You asked him to ask for a sense of rupture and emptiness. At this time, the Dark Lord has no more ejection, and he even owes his heartfelt thanks to Alan. And his heart began to wonder about the plan of this legendary art society. After joining Harris, he even realized that Alan and Ravenclaw might not only look at this world. Until novel.com started to dream about some dreams if he could find out the secrets of Ravenclaw becoming a god. He had studied the purpose of Alan and their actions before and speculated that it was related to certain beliefs. Alan nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. Then take a look at the contract, and sign and go back with me if there is no problem. But you have to receive Maggie's basic training before seeing my daughter." Although there was no rejection in his heart, Voldemort was cautious at this time and did not sign immediately. He first checked that there was no additional text disguised as decorative patterns on the contract, and then started to quickly browse the content of the contract in his hand. At the beginning, I have already listed things like listening to Helena Ravenclaw's words, always focus on her emotional preferences, and be on call. In order to get supplies to absorb the soul, in order to allow the soul to absorb and grow, he seemed to be a real escape from death. And these harsh requirements weren't a big deal in Voldemort's eyes. What makes Tom ecstatic is that there is not much content that Harris restricts his actions, more just some restrictions on confidentiality, until he browses to the end. These joys are wiped away in an instant, no more. With her head up and her back straight, her trembling fingers crumpled the parchment, and her voice sounded almost choking. "Principal Harris, don't be obedient. Rather than endure permanent pain between life and death after being killed by me, I think you are now wise enough to decide what to choose. If you are the noseless Tom, I am not unhappy." Alan stretched out his hand and patted Voldemort's stiff shoulder. "Others will know that you, Tom Riddle, became my daughter Helena of Alan Harris and Rowena Ravenclaw. Waiter, don't be ashamed." Chapter 1327. The Beauty He Wants. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Located at 10 Downing Street next to Whitehall in the Westminster district of London, the capital of the United Kingdom, this Georgian building belongs to the Mole Prime Minister's office. He is sitting on a chair with his wife and son in a silly way. There is a small suitcase. Unlike the sunny weather predicted by the weather forecast, the weather outside that huge French windows was overcast, but the Prime Minister's mood was not affected. He turned on all the lights in the living room and looked at the white fireplace in the room from time to time. The Prime Minister's wife is focusing on the small suitcase provided by her husband's guard. The round-faced woman with a short chin is still wondering that this little thing actually contains all the things they need. This is also the case. Only when she knew that there was another magical world, she finally determined that it was not her husband who had gone crazy. The Prime Minister's adolescent son has brown slightly curly hair and his face is very small, but his face looks very pale, like swollen eyes that have stayed up the night, and a little dull, which makes his skin look bad, and it's still growing. At this age, the boy especially loves the long red dot, but he obviously does not have the attention and interest of his parents, and he is a little bit faint, lying on the chair. Then, a small oil painting on the corner of the living room came up with a soft cough that caught their family's attention. To the Mole Prime Minister, Principal Alan Harris asked for a meeting. Please reply immediately. The little ugly man in the painting who wore a long silver wig and looked like Naomi began to yell impolitely. However, the mole who had become accustomed to nodded in response and looked at the fireplace, but to his surprise, this time there was no green flame in the fireplace like he told his wife and children a few seconds later. It was only after waiting for a few minutes that the door of his office was open and his agents and guards brought in a bunch of strangely dressed people with a blank expression. Hello, Principal Harris. The Mole Prime Minister was not as surprised as his wife was because of the abnormality of the agents. He took the initiative to stand up and walked over and extended his hand. It's nice to see you again. Alan shook his hand hurriedly, then stared at the Prime Minister's wife next to him. Oh, this elegant lady must be cheery. Don't be afraid, these mole agents are here. The defense of moles is very professional, and your mansion has our people to protect against threats from our world. You are safe here. After that, he smiled at the Prime Minister's son who was looking at him. Can I call you Ewan? Don't worry, there are also computers in the floating city that can connect to mole networks. Alan's gentle complexion suddenly became a little uncomfortable. At this time, the Mole Prime Minister obviously didn't notice. He was received politely. He was worried that if the other party's attitude was too bad, he would lose face in front of his wife and children. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he kindly greeted the acquaintances he knew in the weird pile. Flip, Letizia, Miss Crywat, welcome you. We have not seen each other for a long time. Ah, Christopher, you two coming. Long Eyes bowed slightly to express greetings to him behind the Clywats. They did not wear mole clothes anymore. Like other wizards, he was wearing an ancient robe that replaced Hogwarts. In the Prime Minister's view, Alan's invitation this time was a compensation for what he was publicly ignored by the other party's father, Minister Owen, when the Ministry of Magic building under Whitehall had a huge fire last time. Now the government and the umbrella company of the wizarding world have entered into a multi-party cooperative transaction, which has driven economic growth. The rise in data in a short period of time has made his political achievements stand out among the previous prime ministers. This is also worth his heartfelt hospitality. He didn't like these weird wizards who would only bring him all kinds of bad news. At this time, Mr. Cravat, who represented his family, walked slowly to the front of him. He stretched out his hand with his back straight, and shook hands with the Prime Minister softly with his palm empty. It's nice to see you again, Prime Minister. During this time I went to do some self-improvement. I'm sorry, those business matters made you help in vain. It's okay, it's just that everyone is a bit pity, everyone is satisfied with your business. But I think although everyone does not know the truth and can understand, at least we are friends. Right? The Prime Minister maintained a cordial appearance. I'm really curious how these snobbish couples suddenly disappeared without a trace when they met many senior officials and the business of the law firm was rising. Different from the previous contacts, the attitude of the Crawats seems a little reserved this time, and even made the Prime Minister feel a little arrogant. Combined with their clothes, the Prime Minister understands a bit. The Prime Minister estimates that the other party has already joined the magical world. Then this arrogance is not surprising. Alan, can we play games together? We can join Quake. If you like a single player. Have you ever played Blade Runner? The somewhat excited voice of the Prime Minister's son interrupted the Prime Minister's thoughts. He was a little surprised to find that his rebellious period was not pleasing to everyone. He was originally invited to travel to the magic world and couldn't encourage his son to be so friendly at this time. enthusiasm. This also made the Prime Minister's wife, who has been worrying about her son, no longer afraid. She even agreed with this journey with some joy and satisfaction, so that she had the opportunity to know that as long as his son is willing, she can still achieve the affinity like his father. The eldest son of the Prime Minister couldn't stop looking at Ellen. His enthusiastic eyes seemed to be stuck on Ellen, and then Punlo noticed the overly hot gaze. Leora turned her body and stared at the other person. After a while, she raised her eyebrows almost immediately. Her face seemed to be covered with frost, and her hand touched the wand on her waist. Then, Punlo's arm holding the wand was held down by the long eyes. The middle-aged wizard looked helpless at this time, and then turned into a flattering smile and whispered, "Miss Gravatt, I haven't announced to my family to come out. Please don't apostrophe T. Master Ellen is already weaving memories to solve the trouble." How dare he? Punlo glared at the Prime Minister's son with annoyance. His hands relaxed. The beauty, he thinks. Alan has never done this to me. At this time, the Prime Minister's son faded away from the abnormal flushing, and restored the hurried and impatient appearance familiar to the Prime Minister's parents. He shouted, "By the way, how do we get to their place?" "Where is that place?" Alan squinted his eyes, and calmly retracted the fingers that solved the accidental small trouble. But his mood did not improve. He pointed to the dark clouds outside the French window, and broke the hemp for the Prime Minister's family alone. Disturbance in my head. It is not the dark clouds that moles think that makes the sky black and gloomy. The lower part of the huge city floating in the sky appears in front of the moles. The majestic aura brought by this giant tens of miles in diameter is intriguing. The heart and soul are suffocating, making the Prime Minister's family feel confused and fearful. All sorts of strange floating boats are coming and going over the floating city. They are of different sizes and styles, such as octopus, conch and sailing battleship familiar to the British. And the dragon that only exists in the fantasy story of Mull legends is coming from the floating city. From time to time, those caves in the lower part flew out to start patrolling around the floating city. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. And just above their window, there hovered a giant magic ship with the largest scale. The Prime Minister noticed that its size was actually much larger than the first-class sailing battleship he had visited. The statue of a three-eyed raven with its wings spread out and flying high. The sails above the three main masts have not been pulled apart, and countless cables crisscross and fasten them to the ship. This pontoon has 4 decks from the outside. Except for the open-air deck on which people can stand on the top layer, 130 metal artillery made of magic materials are installed on each of the remaining 3 decks, flashing on top. They have luminous magic texts, but the most distinctive feature is that they are also carved with reliefs of all kinds of magical animals. Fire dragons with open mouths, cystic leopards with inflated necks, angry horned beasts. Let these artillery floats under the shadow of the empty city shone brightly. Just looking at the cold cannon heads, the Mole Prime Minister felt cold all over. Those dark cannon holes seemed to away all his happiness, reminding him of the most terrible things he had ever experienced. The endless despair seemed to obliterate him. But in fact, these artillery pieces are just like fire, because they are not eager, so the research and development of the pontoon weapon has not been completed. These things are temporarily ordered by Alan to make only the pyrotechnic crafts of the Weasley witchcraft. That's it, and the kind of desperation that brought the Prime Minister and them, it was just because each fort was roughly stuffed in by Alan and demented. I know the British Mull tradition. I like boats more than other means of transportation, so I think it's better to use it to receive you than the flying car from our private meeting last time. Alan raised his hands and raised his hands. A little volume. Chapter 1328 Bird's Eye View Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Above the northern part of the floating city, The floating boat is located on the small deck of the split-level part of the bow. It is no longer like a large number of people stood there just now. Only Alan and Longyin are accompanying the Prime Minister's family. Their severe halo transmission reaction makes others. Most of them stayed in the cabin to avoid embarrassing each other. The Prime Minister pressed his chest, the suffocating feeling that made him unable to control his posture, maintaining the Prime Minister's dignity and struggling to accept the faint transmission medicine handed over by the Long Eyes. The Prime Minister's wife, who had no symptoms, was patting their son, Wen, on the back. Although he was the youngest, he had the most serious reaction. He was leaning over on the ship's side and vomited, making the surrounding trash cans seem to be tap dancing. The same busy working but unable to receive anything. This discomfort made them no time to sigh. The interior of the cabin they just saw. The cabin of this floating vessel looks much bigger than it looks outside, and even has an internal elevator. The Mole Prime Minister came back to his senses after the uncomfortable symptoms of the potion relieved, and found that the son who was vomiting and the wife who was taking care of him were sluggish. After watching the eyes of the mother and son, he was also impressed by the scenery before him. Shocked, the discomfort just now seemed to be forgotten. Now they are floating in the sky not far from the floating city, looking down on the floating city from the floating boat, and looking down enough to see the boundary between the ground and the distance. The Prime Minister even feels that he is no longer on the earth where he gets along day and night, as if came to another world. This magical city has diverse landforms. The three most magnificent castles seem to be the core of the city, forming an equilateral triangle. The island in the center of the lake is opposite. The small castle surrounded by 7 towers is the center point of the triangle. The surrounding dragons that seem to be reachable by reaching up close. The floating boats waving tentacles like octopuses. The row upon row of buildings, and the wizards that shuttle through them make the whole city look very prosperous. And directly below them, there is a towering Hogwarts headquarters on the cliffs by the lake. The towers of the castle are lined with spires, which look like Gothic architectural styles, dressed in robes of their respective college colors. Shutting through it, the Prime Minister also saw some children in blue robes suddenly turning into blackbirds, taking shortcuts from the yard to the tower. It's spectacular, isn't it? Anthony, this is my school, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is its headquarters. It has a history of thousands of years. The floating city was built by the school. Alan stood by the Prime Minister, introduced to him by his side. The British wizard students ... are all studying here? The Prime Minister asked in amazement. There are not many schools in Britain that have a history of hundreds of years, but they are indeed rare except for a few such as Oxford. Originally, it mainly recruits the United Kingdom and its neighbouring countries, but I recently expanded its functions. In fact, little wizards from all over the world want to come here for school. The status is ... similar to yours. Oxford and Cambridge in the Mole world. However, Hogwarts has never lost the world's #1 ranking in the magic world. Alan said proudly with his hands behind his back, but suddenly he pressed a little frown to press his belly, because of Alan's appearance. The Prime Minister, who was a little unhappy, deliberately asked, "Is this a middle school?" I noticed that the students below seemed to be all young or old. Standing by the Prime Minister, Alan stretched out his hand and pointed at the triangular vertices on the other 2 sides of the floating city. The colorful building is Hogwarts Elementary School, and the more prosperous buildings on the other side are all the university's building complex has recently been expanded because of the Ministry of Magic's fire under Whitehall. We have already extended some ... important research equipment here, so we are expanding. Seeing that the Prime Minister said nothing except for the more formulaic praise, Alan smiled. Now let's go to the Southern Business District first. As for the school ... let's visit later. The pontoon itself did not sit on any stop, and continued to drive towards the south. but the speed was obviously much faster than the surrounding pontoons. Suddenly, the Prime Minister's son protruded a part of his body. He let out an exclamation and rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe that he saw the creatures that usually only appear in the game. In the gap exposed by the dense forest next to the arena of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, some horsemen in leather armor with bows and arrows draped on their bodies were patrolling. The permanent buildings inside show that the horses no longer live in the original tents. On the edge of the forbidden forest, some huge birds and snakes hovered in the air. When they fell to the ground, they shrank and fell on the ground. Several horsemen are helping these magical animals to collect berries or birds picked by unicorns. Snake silver eggshells are used to exchange wizards for things that are not in the forest, more processed food or fruits that are not in the forbidden forest. The Prime Minister's wife is different from his son. Her attention is not on these animals. The bizarre houses on the side of the river that completely violate the laws of physics attract him. These architectural styles are very different from the houses that the Prime Minister sees daily. The shapes are all odd and weird, and people know it is full of magic at a glance. She even noticed that a terrace of one of the weirdest houses was spinning at high speed on the track like a roller coaster, and there seemed to be people sitting on it. Cherry. The houses in the floating city will reflect the personality and aesthetics of the wizard. Alan keenly detected the mood swings of the Prime Minister's wife, who had been quieter since boarding the ship, as if he didn't know that the other party was afraid of them. Affectionately said, "I am arranging a house for you, and then I will give it to you. I know that you like art very much and are talented. You can let go of your imagination and don't have to suffer from the previous physical constraints. As long as you can think of magic, it can help you see." This made the Prime Minister's family a bit stunned. Why did they invite themselves to live in the magic world? "Thank you for that, Ellen. You spent a little while repairing the method of Whitehall. This kind of construction technology has opened my eyes. But as ordinary people, I am afraid that we are a little uncomfortable here." The Prime Minister knew very well in his heart that he did not know how to magic, and he had no deep faith with this magical world, and the arrogance of wizards towards ordinary people made him envy magic, but it also made him not want to be here too much. "Stay." Principal Harris, the round-faced wife of the Prime Minister, whispered, "Although my husband has a few years in office, it is usually not convenient to leave the UK for too long." "Oh, it's okay. Isn't it right that he can come and live after retirement? You guys are all fine. I think everyone will be happy to be neighbors with you." Alan heard the other party's subtext and said that this is not utilitarian factor. "In addition, I have another good news to tell you later." At this time, the boat was almost reaching the heart of the Black Lake, not far from the top of Harris Castle, which made Alan once again unable to help quietly rubbing his slightly swollen belly with his hand under the magic robe. "Sorry Anthony, please forgive me for a while, I will go down to the south to prepare." After Alan said, he waved to the Long Eye standing on the other side. "Long Eye, take care of our distinguished guest for me and introduce it." "Our city." "Thank you." Principal Harris, I and Christo. I mean Vladimir has always got along very well." The Prime Minister waved goodbye to Alan, who had begun to step into the shadows. As a country the Prime Minister of China, he has already exercised his vision in countless meetings, knowing that the eager wizard in front of him obviously wants to shit. "Vladimir, what's the place down here?" the Prime Minister's wife asked Long Eyes as she looked at the castle under the ship surrounded by the 7 towers in the outer ring. And she was obviously more relaxed after Alan left. "Up. When there is a war, the wizards may be able to hide in." Ewan speculated with some envy. "Christopher, can he produce any protective shield?" "I think it can, Master Ewan. In fact, the whole city can be. I heard that if we only need to open the protective cover in the air, our city can dive under the sea." You reading www.uukanzu.com is like Aaron T's long-eyed mouth boasted, and then pointed to the castle below. But the island in the middle of the Black Lake is the home of Principal Harris, and that is the entire floating city that deserves its name. Center. But because this is private, it is generally not for foreign visitors. If you want to go in for a full view, unless you are invited or have important matters. Of course you must contact in advance to let people living in the castle accompany, or necromancer lead the way. Long Yanti Allen added, but our dinner is going down here. This type of castles and palaces are held by many aristocrats who have been struck down in Europe. From time to time, some people will sell them at low prices because they cannot maintain high maintenance costs and let some wealthy people bury them. It's so strange, but indirectly, he has a deeper understanding of Harris's status. The Minister of Owen of the Harris family, he estimates that he is similar to his position as Prime Minister, but from the position of the castle on the floating city. Look, Allen is not just a role like the mayor he thought before. The ownership of the floating city is much higher than he originally thought. Vladimir, I noticed that this city is not too small. To be honest, it is not too big compared to London. But you can complete the huge orders with us. I heard Miss Granger's tone before. It seems that all of you are produced in this city. I just noticed a little bit, but I don't seem to find any signs of heavy industry. The Prime Minister looked at Chenyan and asked about the production issues he was more concerned about. If it is convenient if you tell me. And I still call you Christopher. I don't know if I can reveal. What is the reason for President Harris to invite us over so grandly? Chapter 1329. Fierce Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Long I took out a few binoculars from his pocket and distributed them to the Prime Minister's family. Then he pointed in a direction. He thought it was a place where some plants were green but actually appeared shockingly as a giant botanical garden. In the Prime Minister's vision. This is not because the Prime Minister, who has inspected many farms with the Minister of Agriculture, feels about the scale of the site, but more importantly because he is surprised by the size and weight of the plants. Those things he doesn't know are already because there are too many such things in the floating city. It has made him numb, can no longer make a fuss about the plants that are floating in the air or running up and moving. In that farm, almost the smallest pumpkin is the size of a small carriage. The roots of carrots the size of a small tree or even larger are standing in the field. The mushrooms on the deadwood in some shadows can almost be used as umbrellas. There is nothing wrong with covering 3 or 4 adults. There are a large number of smaller mushrooms and fungi between these giant mushrooms, growing in this strange labyrinth enveloped in soft phosphorescence. There are even some buildings over there that are made by entangled vines or hollowed out giant mushrooms and trees. These plants grow wildly in the labyrinth of strange plants shrouded in soft sunlight. More wizards. Apparently this mushroom is used as a place for gatherings, picnics and games. Plants that don't have magical powers can make them grow wild. And the floating city is due to the energy lawsuit with energetic nuclei. Lord Anthony, can you treat it as a mole-like nuclear power plant? Long Eyes stretched out his fingers and pointed to the temple. Direction, Miss Pomona Sprout, a professor of herbal medicine at Hufflepuff College, carefully used the energy spilled from the nuclear energy to compile a series of spells to adjust all parts of the agricultural area to suitable depending on how the crops grow. There will be heavy rains in many areas of the land at night, while the daytime climate is very warm but not very hot. Even the magical plants grow faster than the places outside the floating city. Suddenly, the Prime Minister's wife let out a harsh scream, and her son and husband next to her shrank in fright. Those ... The pastoral workers are all dead. The Prime Minister's wife clasped her husband's arm tightly, and looked at some white forest skeletons with enchanted farming tools, dangling among these huge plants. Shuttle, don't be afraid, I can understand. In fact, some wizards in the floating city are not so capable of accepting this, especially some conservative countries. Long Eyes rubbed his ears and sighed comfortingly. Recently the situation has improved a lot after the Italians have made trouble. Everyone already knows the benefits of this approach. These low-level repetitive manual labors are all low-level undead who have no sense of the world, and then cooperate with the golem. You can understand it as robots, which frees wizards from this kind of work. And their tireless nature of working from day to night makes the output on the farm very high. In fact, Lord Anthony, If you can, what famine will happen again in the melon world like in ancient times? I think our city can at least guarantee that there will be no starvation on the British Isles. Oh, Mom, you have watched too many horror movies. I think it's pretty cool. The Prime Minister's son squinted while his other eye was holding a monocular. Christopher, can they be servants and guards? Ewan, the Prime Minister scolded his son. He would actually not accept this way of disturbing the dead for a while. Young people are more receptive in this regard. There are many children in the school who know how to handle this. They will get a few more advanced ones to help them get something. Longyan replied. He saw the Prime Minister. He was not happy, so he changed directions and pointed. On the other side of the floating city, which is almost a mirror image of the farm, there are rows of square, pointed, or round buildings that stretch for several kilometers. Some large and small pontoons shuttle between those sites, and the throughput is obviously more than the other areas combined. Among the telescopes, some very huge, even several stories high. Some of the constructed golems did not even use the levitation curse. They were carrying the processed huge steel plates and stones with their own strength. The industrial park personnel entered and exited. It seems a bit messy, and different from the relatively sparse residential area in the agricultural area. This area is also inlaid with the dense residential area, and people come and go relatively frequently. The houses are lined with straight, 3 vertical and 3 horizontal main roads, and they are unified in style. During this period of time, with the increase of foreign immigrants, these apartments have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, quickly taking root, sprouting and growing, contributing the most to the flow of people in the floating city. His Excellency Anthony, this is the industrial zone you were interested in just now. Heavy industrial zone. Sorry, we don't have the details. Except for those orders that will complete your mole world. The internal needs of the floating city and our other the exit of the magic world is done here. I think you must be able to understand our accomplishments in space magic from the suitcase and the cabin just now. The Longite tone is very casual, as if he did not see his words at all. The shock brought by the other party. In fact, despite this, the creation of Principal Harris has helped us. Most of the strength and the productivity of these factories still has not reached the saturation state. So if the mole world has any needs in these businesses, you are welcome. I think Miss Granger will be happy to take over more jobs. It's such a big place. The production capacity is so huge. The mole Prime Minister couldn't believe his ears. Then he swallowed 2 or 3 saliva, coughing a few times as if his throat was dry, thinking secretly. These floating boats, estimating their throughput, he has refreshed his understanding of the development of Wizarding Society many times in a short period of time. By the way, Lord Anthony, Principal Harris just said that he would like to give you a set to live in. What I want to remind. Long Yan suddenly approached the Prime Minister, and he introduced in a low voice, Black Lake is basically floating. The most powerful wizards in the empty city have divided it up. This section is like a curved belt, curved around the Black Lake. If some ancient traditional pure blood families have not been able to be by the Black Lake, they will basically pay for it. Kiane chose to establish a stronghold near the 3 schools, and around the southern commercial plaza and shrine we are now heading to. You reading www.uukanzu.com is basically the second most influential place in the upper city of the floating city. Those are ambitious and active, enterprising wizards live here, and because of their wealth, ordinary wizards have been nicknamed the Big Brothers area, while there are mostly middle-class people on the farm. The only place I do not recommend that you choose to settle your home is the industrial area. It is a multi-ethnic mixed area, and the population is the most complicated. You know, the more important thing is that it is inevitable that some people have enlightened mules because the original country is too conservative. Said that many of them are also arranged to work in the mole world by the umbrella. Not much money. Christopher. Thank you for your sincerity and suggestions. But can I ask what President Harris wants us to do for him? The Prime Minister expressed his gratitude, but he was even more puzzled. The wizard's display of strength is far beyond his original expected. but the other party's tone seemed quite certain that he would live in this floating city. They had long eyes and long mouths, but the rapid sirens from below the floater interrupted their conversation. God, what is that still burning monster? The Prime Minister's wife exclaimed again from the side of the ship. Just in the clearing by the lake, wild beasts made of fire roared wantonly, huge fire snakes and fire dragons roared, and things on the lakeside fell into their fangs and fell on their sharp claws. On his feet, he was finally engulfed by hellish fire. Its paws, tentacles, and tail fluttered, and the fire snake jumped into the black lake and swam quickly. It did not go out because of encountering water. It burned fiercely on the lake, and the firelight lit up where it was. That piece of water. A small group of water monsters grindillo, between annoying kids and octopuses, did not come to escape and was burned to ashes in the lake, which made these flame monsters bigger and bigger. Chapter 1330, Oil Lamp. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The Harris Champion. Alan sat on the toilet, feeling that he had lost a lot of weight. He sighed in relief, straightened his waist, and let the right half of his be moved away from the gap, leaving a space for spells. Clean. Then he just got up and put down the hem of the robe to tidy up. Alan's eyes rolled to think of his daughter who had just come back outside and looked out the window. He reached out in his pocket and pulled a bottle of hazelnut jam out by the mouth of the bottle. Alan squeezed it in his hand, then opened the toilet door a gap in the door and shouted outside, Helena ... help, bring me a roll of tissues. When Helena heard her father's call, she had already walked to the door of the toilet, and suddenly realized that AI, who usually cleans it with magic, probably wanted to tease her with the old tricks. Father, use the flying curse yourself or let Maggie take it. I won't be fooled for the third time. The female ghost complained, dissatisfied, thinking that she was actually deceived by the same trick, and her face became colder. The sound of opening the door sounded. Seeing that his daughter was not fooled, Alan walked out and touched his chin. Helena, do you want to watch a movie with me? No. Helena refused without even thinking about it. You want to lie to me watching ghost movies, and father, aren't you going to receive the mole Prime Minister? Long eyes are helping me. I still have some time. Alan shrugged sadly. Helena, you are getting more and more difficult to lie. If you let your grandma know, someone will definitely be beaten. Seeing her father's expression of disappointment, Helena slowed down a little. Father, I found one thing that interests you. Realizing that her daughter is caring for herself, Alan feels better. You just saw it in the window. What's outside? Helena beckoned to Alan to follow, and floated past the window gently. Alan simply used the method of flying, floating behind Helena, and the father and daughter walked to an arc-shaped window, and then covered the curtains, sneaking out to look at the back garden. With the blessing of magic, Harris' back garden is blooming with flowers from all over the world. Water lilies, roses, and lilies are blooming with smiles. But the most striking thing is Lun surrounded by a large group of flowers, and the two French cousins with bright smiles beside him. He don't know what Lun said. The girl with big light blue eyes. He pressed his chest happily. Another girl with long hair and a wreath on her head was also amused and covered her mouth. The ghost life of thousands of years has allowed Helena to develop the habit of quietly using her own advantages to listen for interesting news. She approached her father's ear and whispered, I've seen it secretly the last few times. Uncle Lun often takes advantage of you. When you go to work, bring these two cousins over. Lun is getting awake! Exclamation mark. The scene did surprise Alan a little bit. I remember there seemed to be 3 cousins of this because cousin Eva is already in love with Mr. Fritz Basser. Helena turned her head and looked around, making sure that there were no outsiders. She lowered her voice again, appearing to be a little sneaky. Father, I have also secretly followed the two of them several times. They progressed much faster than Uncle Lun. Victor, this stuffy guy moves so fast. Alan's 2 white eyebrows were surprised and jumped up. Okay, but Lun also found 2 at once. I don't think I should show my daughter's envious look, Helena, you can follow Uncle Lun in the future. Your grandma knows that she will be very happy. The two cousins came to the university to study. They are living in the house of Mr. Delacour, Aunt Furong's father. Helena continued to look out the window with enthusiasm, apparently as a curious female ghost. Detect this clearly. This appearance made Alan aware of his daughter's lack of growth. He raised his hand and touched his daughter's long voice and said softly, "Yes, Helena, the gift I said before is almost ready. I'll take it for you now." Helena was a little surprised about this. On Christmas Eve, her father said to pick up the gift, but he didn't mention a word after he came back. Helena, who thought there was an accident, did not ask, but did not expect that it sounded because he still needed it. What preparation time was delayed. The gifts have been placed with Maggie these days, and let her help take care of and train some basic things. You know this thing is a bit rebellious, and some are unwilling. But I guess it can initially accept reality now. Alan lowered the curtains. Helena was a little surprised. Training? Father, what pet are you going to give me? Raven? Pet? Attendant? Anyway, it should be something you like. You'll know later. Alan smiled, and then glanced at Len, and the two of the cousins have got together, very close. His retracted gaze converged with Helena. After a short silence, Helena nodded to her father with some excitement, and Alan yelled out the window clearly, "Hey, Ren! Cousins, would you like to eat at home tonight?" Lun and Va's cousins, who had thought that there was no one, jumped away as if hit by lightning magic. Alan, not picking up. No. We're leaving right away. Lun returned to his mind and looked at the window, then a little annoyed he pulled two of her cousins and fled, and moved the place. Alan, who succeeded in the prank, laughed, and the storm also slipped into the shadows. Helena, who was in a good mood because she successfully interfered with her uncle's good deeds, went around in circles for a few times. After not waiting long, Alan emerged from the shadow next to the curtain, a figure almost as tall as him. The gift box floats behind him. Alan directed the gift box with a big bow to fall in front of Helena. "Open it up, Helena. I hope this gift will bring more fun to your life." "So big, father. He can't bite people, right?" Helena was surprised and scared by the size of the gift. She didn't like animals that were too big since she was a child. Mentalnovel.com I think they would not attack people if they attack people. It's easy to deal with Aldorf now. She herself will not be hurt by this kind of physical attack. Should not? Alan was a little bit shy about her daughter's timidity. "Don't worry, I mean this is something that you can touch even if you are realized." Helena gave Alan a distrustful look, then looked down at the box that was shorter than her. After brewing for a while, he lifted his arm gracefully and pulled away the big blue bow ribbon wrapped around the box. The outermost box bloomed like petals, and then revealed the smaller box inside. "I knew." Helena looked down at her immature father again with helpless eyes. Although she didn't need to breathe, she sighed and continued to tear apart blankly. Her graceful movements seemed to be dancing. A big box. It crashed to the ground, a slightly smaller box. Boom. It was another box. Helena's move to remove the box became faster and faster, and more papers were piled up on the ground, and the blue ribbons were intertwined in a random manner, until the end, a bronze oil lamp stood in the center of the paper shell. "Just look at the story, wipe it 3 times. And the gift for you will pop up," Alan said encouragingly. Helena leaned down reluctantly and obediently. She held the bronze oil lamp and shook it lightly. There was no sound. Her slender white fingers clamped a corner of the curtain and wiped it on the oil lamp. A pearly white translucent thing burst out of the bottle, and the transparent ghost in the uniform that Alan had given to him appeared. The expression of this handsome male ghost began to twist and quickly regained his polite appearance. He bowed to the female ghost, who was startled by himself and bounced back. "Helena, long time no see. I'm Tom." Chapter 1331? Prosperity. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. And behind the floater, beyond the accident of the Mole Prime Minister's family, The patrol team wearing uniforms and umbrellas at Hogwarts came quickly, waving their wands, and quickly extinguished the flame monster. The flame was out of control just now. The monsters were quickly controlled. A girl with short black hair and two big boys were picked up by them, and seemed to be surrounded by criticism. Aha! It turned out to be a few of them. Long Eyes gathered their glasses and explained to the Prime Minister in a relaxed tone, "That's Miss Parkinson and Mr. Gore and Mr. Crabbe. They are all from Hogwarts students. It seems that they had an accident in their practice of spells." Long Eyes pointed at the fat man who was trained. "This fat boy is called Crabbe, and he should have done it so hard. He was almost at school." The poor student who repeats the grade. It is estimated that the little witch is taking him to make up the lesson. But it is time to teach him a lesson. Before he learns to counter the curse, he dared to use it violently, and he was not afraid to burn himself to death. Just a few middle school students have made such a big noise! Exclamation mark. Hearing this, the Prime Minister's tone was very surprised. You must know that the impact of the flames just made him worried. If these flames are burning in London, I guess he will not be at this time. I have to peel off when I step down. Oh, it's mainly due to the characteristics of this black magic. This spell can create fires that are constantly becoming stronger and stronger. These fires can mimic the form of some monsters, and they continue to chase and kill everything that can burn regardless of the enemy or the object. And it can't be extinguished by water ... unless you use an anti-curse, or wait for no combustibles to burn around, otherwise you can't destroy it. Long Eyes shrugged and said in a joking tone, "In fact, if this little fat guy is here, Spain released a small fire, and there has been no other wizards in the magic world to stop ... theoretically ... it is only in theory that this fire can be burned from Spain to North Korea ... in Australia it is because of this kind of foolishness my forest burned." The Mole Prime Minister uttered in his throat. Because of his excessive fear, he stiffened his neck and straightened his eyes. Whether it was the productivity of the wizards or the irresistibility of force, the Prime Minister had more fear in his heart, especially the fat boy who had just repeated the grade. Even his wife and the son who had just called out the strongest were keenly aware of the meaning of the long-eyed words in the wizarding school. One of the poor students who almost repeated the grade seems to have the ability to destroy the Mole Kingdom. The Prime Minister's family originally knew that they were not equal to the wizards, but now they feel this more intuitively. This is not just to worry about mentally being manipulated by these wizards at will. Now there are advantages in productivity and direct force. This is still the little power that the wizards showed him. The Prime Minister's back is tight, and his heart is pulled together. Just now Alan Harris intends to give his own house. Does this mean that these wizards want to take advantage of the opportunity to cooperate? Come and rule the world of ordinary people like yourself. Oh, Your Excellency Anthony, please don't worry about these issues. Seeing the Prime Minister's shocked look, Long Eyes pretended to apologize and comforted. The Ministry of Magic, Umbrella and Mole government have recently cooperated very happily. I know, the wizards of the magical world are basically not interested in the Mole world. If Principal Harris really wants to take action on the Mole world, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. In fact, Your Excellency Anthony, will not happen. The Mole government maintains this kind of friendly and cooperative relationship more because it wants to obtain some raw materials and earn some benefits. The Prime Minister's family couldn't respond immediately. They were still digesting what happened just now. In fact, as long as you live on the floating city for a while, I guess no one wants to go back to life in the ordinary world, whether it's the magical world or the Mole world. And our population. Your Excellency Anthony ignored our population comparison with moles. Talking about few problems. Long Eyes looked at the Prime Minister calmly, as if he didn't see the panic and shock that his mind brought to the other party. He, who was usually very humble, raised his chin proudly. Floating City itself, it is already the largest gathering place for wizards in the world of magic, so the amount of raw materials we need is almost negligible for the Mole world, but what we can create for you is far beyond what we can obtain. So please rest assured, rather than spending a lot of effort to disperse all the wizards to rule moles. We can do it, but it's not good for us to do so. We are more willing to use the current method to build mutually beneficial relationships, and use more easily and mutually acceptable means to achieve this goal. As for Principal Harris and Miss Granger later, we will have further discussions with you in private. As for now, we are almost at our destination. At this time, the Prime Minister noticed that loud and noisy cries and bargaining sounds were coming from below the floating boat. He looked down from the side of the ship. This was a busy commercial square with ever-changing changes. It was similar to the Roman Athletic. The huge buildings of the market are packed with a crowded and prosperous maze of stalls and bargainers. The ongoing trade in this area attracts merchants and commodities from the entire wizarding world. Merchants and purchasers from all races and regions are popular here. Those wearing jeweled rings on every finger and luxuriously dressed men, the witch shouted loudly for the supplies she wanted to buy. With a scarf on her head and a weird witch who wrapped herself tightly in a weird dress, gesturing silently. A salaried wizard in uniform. No matter what his identity, it seemed to be here. You can feel at home. Magic creatures are bought and sold here, and various potions, poisons and magic plants are also available here. There are even specific booths where you can receive and send messages from any place and ethnic group, those that were not originally popular in the magic world. Creatures are released in the market area as long as there is no disturbance and order is maintained. Even the werewolves and the giant monsters who have enough intelligence not to fly people at will can be satisfied in the stalls with curtains in the market area. At the same time, avoid the panic eyes of the wizards. According to the law issued by Floating City, in addition to the approved fixed stalls, those temporary stalls must be moved around. A booth can stay up to 33 days. This also forces visiting purchasers to cruise around the market area, looking for stalls or businesses they like. In this way, even the locals cannot quickly find the goods they want based on their experience, and are forced to visit as many stalls as possible. And the opportunities for impulsive consumption have become as many as possibly, and for the wizards it is almost instantaneous to say that you want to pack your goods and change places. A few decades ago, wizards could automatically pack some large-scale circuses into a small carriage with one click. And Hogwarts University's newly launched magic scrolls are undoubtedly the best-selling products recently. The magic attached to these magic scrolls is relatively advanced and cannot be performed by ordinary wizards with their own knowledge. These are marked with umbrellas. The materials required for the scroll itself are not valuable. The cost is more manual, so it is not expensive, as long as you add a little magic power to activate it. Many wizards have developed the habit of keeping a few sets on their bodies. Emergency. The more common ones are nothing more than wines, cheeses and foreign products sold from other countries. The aromas of some exotic grilled fish, venison pies, and even dragon meat pies permeate this commercial square. Generally speaking, the types and prices of goods change with supply and demand. When a large number of goblins or foreign visitors arrive and want to buy everything in the bazaar until only bare wooden boards are left on the stall, the price will change. Raised quickly. Although the relationship between the fairy and Harris is not good, it will not affect their interest in all profitable businesses. These things will not dislike the unique currency on the floating city Altdorf. This indirectly damages the golden plus long's interests helped the gold coins of the floating city wizard bank to gain popularity. And it is the SPA pavilion of the Vers that can really guarantee the business is always good. Many wizards will go there at least once a day after get off work. Regardless of men, women and children, they combine bathing, massage, and applying skincare products and aromatherapy to promote health and satisfy the human body's vision, taste, touch, smell and thinking to achieve a kind of physical and mental enjoyment. Some wizards are keen on simple relaxation, and often hold business meetings, simple chats or casual gatherings on the adjacent massage sofa. And this is the place where it's easiest to tell whether the visitor is a local or a foreign bark. Those who are not accustomed to getting along with Vevs are very easy to become obsessed and lose their sanity, and even want to do some strange things to attract patrols. The capture of the team. As long as the money is enough, in theory, you can buy everything in the market. Longi proudly boasted to the muggles, as long as the other party can afford the price, wizards can use the floating boat to transport them from anywhere in the world. Fresh products and items. Long looked as the ship had begun to slow down and bowed to the Prime Minister's family, who was dazzled by the prosperity of the business district. Your Excellency Anthony, Mrs. Cherry and Master Yuan, welcome to Hogwarts Float. Empty city. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, fierce fireworks rose from the temple square, and burst into the air with a bang. These fireworks seemed to have become golden snakes flying in the air, whizzing around flexibly. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Countless colorful fireworks burst open in front of the Mole Prime Minister, and gathered together to become a huge raven that seemed to be flying with wings spreading out, leaping towards the floating boat. It's so enthusiastic. And there is a welcome ceremony. When the Mole Prime Minister visited other countries, he could hear the military salute, but it was rare to see such a bright firework feast, let alone the magic world. Your Excellency, the fireworks are just a coincidence. This is a celebration for the dumb gunners at the Ravenclaw Temple. The Ravenclaw Temple is the most sacred place on the floating city and has a special status. A sacred place for wizards who believe in the goddess Ravenclaw. Long Eyes didn't seem to see the embarrassment on the Prime Minister's face, and then eased it. Don't worry. President Harris has prepared a welcome ceremony for you. The profound magic of this will definitely open our eyes. Looking at the largest building on the north side of this commercial plaza, the towering spires, pointed arches, and the exaggeratedly large stained glass windows with stories reminded the Prime Minister's family of those mole cathedrals that took hundreds of years to complete, and the top of the temple the statue of Ravenclaw, which somewhat violates the principles of mole architecture, demonstrates the architectural art of wizards. That's really looking forward to. The Mole Prime Minister quickly concealed his uncomfortableness just now, as if nothing happened just now. Ravenclaw Temple, is there really in this world? Your Excellency Anthony, don't be frustrated, you are our distinguished guest. In fact, if you are interested, I can inform the welcome party and let them wait a while. Looking at the Prime Minister's expected reaction, he looked tentatively asked, why don't I take you to the Ravenclaw Temple first? This is also a rare opportunity. Maybe you can see the goddess coming in person. Chapter 1332? Not a dumb gun anymore. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The inner nave and side halls of the Ravenclaw Temple are unevenly arranged. The top of the arc in the center of the temple is very high, and there is a higher hyperboloid on the semicircular apse. The height of the vaults rises in sequence, and you can directly see the vaults of the nave, cross and apse from the main entrance. The stained glass installed on the vault, together with the vault, has a filtering effect that simulates the light sensation produced by light penetrating the densely deep leaves, enhancing the appeal and solemnity of the temple. The huge statue of Rowena Ravenclaw and the five-edged dragon as her mount in the empty hall connected the indoor world, staring at the temple condescendingly. In the dome, many ravens dance and roost under the starry sky, adding a lot of mystery to the temple. Of course, more are the countless ghosts who came here in order to make way for the living people. The white wave. When frankincense burns, the smoke that affects people's emotions floats from the embossed mouth and nose of the pillars of the temple. From time to time, wizards in dark blue costumes filled the iron tripods that were carefully decorated with new spices. Compared with the previous announcement in the temple that Ravenclaw could turn a dumb cannon into a wizard and materialize a ghost, there are more people in the temple today. Looking down from a height, there are densely packed heads, and people rub their shoulders. Huddled together. Even the high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic cannot get more spacious space in this situation. Babajidakinbad, Mrs. Maxim, the High Priest of Kuslapari who came from India. Many foreign dignitaries gathered here, and Owen Harris couldn't do as usual. Choose the middle position. Even with so many people, whether out of faith and awe of the goddess Ravenclaw, or wanting to wait for the results of the experiment, The temple remained quiet, and no one dared to make loud noise. Babajid, who was standing next to Irving, seemed a little absent-minded. The recent transactions between Floating City and Mulls actually wandered on the edge of the Confidentiality Act, which caused many sideball problems. Many countries that previously strongly advocated sanctions against the United Kingdom found that the sanctions against the United Kingdom were useless and were suppressed, and they continued to ask international wizards to jointly protest and sanction these acts against the United Kingdom. There were even roaring letters in successive letters. But in the face of Harris' strength and power, the International Wizarding Federation cannot exert influence on Britain at all. Babajid had decided long ago that since both sides can't afford to provoke them, then both sides and mud, as long as the two sides can remain stable. He intends to maintain it until his retirement. And if the dumb cannons can perform magic in the future and do not need to live in the Mull world, then the wizards can better hide themselves, stay away from the Mull world, and avoid the Mull world. This will be a way to get rid of those accusing Britain and the Mull trade is the best reason to increase exposure to the magic world. And the dumb guns blessed by Ravenclaw today, everyone is separated by an arm's length, has faded from the previous less magical dress, holding the magic wand that Alan personally built for them. As the High Priest of the Temple, Katie Bell today, like other clergymen, held an extra wand that was a little bigger than them. These wands were painted with some confusing ancient magic texts, and the above writing method is different from the system generally recognized by wizards in this world. Katie walked in front of the dumb guns. Her voice spread far in the quiet temple. The benevolent goddess Ravenclaw bestows you with magic power and hope. Please don't live up to the goddess' ability to ignite the magic, to accumulate knowledge and use wisdom to illuminate the way forward. Sweep the gifts bestowed by the goddess like the omnipresent wind. The dumb guns in the field focused on the magic wand in their hands, and the eyes of the people around seemed to have turned into heavy pressure, pressing on them, which did not cause any threat to them who had actually been verified many times before. Fluorescence flickers. The spell sounded in unison. Suddenly, a faint fluorescent light lit up on the tip of the wand in Filch's hand, and the wand trembled unconsciously, as if it was also trembling in the hearts of the wizards. A little fluorescence lights up again, and the lighted fluorescence continues to increase. Whoosh whoosh, boom. The celebration fireworks outside the temple soared into the sky, and the bright fireworks were cast through the colored windows to illuminate them, making the faces agitated, excited, or awe-inspiring. The cheers in the temple seemed to be overwhelming. The dome was overturned, and at the same time countless wizards knelt towards the tall Ravenclaw idol, praying devoutly. The sound of the prayer made the temple somewhat disturbingly strange, but overall it was somewhat commensurate with what was going on. Babajid clapped his hands vigorously, which was exactly what he wanted. Mrs. Maxim gracefully took off the white gloves that reached her arm, and her eyes fell on the statue of the goddess high above. With a little more awe in her heart, Kuslapa the high priest stubbornly grabbed Sari on his body and stared greedily at these dumb cannons that were casting spells. Compared with other countries, their population base had more wizards, and the number of dumb cannons far surpassed other countries. And under the five-headed dragon statue, Filch shook his hand and brought the wand closer, and the little fluorescent light reflected in his cloudy eyes, as if it had turned into his whole world. The corners of his eyebrows trembled, and even the wrinkled old face was faintly glowing red, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, but he was reluctant to blink and let the tears crisscross his face. This was not him. It was the first time to cast magic successfully, but it was indeed the first time to prove that he was not a dumb gun in front of others. Petunia flew up her eyebrows with joy. Her neck that was longer than others stretched forward abruptly, and Darlie was so happy that her lower lip was wrapped around her upper lip, and her cheek was lumpy, messy. Waving the magic wand in his hand to release more light, only Mr. Granger and Mrs. Cravat were very excited and joyful in their hearts, but as insiders who knew the internal work and did not look forward to today for almost a lifetime like Filch and Petunia, they were still behaving normally. And off the court, Mrs. Pince, wearing a black pointed wizard hat, walked over quickly. Her skinny hand supported Filch, who was a little swayed from overexcitement, that looked like a malnourished one. A smile appeared on Vulture's face and took out a handkerchief to old Filch. "I think you should come to the library more and wipe away your tears." "How old are you to let people read the joke?" "Tears and nose stain the book." "Irma, those can't secretly laugh at me anymore. I'm not a dumb gun anymore," Filch said hoarsely. His tone brought unprecedented confidence, and he put a handkerchief on his face indiscriminately. He wiped it up, and his spine, which had always been rickety, seemed to be straighter. Only Vernon and his nephew Harry, who realized they would spend more time with them, were not so happy off the court. Vernon's cheeks with thick double chins became pigliviculled. His two fists were tightly squeezed, and now his wife and son were really weird members this time, and he looked unwillingly. The goddess statue and the dragon statue mumbled and complained, "I clearly prayed to you to make them fail. I'm so sincere. It's good now, I'm the weirdo." However, more and more wizards rushed over after hearing the news, and Vernon's complaining voice was lost in the surging cheers and shouts, and even he himself couldn't hear what he was saying. Chapter 1333 Mortal Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Except for the Ravenclaw Temple, fireworks were burning in every corner of the floating city, and various monsters hovered and roared above the floating city. In this way, they informed the wizards in the floating city that the dumb guns had been able to successfully cast spells. This ignited the emotions of the wizards. They rushed to the temple and wanted to pray to the goddess and show their respect at this special moment. Even many people were on the steps outside the temple because the line was too long. The ground fell to his knees and prayed to the goddess. With this exact miracle, even wizards who did not believe in gods and had just arrived in Floating City could not help but show their respect to Ravenclaw, a wise and powerful woman. In the next second, the huge statue of Ravenclaw suddenly emitted a faint blue light. This blue light shot from the crown on the head of the statue, sending the Prime Minister's family, Mrs. Granger, Mr. Clavat, and Nancy, these pure moles, all shrouded. These moles shrouded in blue light disappeared from the place in an instant, and when they reappeared, they had already gathered under the huge sculpture of Goddess Ravenclaw. And when everyone hadn't grasped the changes in front of them, Alan's figure suddenly appeared on the preaching stage. He was leaning on his staff with his back facing the underside of the huge Ravenclaw goddess, and he was gentle and calmly familiar. The sound resounded throughout the floating city. "First of all, we would like to welcome several new members of the Wizards. From now on, we have entered a new stage of life. I hope you can work tirelessly on the ladder of magical knowledge and wisdom and achieve new achievements." Suddenly all the cheers, prayers, and shouts fell silent, except for the fireworks that were still raging in the sky. Goddess Ravenclaw, her gift is not over yet. After helping the dumb canon, she will continue to perform miracles and bring magic and knowledge to those who really don't believe in not possessing magic. That is to say, we will next it will turn a pure mole into a wizard and become one of us. After a weird silence, a loud noise erupted from the whole city. This voice was very noisy, completely different from the enthusiastic atmosphere of all the cheers just now. Unspeakable shock attacked these wizards. In addition to some people's surprises, many people's faces also showed fear, but most of them were towards the goddess Ravenclaw. Such a decision is difficult to accept. A dumb canon can become a wizard. This is something to celebrate for the wizards. Even the oldest and pure wizard family, there will inevitably be a dumb relative in the family. Ravenclaw can treat the dumb canon and cannot cast spells. Each time the number of people is small, but this can avoid some forced separation of relatives. Mole-born wizards must also have the blood of a wizard ancestor. This is the consensus of the magic world, but now, pure moles can also become wizards, which makes many wizards who have always been proud of being a wizard. We can't accept it, and even wizards who are friendly to moles can hardly accept such a situation, just as the Weasleys have never considered themselves like moles. And more families that resemble mashups, that is, a combination where one is a wizard and the other is a mole. Undoubtedly, after learning of this news, they become very excited. The wizards of this kind of family in the early years can only after one's descendants are determined to be wizards can they be deciphered to the other half. Although it is not as strict now as decades ago, the moles of this family undoubtedly also envy their wizard partners, and now this is for love. The resulting compromises necessary in life are about to be eliminated. This boundary and the previously insurmountable gap seem to be broken by Ravenclaw. The High Priest slappily grabbed Buddy on his body, unable to restrain angrily yelling in his exotic English. India had always had a caste system before, and the fixed class was unbreakable and insurmountable, which also affected their wizarding world. And wizards themselves are above all castes moles, but now Ravenclaw seems to be pulling the lowly people into wizards, which makes him totally unacceptable. Mrs. Maxim frowned, and her beautiful face was full of worries. This would undoubtedly increase the gap between Britain and other countries. There has been enough friction recently, and now if we ignore other countries' thought, come up with such a big event that can break the boundary between the magical world and the mole world. Just a few seconds after the success of the dumb artillery, Abakinda's nose kept sucking, his chest and slumped together, his wide front teeth biting his lips tightly, and unspeakable fatigue rose from the bottom of his heart. And now it's more big trouble. His Aris and dumb guns can be regarded as a part of the wizarding community to some extent. Heal them. Otherwise they will live in the mole world and have no regard for the maintenance of secrecy laws. But now if the barriers between wizards and moles are removed, the dumb cannons can cast spells, and now moles can become wizards at will. What is the significance of the existence of the secrecy law? Where is the International Federation of Wizards? Land. The president of the Wizarding Federation did not deal with Harris at first, but only after he could not provoke him. In order to maintain the dignity of the International Wizarding Federation, he tried his best to deal with the aftermath of Harris, and the follow-up of this incident was obviously completely. He was detached from his control, and he felt a fever in his mind, and the pain in his skull made him regain his sense of sanity. He took some potions from his bag and took it indiscriminately to prevent blood pressure from damaging his brain. Abakind has not recovered his ability to speak. Alan's voice sounded again. Suppressing all the uproar. This is actually a new technique he learned from young Voldemort, and it is less laborious than the method of forcibly transmitting with magic power in the 5th grade. A lot. I heard your voice through the goddess, and I understand your thoughts. But like the dumb gun, magic will only bloom in the souls of a few people in this world. This will not change. Only a few lucky people can get the gift of transformation. For the wizard. Alan looked at the president of the International Wizarding Federation with his hands on his back and said, moreover, if these moles can be converted into wizards, naturally they will no longer be moles. So this behavior does not violate the International Wizards' confidentiality law. Besides, as we all know, Miss Rowena Ravenclaw has existed for thousands of years, and her existence is far before the establishment of the International Wizarding Federation. And mortal organizations have no power to manage the affairs of a true god. Of course, Abakind cannot be convinced by Alan's sophistry. Many wizards do not care about secrecy laws but about multi-wizards themselves. There is noise and commotion everywhere, and those Harris supporters regard Alan's words as a standard. Started a debate with people who disagreed. Alan on the stage didn't mean to say more. He looked at the mole leader who was still confused about the situation and was a little at a loss. Anthony, I'm sorry I didn't explain to you in advance. Generally speaking, because the cooperation between us has made the goddess very satisfied, she decided to give you this kind of reward for the moles who have contributed to the floating city and the magical world. Convert you to one of us. A.I. Renton paused. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Don't worry about your tenure, we will contact your successor in a similar way, as long as he has contributed to the magic world like you. Regardless of whether he accepts it or not, Ravenclaw's wisdom and strength have undoubtedly conquered the wizards on the floating city. Her multiple manifestations and such miracles are causing surging beliefs to gather through the temples and gods everywhere. go with. Suddenly, a sense of absolute fear pounced on the wizards, and the cold magic power bound everyone's heads like tentacles. Using their short consciousness trance, this thing roughly passed through their brains to detect them. Thought of. This is different from the coercion presented by the previous Ravenclaw manifestations. This time it is not just the area within and near the Ravenclaw Temple, but the entire floating city, and the surrounding area with the Ravenclaw Temple idol, and the wizards of her faith have all fallen into this situation. Even the creatures flying in the sky of the floating city have been affected by this divine power. The wizards in the floating ship seem to have lost all their sanity in a short time. When I started to lose interest in everything, I usually just knelt on the ground blankly. Those fire dragons waved their wings mechanically, forgetting everything, leaving only a series of constantly changing perceptions, almost impossible to describe in words. Because Alan, who had the most primitive magic power on the Nether Scroll, quickly recovered. He took a deep breath and exhaled it slowly. He looked at the reactions of everyone inside and outside the temple and noticed that he had just got rid of the fantasy. Owen's doubtful and inquiring eyes, he shook his head and didn't explain anything to his father. But it was enough to make him realize that something was wrong. Unlike the previous deliberate manifestation, Alan called Luna's name from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 1334, Shinjin Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. Memories and imagination have become a series of vague, picture-like scenes. In the tumbling chaos, clear edges and outlines have been lost. These can never be constructed by one's own consciousness, but rather like some kind of uneven great reality, an unspeakable reality beyond time and space. They knelt on the ground, their hearts were like pendulums, but they swayed in their chests. The wizards couldn't control themselves, and abandoned all thoughts. They couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion, as if they were immersed in the other in a flash world. Regardless of the sky or the ground, countless books are spinning, and countless colorful fireworks like magic texts spin and burst in front of them, shining like fireworks. At the same time, black energy in the shape of raven feathers spewed out from these books. These black energy of raven feathers that were constantly emerging flew out, dissolving together from time to time, and spinning apart from time to time. This rapid change of sight is so real and magnificent, beyond their own perception of the world, and the reality beyond time and space involves their spirit, making their consciousness seem to be immersed in it, unable to break free, and can only follow those books float up and down. Whether it is a wizard or a fire dragon, it seems that they no longer exist. But just like those explosive magic texts, constantly changing their positions and shapes, he noticed that some underground wizards had shivered and fainted on the ground because of things that mortals could not understand. Alan, who had not received any response from Luna, stepped directly into the statue of Ravenclaw beside him. In the shadows, I wanted to enter the small secret room where Luna was staying at the top of the temple. Just stepping out of the shadows, what caught his eyes was not the familiar sight of the secret room in the temple. He was shifted to the door of the secret room. Before Alan was shocked, he saw a Dementor flying lightly from the ceiling, as if he had already been here waiting for him. The Dementor had a cloak on his head and body, blocking his rotting body, and he stretched out his crusted palm towards Alan. A series of symbols appeared on the lens inlaid in its palm, and there was a faint light on those symbols, just floating in the air in their palms. The state of this Dementor was also different from what Alan knew well. It didn't deliberately show a horrible form as it used to be, nor did it show emotions such as wanting to absorb happiness, hope, and so on. This kind of crazy thinking creature now shows some rational temperament, but it seems that it is still used to using these riddle-like symbols to hide its own words instead of directly translating English subtitles. A somewhat impetuous Alan finally understood Luna's state at this time due to the influx of ghosts and a large number of majestic beliefs now. Luna was not prepared for this kind of thing, who could not predict in advance. She began to transform in the room, and she began to be promoted from a pseudo-god to a real deity. She only came to enrich and mentor, and let it explain this for her without spending too much time. Alan waited patiently at the door. After a long while, Luna's voice sounded clearly in Alan's heart. It was different from the hazy laziness of the past, and the voice showed a bit of majesty and coldness. Alan, you can come in now. Alan frowned, and noticed that the feeling the other person was talking about now was different from Rowena. He pushed the door open. The room behind the door was no longer the room he was familiar with, and it was full of dark blue chaos. The never-ending dark blue seems calm and deep, but it seems that there is an infinite crisis hidden in the unknown. But apart from some surprises at first, the undelayed pace has allowed him to step into this inner space, which is similar to responsiveness in the independent space of the house. The abyss-like silence in this space. This absolute silence made Alan unable to hear or perceive his heartbeat and breathing. He walked forward in this dark blue chaos and even felt his own. The strong-willed brain in the past began to feel a little dizzy, as if he had lost his direction and lost his mobility. He could not move in this space with his body muscles, nor could he touch the border of this deep blue chaos. Then he settled down. Alan realized that he couldn't feel his own weight either. Suddenly he realized that the situation here is similar to the underworld that Luna had visited before. So he started to use the power of mind and try to use imagination in this space. Take control of yourself again. Extraordinary ingenuity is the greatest wealth of mankind. Luna's familiar and unfamiliar voice came from the depths of Alan's mind. In this hazy chaos, the voice sounded vague and unreal. Alan, come over to me. I will just give you something. Follow the sound. In fact, this sound does not rely on air to spread in this world. And this space does not count as air with real meaning. Alan, who has mastered the method, almost immediately after he began to think, the spirit in front of him made him see the omniscient eyes of countless blue and black energy triangles. These eyes cover the sky and the sun, opening and closing in the air, and at the same time the black energy in the shape of a raven feather swirling around the eye of knowing in the air, tumbling and boiling, opening and closing. The relationship is shattered like foam, and merged like waves. This is Luna's body. Then, Alan was gently touched and entangled by the energy tentacles in this swirling energy. He was not annihilated like those who accidentally touched the Dementors before, but was poured into his eyeballs all the time. The pupil swallowed Alan in like a huge mouth. And Alan's vision at this time is a chaos intertwined with countless pictures. And each piece of raven feather represents the decision and result of the believer at this moment. Alan himself appeared in many places at the same time, saw many different people, and felt their feelings after being attached to many different people. The only thing in common was that they all believed in Latin America. Ravenclaw, all have the experience of praying to Ravenclaw. It's just that in this surging energy, Alan seems to have seen the countless possibilities that they have made because of different choices at the same time, even if this choice has not happened at all. He even saw Katie Bell in it, choosing to eat steak for lunch, but at the same time, the fragments shown to him split out the follow-up results that she might have if she chooses to eat lamb chops. You are reading www.uukanzu.com, and this hypothesis also has countless changes due to subsequent choices. And these changes themselves have more changes and changes, not just humans, because horsemen and some magical animals that have been deceived before are also believing in Ravenclaw, even if not in the name of Ravenclaw, even some plants with some minds. And these feelings caused by different physiological structures and ways of thinking, in this infinite thought that can destroy everything. Alan becomes more and more unable to bear it, and his consciousness seems to have been involved and scattered into thousands. With these thoughts boiling, Alan lost his self and personality in a trance, fell into the infinite possibilities of countless creatures, and stepped into the terrifying horror without knowing it. Countless believers are praying, and they are taking different paths because of different choices. Their endless numbers and terrible diversity are almost driving Alan to the brink of madness. Then, a refreshing sensation poured in from Alan's forehead, lowering the temperature of the hot brain, which was almost burning and melting. Just like Alan fell into another kind of maze of thinking while reading the Nether Scroll. He woke up from the vast and boundless thoughts and recovered his sanity. However, realizing the great horror he had just experienced unintentionally, Alan gasped. Roughly, after calming the emotions in his heart, he felt that his forehead was still being held by a cold and slippery hand. The refreshing sensation of awakening is radiated from that hand. "Ellen, I want to give you some benefits that you should have as a true God's elect," Luna said. "It's just that the power and divine power you get through the Nether Scroll are mutually exclusive. Those who need divine power to stay in order to be effective can't give as you." Chapter 1335. True Voters. Harry Potter, Invincible. Find the latest chapter. The divine power continues to develop Alan's brain, and the cool feeling spreads across his brain, making his mind clearer, and his thinking seems more energetic. It feels like an invisible pull. Ravenclaw crowned, improved the ability of memory, understanding and association, and increased wisdom. The stimulation brought by the spirit made his body more relaxed, and Alan suppressed his strength to weaken the conflict with the divine power. Come in for a different person. I guess this person is gone. God's knowledge of this aspect is still a bit dangerous, and it is easy to destroy a weak mind. Luna came in a lazy voice. "I can't get in for another person." Her speech speed became faster, with some uncertainty asked, "Want to learn more? I can instill it on you and understand it for yourself. But it's like the most esoteric power in the Nether Scrolls. I understand and can't use it. This is more from in terms of knowledge. You can't use it?" Luna paused. "It's useless." It was a little uncomfortable at first. "Do you want to understand?" "Of course, Emma Ravenclaw." Alan answered in the affirmative. He frowned and noticed that the other party had asked a rare question twice, with uncertainty and expectation in his tone. "And as Ravenclaw my husband, mine is yours, you are mine. I naturally want to know more about your affairs. Rest assured, I will stay with you." Without warning, it seemed that he was afraid of Alan's change, and even seemed to be a little afraid of his own change. The knowledge and secrets of the gods poured into Alan's mind like a tsunami, and Luna began to show Alan as a true god. The senses of the gods. Most of the information instilled in can be transformed into words that Alan can understand, and some use other senses and rely on Alan's imagination to portray him. But a large swath of knowledge and incredible abilities that made Alan dizzy, intertwined in his mind and turned into a huge whirlpool. Just let him sink and drift in these turbulent thoughts. There is no new life, but he cannot understand it. The transformation of the ministry was not over, and the knowledge that had been awkward and obscure to him began to gradually become clear. When the divine power has stopped transforming Alan's brain, and the installation of knowledge has not yet ended, but those thoughts have become more turbulent, and he has begun to try to deepen his understanding, and combine his extremely small part with that complex and diverse existence. Reconciling with each other, some previously incomprehensible knowledge is connected to each other to make him understand, but at this time Alan can only passively accept. The brain is like a huge pocket, filled with the influx of knowledge and information. However, although the knowledge related to the gods is stored in his brain, it is only instilled bluntly. It has not been systematically combed and studied, and it has not been transformed into Alan's personal knowledge. Just like a book placed in a library. He has them, but he doesn't have them if he doesn't learn it. It takes a lot of time to fully acquire and understand the knowledge and to use it, and most of these knowledge is still incapable of being used by Alan to transform it into his own power. When he finally got rid of the surging intellectual thoughts and regained his sanity, Alan only felt that his brain was a little swelling, and the sudden flood of information made his brain unable to work, and he was dizzy. After calming down, he realized that he had never walked far before, and now his position had returned to the place where he had just stepped in through the gate, and the room in front of him was still a familiar sight, and Luna was still lying in her daily habits. The bed to rest on. It's just that the only thing that changed in the room was that Luna, who was lying alone on the bed, had a completely different temperament from the past. Although her appearance and figure itself have not changed, she just lay there simply, exuding unspeakable and unstoppable charm. The temperament on her body is very sacred and majestic, which is obviously brought about by becoming a true god. The role of Luna and Rowena are no longer my true form. Luna's raised silver eyes fixed on Alan's body and laughed at herself, and then saw Alan's eyes on her body deliberately become hot. Whatever you want to become, of course you can say that these are my true forms. Her fingers curled the strands of blonde hair around her cheeks casually, and said briskly, "Alan, you earned." Alan ignored Luna's teasing. His eyes suddenly fell on the other's bulging abdomen. He just wanted to ask about the child in Luna's belly, but he had previously instilled this in his mind about the knowledge of God. Part of the corresponding content automatically surfaced. Alan frowned, read and understood this knowledge in his mind for a while, and his shoulders that had just been strained because of tension also relaxed. He said in a jokingly envious tone, "The luck of these two children, it's great. You don't need to take the elixir of life and the longevity technique. You will automatically be immortal when you grow up to adulthood. Your voter immunization will bring some benefits. You can explore and master it yourself at that time." Luna saw that Alan was completely awake. Her tone was a little proud. It seems that she has also learned to control during this period of time. The feeling of lack of vitality at the beginning did not appear. In order to allow you to bear the knowledge of God, so I chose to greatly enhance your intelligence. Author's note: Ilminster as a mage, the voter template of Mystra obtained after becoming a voter of the goddess of magic, actually made Ilminster's physique plus 10. Surely it was because of the part-time job of the goddess friend. With that said, Luna directed the teapot to pour a glass of water. The transparent liquid turned dark brown in the air with bubbles. Alan felt the power of supernatural power. This glass of water became a real Coke after it was turned into a Coke. There is no need to rely on magic to maintain deformation. Alan took the glass of Coke and took a sip, and the naughty little bubbles jumped and burst in his mouth. If you don't add the scent of cheeks, it's basically the same. Can Katie and the others borrow your power? The biggest difference between true gods and false gods is that they can grant believers magic arts. Luna also conjured a cup for herself, and said casually, "Unfortunately, this is not for you to rest the scroll." So it took a little extra effort to do something. Makeup. What else do you use your prophetic eyes to see and dry? The pupil of Alan's left eye shrunk so that only the smallest pupil in the middle was left. Mentalnovel.com. A large white of eyes appeared in the rest. He looked at the glass of Coke in his hand, and his pale brows were raised. Now the prophetic eye is not as before, but can see the biggest possibility of the future direction. But as in the previous illusion, all the possibilities of this glass of Coke, all the possibilities after the possibility, can be affected by Alan. See clearly along the context, whether it is a magical mirror, a kettle, a table or chair without magic in the room, or even a wizard walking in a hurry outside the window, they can look at their ongoing future, the future they may move toward, and the future they have missed. It's clear. And the ultimate direction of all these, basically, most of them belong to annihilation. Alan looked back at Luna, who was lying lazily on the couch in the room. Only in her body, there was no sign of any signs. These veins did not appear, just as all things might belong to this place. God can't divination and predict each other. After you became my elect, I also helped you to shield this. Luna's hazy eyes glanced at Ellen, and sighed with regret. Now I am completely can't see your brain clearly. Somewhat uncomfortable. You can't see it? Oh, I can't see it. It's troublesome. I've gotten used to it. The knowledge in Alan's mind made him understand the reason, but he was actually used to Luna a long time ago. He can see his thoughts directly. This kind of communication saves time and effort. It is simple and clear. He shrugs his shoulders angrily. First, deal with the of death first, and then we can find a way to solve this trouble. Thinking of the of death, Alan's finger he habitually knocked on the table. Without prophecy, he had already acted the last time old Tom, and he must have been planning something secretly. Chapter 1336. A veritable resurrection stone. Harry Potter, Invincible, find the latest chapter. Luna got up from the bed and walked in front of Ellen. She hadn't noticed that one foot stepped on his boots, and her slender fingers hooked out the Deathly Hallows pendant hanging on Ellen's neck, the resurrection stone of the of death, appearing in Luna's palm. He directly pressed the resurrection stone to the most middle position, and the resurrection stone was inlaid in it. I turned it into a veritable resurrection stone. Luna's white palm lightly patted the pendant. It only has the power to truly resurrect a dead person once. I can only be regarded as strengthening it with power when I make it. It consumes a lot of money in order to achieve the effect beyond life and death, so there will only be such one. Alan frowned and wiped his fingers on the pendant. Later, he raised his pale brows, looking at Luna in front of him as a deep spring, twisting the pendant around his neck. Tiaxia twice, is this stone useful to yourself? It does work for me. Luna raised her hand, and rejected the pendant that Alan had returned, in a whispered tone. You have enough intelligence and you will know what to do at the right time. Use it. Alan did not try to push the stone back to Luna, but took her in his arms. He put his chin on her head, thinking that this stone would definitely have something to do with dealing with death in the future. I began to worry about who Luna met this possible dying object, because listening to the other's tone seemed to be used for others. The new knowledge in my mind had already told Alan Luna why he could not speak clearly, although he and Luna's can't be detected and predicted by the of death. But if things are about the himself, the more you say, the more likely it will make the feel. I think you should be more worried about. Actually, you have stayed in me for a few days. Today is Sunday. Irving will stay here to wait for you. Luna's head was itchy by her chin, and she moved. Moving his head, he said lazily, Morgan Le Fay will blame me even more if you don't go out. The atmosphere that had just fallen into was broken by Luna's words. Alan was surprised. He thought that time hadn't been long before. So he took Luna back to the bed and walked into the shadow of the room. At this time, the Ravenclaw Temple was even more lively than when the dumb gunners showed their ability to cast spells. The ravens that were scurrying around seemed unable to bear the ghosts and the crowds below, and they all flew outside the temple and circled. Only a little boldness falls on the shoulders of the prayer. No one will drive them away. Some believers even think this is a recognition of Ravenclaw's piety. The Ravenclaw Temple is like a mole church, and many wizards use the weekend to worship even if they are not free. This is not because dumb guns and moles have the opportunity to become wizards here. Although wizards are keen to discuss these current events, the matter itself has little to do with wizards. After this Ravenclaw transformation, the coverage of the true god, the temple itself, has successfully subdued the wizards above the floating city. That day, everyone inside and outside the floating city really felt the power of Ravenclaw, the irresistible power, and the awe in the heart seemed to rise. It has been carved into their bones, leaving an indelible impression. After walking across the wide covered bridge and casting a spell to prevent the surrounding wizards from noticing his Ellen, he stopped temporarily, and Katie Bell was standing with her head up and her chest tall and the relatively small Ravenclaw goddess in the side hall. Below the image, hands were placed on the heads of the believers who were kneeling on the ground, and they chanted and prayed loudly. Unlike the previous magic aromatherapy that used the temple's emotional influence on others, Katie's words now contain real divine blessings. Compared with her usual voice, that voice has a little bit of it. Ethereal and sacred, it sounds like it will produce some effects similar to the singing of a phoenix, but it does not bring people courage, but wisdom and wisdom. Under Katie's prayers, the listeners will obviously feel that their minds are flowing through a clear spring. This effect can last for hours even if it waits out of the temple. Alan scanned the heads of many people below and collected some information from the past few days. After letting go of the restrictions on Katie, she found herself. The high priest immediately ended her prayer and handed it over. The others took over, and the blue priestly robe turned with her steps, and Katie reported directly as if she was afraid of delaying Alan's time. Principal Harris. Katie tensed her back nervously, her shoulders unconsciously raised and stared at Alan in a daze. After Alan became a voter, In addition to his physical improvement, the knowledge of the true gods will inevitably affect his temperament. The original silver-white hair, some unhealthy and sickly pale white skin. At this time it also appears divine and majestic. Sorry, Principal Harris. Katie couldn't help but lower her position. She cautiously asked for instructions. Because of your temporary departure before ... we dare not call the shots without authorization. So we decided to introduce the moles to the surgery. The blood of the wizard was put on hold. She lowered her head as if facing the statue of her goddess. They are still placed in the temple. Do you need to preside over this ceremony? Oh, I waited so long. I'm sorry to encounter something temporarily. Alan took a little apology, and his gentle tone now even feels some compassion and kindness. As Rowena's most devout believer, the high priest of the temple, Katie, it is logical for you to preside by yourself. You don't need to wait for me to start. You have learned almost the same, plus the new power that Rowena gives you. I believe there will be no problems. Yes, thank you for the gift of the goddess. After listening to Alan's words, Katie didn't feel anything wrong with his question about the title of goddess. Now she has received the divine power bestowed by Ravenclaw to let her proudly perform divine magic. The power that can come from the goddess from Melon, I promise it will be done smoothly. The goddess bestowed us on healing powers far surpassed those of traditional healers. Many of them used to rely on potions. We can directly treat injuries that can only be treated with a magical technique. Katie, you can consider adding those mole doctors to the shortlist in a few years. Alan ordered. This time the mole wizard needs mole medicine, so Umbrella invited mole doctors to teach. Let the clergy of the temple in charge of this matter to learn. In order to uphold the protection law in name, the mole doctors themselves are selected from families where children or spouses are wizards. In fact, they have been working with the Umbrella to transform mole medicine into wizard healing techniques. They did not know this. It has something to do with mole's transformation of wizards, but it will be treated as a teaching for wizarding treatment homes, and those moles who undergo surgery will also be under anesthesia. As for those donors who match moles, it is also used for collection and matching in the name of Umbrella medical treatment. It is not the time to announce to everyone this method that can be easily imitated and can make moles dumb, so instead of involving the healer of the Umbrella, I chose the temple to be the most pious. Alan. Owen trot out from the corner. He apparently noticed the movement of his son's position through the mark and ran from the lounge. Father, I make you worry. Alan greeted him a little apologetically. On the contrary, Owen slowed down. His pace was very steady. He smiled politely at Katie who was greeting him and nodded. Sacrifice bell. My son and I have some things to deal with. I need to go home first. I'm sorry. Excuse me. After getting close to Alan, Owen grabbed his son and the two of them instantly apparated. Chapter 1337? Crete. As soon as the figures of Ellen and Owen appeared, cheers broke out in the room. Apparently the family had received Owen's news, so they gathered in the living room and waited for Ellen's return. Punlo yelled in surprise, stepped forward and rushed towards Alan. The youngest Emily also jumped towards Alan, and was lifted up by Alan with one hand. Morgan Le Fay and Daisy pressed their hearts as the therapists and looked at them carefully to see if there were any injuries on his body. Hermione couldn't let go so easily in front of so many people. She stood restrained, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks flushed. Although there is a mark of perception, they did not perceive Alan's location at all before, as if he had disappeared from this world. Even the blood alliance of Punlo and Hermione is the same. They can only be sure that Alan is still there, alive. And Luna only sent a Dementor to explain. So as time progressed, this caused all kinds of worries and speculations among the family. It was only now that Alan stood in front of them intact, and then let go. Sit on the sofa. Morgan Le Fay touched his high-raised belly. And after the worries faded and the blame rose, he directly asked, Alan, where have you been these days? I was told you are again. What kind of ancient times did it go? And Luna, who is still pregnant with a baby in her belly, and how she disappeared for so long, where are you now? What are you two doing? Mr. Lovegood, go to him by yourself. Explain. On this issue, It's because of Alan was very cooperative, and he explained the general situation of Luna's becoming a true and his family clearly. At the same time, the pupil of Alan's left eye shrank rapidly, exposing a large white of the eye, leaving only the small pupil in the middle. The right eye did not move, and the left eye moved quickly in a short period of time to see the future of the family one by one. Because reading the scrolls, taking the elixir of life, and using OM's wizard's longevity art, the future of everyone is much longer than ordinary people. There is still the possibility of death, but that time is too far away and it's not something to worry about now. Under the magic robe, Alan's fingers pinched the palm. Doubts arose in his heart, and he became more and more uncertain about whom to use this resurrection stone. I heard that these two guys have done something big again, and their attitude is completely different from the previous concern and tension. So that's the reason for such a big movement. That day, Irving's face was blushing abnormally. He put his hands together and leaned on the sofa. His voice barely maintained the usual calmness. Anyway, Luna can be successful, promoting to the true God. This is something to celebrate. How much is this stronger after becoming a true god? What can be done? How to plan afterwards? It's not too clear right now. It's not stable. It's definitely in control, Alan said embarrassingly. In fact, he and Luna are now at this level, and they don't plan to plan something like the lower grades. Lun, who was just looking at his pocket watch, was also a little excited at this time. He stretched out his index finger and lifted the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Now the floating city is so eye-catching. Many hostile forces in the world are secretly watching, although we are not afraid of them. But in such a situation, being able to have a little more strength and a little more whole cards is really timely. Rain, Dad, Ellen and Luna are useful as long as they exist. Emily obviously understands the personalities of her brother and sister-in-law better. She stroked the little basilisk on her wrist. How to plan? Daisy, Albert and the others don't have much thoughts about these things. Only Morgan Le Fay still has some grievances. Then you should tell the family in advance, and they will disappear so quietly. God can make everyone unconscious. With that, Morgan Le Fay glanced at Ellen in the direction of Punlo and Hermione, suggesting that Ellen wanted to appease. It's uncomfortable to stay near the Ravenclaw Temple. It has something to do with the mad girl becoming a god. Punlo hugged her arms in a sour tone. Now she has completely given up the idea of being able to catch up with each other in strength. I feel that way too. Daisy sat upright, confessing in a bluff. I feel uncomfortable inexplicably when I enter the temple. Tunks doesn't have it. This is because the magic and divine powers on the nether scrolls will conflict a little bit. Alan explained aloud, of course we don't have to be as feudal and superstitious as the ancient arcanists. She has recently been able to grant believers divine powers to perform divine magic. It's easier to heal than magic. This unexpected joy was that Penelope's rosy lips curled up and his heart was stunned. Alan also read the nether scrolls. This kind of conflict may make him and Luna less intimate because of this. Alan glanced at Punlo and knew what the other person was thinking. He coughed and changed the subject. I'm not there for a few days, so how does the outside world react? In the magical world, the fact that muggles can be transformed into wizards has a great impact. It has become the most concerned public opinion hotspot recently. Hermione pulled out several newspapers and handed them to Alan. But at the national level, although Bulgaria, the United States, and Germany have also protested, their response has been far less intense than we had previously expected. The dumb gunners in other countries are crazy and start to try to obtain permission to enter the floating city, but entering the British magical world has no trouble entering the floating city, so the temple on Diagon Alley is overcrowded. It has restored the deserted commercial street vitality. Len's tone was a little confused. But as Hermione said, the attitudes of the surrounding countries are a little strange, and some of the preparations we have made in advance are nowhere to be used. It is understandable that those countries do not hinder the dumb artillery from coming through. It's not a little weird about melons. They didn't react fiercely because they communicated very frequently in private. Punlo's tone was a little cold, as if to show his usefulness. I sent people to stare at some. These countries are now undercurrents. Their private interviews are getting more frequent. Does this have something to do with the duel contest that is about to be held? Ah, speaking of this, Alan, Professor Flitwick is also looking for you recently, just to discuss things about going to the duel contest with you. And then realized that everyone was still watching her, and then I remembered that she had only said half of what she had just said. The dual competition system is basically set. It is not a traditional Anianon. It is a melee competition like the Alan course. The one standing at the end is the champion. These cowards are the same as we thought before, knowing that they can't fight and want to unite against Alan. Albert was a little scornful when he thought of the previous discussion. He can only admit defeat. You don't understand what Daisy means, I think. They may want to assassinate Alan directly on the field. As a Slytherin, Emily couldn't help thinking in the worst direction. It's about Alan's safety. How? It's not too much to be cautious. Alan, maybe we don't need to take these unnecessary risks. Emily, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. You are pretty worried, but in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is futile. Owen snorted coldly. They don't have a thorough understanding of Alan's strength. I guess I still stayed at the time when Alan and Voldemort were in a public duel, and they didn't have a deep understanding of Alan's current strength. It is a dream to rely on a few hairy boys to assassinate Alan. Father is right. Participation is definitely to participate. If they avoid it, they will have a numerical advantage, and the illusion that we can contain us will be more troublesome. Alan nodded in approval. Daisy, is the location determined? Where is it? Crete. Daisy recalled for a moment. The venue is already being set up. Greece? This answer was a bit unexpected, and it made him feel that this duel contest was not as simple as he had imagined. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. He frowned and said, "You don't want to go over the floating city then? Just watch the live broadcast." Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1338. Mom, I'm going home to eat tonight. Why? Are they worried that they will also do us? Albert was a little confused. We went and they really did it and can help you. Don't worry, Alan and the others will not be our opponents. It's mainly the Greek problem. It makes things a little weird. Alan vetoed. Daisy, whose idea was this place turned into? The representative from the United States suggested that the island will not affect muggles. Daisy said blankly. Don't forget that the despicable Helbo is an ancient Greek. Maybe there is a conspiracy from him? Hermione reacted. After being designed by the other party to delay Alan and allow herself to be assassinated by the devil, she responded to these things. Do some research and memorize the other party's information. Alan, do you suspect that it has something to do with death? Irving's expression also became serious. Morgan Le Fay is also a little anxious. Then it's better not to take risks. Daisy, we'd better apply for a change of place, and the related losses can be paid out by us. Owen, you'd better do this yourself. Mom, it's not necessary. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but just to be safe. Alan shook his head. At the time we drove the floating city to the sky of Crete, and you went to the lunar temple to stay. Can avoid accidents. Everyone discussed it again. In the end, Alan's attitude was more powerful. After things were almost the same, Lun picked up his pocket watch to check the time. He tied up the wrinkled magic robe that he had set on the sofa. A light cough. If there is nothing else, I want to take a step forward. There are still some things that need to be dealt with. Mom, I won't be back for dinner tonight. Wait for Lun. I have one more thing to ask. Morgan Le Fay sat upright, and she looked at Ellen with a scrutinizing gaze. So, Ellen, tell me that there is more than Helena next to Helena. What's the matter with that butler? On the word housekeeper, her voice increased a little, and her finger pointed out the French window. At this time Helena did not materialize, but turned into a ghost. Another male ghost dressed as a housekeeper, who was short. Helena was slightly behind her half-body and said something. The two were outside the window. The appearance of walking in the garden is like Lun that day. I almost forgot about it, Ellen, you are such a fool. Irving scowled and reprimanded. How can a father assign a boyfriend to his daughter? Of course it's not her boyfriend. Alan pleaded a little emboldened. I made restrictions. He is just a housekeeper. And he is just a ghost who can't touch anything. That's Voldemort, Alan. Hermione pursed her mouth in disapproval, shook her head and said, I don't think you should put such a dangerous person next to Helena. He might have taken Helena. But it's cool to make Voldemort a follower of Harris, isn't it? Emily looked at Hermione and retorted. Since Miss Master of Everything began to adopt Elfie, she began to feel like a mother. It's more like an honor. And badges. What? That's Voldemort. Fortunately, I talked with him that day and thought that he was pretty good. He is Voldemort! Exclamation mark. Albert frowned and he was surprised. Is he? You all know how? No one told me. Alan made a guarantee. Hermione, you can't feel that Alan did everything wrong. Punlo said to Hermione. This stealthy support made Hermione a little annoyed. She retorted, you can't follow Alan in everything. He has more important things to consider, and we have to help him deal with these little things. Helena doesn't need ... to waste. Daisy looked at the handsome ghost outside the window and sighed regretfully. Ellen, you should have introduced him to me. Fleur looked at the young Voldemort's appearance from the window again. Her long golden hair swayed, and she nodded slightly to recognize Daisy's aesthetics. In short, Ellen, Mr. Lovegood also wants to talk to you about Helena's follow-up and your disappearance with Luna in the past few days. Morgan Le Fay emphasized with a somewhat relieved smile. The gentleness and politeness that Voldemort has shown in the past few days has won the aesthetic favor of most witches, but this does not offset the family's impression of his bad behavior in the past. Basically everyone does not agree with Alan's behavior. One by one rushed to express his views to Alan. Alan had no choice but to nod his head, but Lun couldn't wait to get up again. This time he bypassed the sofa and wanted to leave without saying much. This made Alan notice Lun's actions, and remembered Lun's next plan he had seen during the prediction. He immediately pointed at Lun and said quickly, Mom, leave me alone. Lun, now that he is so anxious to go out, is not to deal with work. He wants to meet our French cousin V. He is still 2 appointments at once. This even more explosive news instantly diverted the attention of the wizards in the house. They had always been ignorant in terms of feelings, so Yoon, who was like a wood, took the initiative to find a girlfriend, or 2 veils. This made Morgan Le Fay enthusiastic, and she was excited, and excitedly grabbed Ron with Owen and began to interrogate Alan. Lun glared complainingly at his successful younger brother, and said angrily, Mum and Dad, Alan is trying to divert your attention. This is his trick. Don't be fooled. There is only one truth. Lun is wild. Before he invited his cousins to play at home while everyone was away. Maggie, they all know. Alan pointed at his brother. You know I can see it. Lun. The V cousins are currently staying at Mr. Delacour's home in Floating City. Today, Mr. Delacour's appointment is not at home for a drink. And you are a little afraid of him and his wife because of the 2 cousins. You are so anxious that you don't want to let go of this opportunity, because now you only have to face Mrs. Delacour. Obviously, Alan's reasoned remarks made the family pay more attention to the matter between Lun and the 2 Ver cousins. No one cared about what he had just complained about, and began to continue to ask questions. I'm still worried that this kid will be like the bookworm from the Weasleys. Morgan Le Fay sighed and seemed to think that an educated lady shouldn't say bad things about other people's children. She coughed dryly, said, Come up, don't you have 3 cousins? Is there another one? That guy from the Barcelona family has succeeded first. It's Victor. He is as fast as he moves in this area. Owen also looked at Lun with some joy. My son, what are you ashamed of? This is a good thing. Your mother and I are very sluggish all the time. We are worried. We will ask if we will delay your date. Now, even Emily has approached her parents, as if she hadn't seen the red-faced Run. and excitedly asked how far they had been, and wanted to make ideas for Ron to marry her cousins who are like her. Home. Fleur was a little unhappy. Lon couldn't help her find some of them, but she was a little unhappy to find her cousin, and the smirk on Albert's face seemed a bit envious, which made it impossible for this occasion. The vocal lotus found the catharsis. She simply stretched out her hand, pinched a layer of Albert's waist, and twisted it half or circle, which made Albert's originally enviable expression instantly hideous. Daisy watched Lon's scalp numb when he was besieged by her parents. UUkanzu.com. She shrank quietly into the corner. Before, Lon and herself were single in the family. Now if Lon has a girlfriend, he might even have two at once. And even Helena has a housekeeper. Accompanying this made Daisy realize that she will be the only one to bear the firepower urged by her parents in the future. This success made Fleur catch a glimpse of Daisy's small movements. The corners of her mouth curled up and she thought of what Daisy was thinking of now. She deliberately increased her volume to ensure that Morgan Le Fay could hear her, and asked in a kindly way, "Daisy, there are many cousins in my family who have Vela descent. Do you want to know each other?" And Ellen, who had successfully diverted everyone's attention, glanced over Hermione and Penlow, who were sitting silently on the side, and their faces were not very comfortable. "Surgery is going to start over there. I have to go over and watch it." Alan then made the appearance of receiving news, stood up with his arm, and smiled flatteringly at Morgan Le Fay, deliberately said, "If the other party is satisfied, Mom, I'm going home to eat at night." Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1339? Abide by. In fact, Lon was just used as a bait in the room, and Alan, who had fled, did not rush to the temple immediately. Thinking of the situation outside the window he had just seen, he used the phantom spell to hide his figure and walked silently to the garden. At present, the two ghosts with their backs upright keep the distance that a gentleman and lady should keep when communicating. "I'm sorry, Helena, I didn't hear clearly. Can you repeat what you just said?" The young Tom Riddle, who had just accidentally passed through a bunch of hanging mistletoe, shook his mind and straightened spine, said in a moderate tone. Helena took out the transparent fan from her waist and gently stroked her forehead, and gestured to the window with her face to her side. Tom Riddle nodded slightly. He understood that the Victorian ladies used by Helena used various personal items such as fans, parasols and gloves to convey their true feelings to a man. The forehead means someone is watching us. Your family members are quite curious about my existence these days. They pay attention to me because they care about you. Tom also glanced sideways towards the window, listening with an unassuming voice with a slight smile. He looks very magnetic and has become familiar with the female ghost's preferences. In the process of getting along with him, he has always ensured that he will not make things such as raising his legs, blinking, shrugging, arranging his hair, staring at each other, and being unrestrained, laughing loudly, tapping with hands and feet, swearing in conversation, putting hands on the shoulders of the person who is speaking, and so on. This would be regarded as a rude country boy without tutoring. Helena was born in the Middle Ages. When Voldemort was born, Mull's European grandmother died for almost 30 years. How can these two people still use Victorian etiquette? Oh, Helena and her grandma watched too many TV shows. Alan, who was speaking at the side, couldn't help but vomit while watching this scene. For Voldemort, because the contract and his own intellect made him clearly aware that he must please Helena in front of him, otherwise he would lose the interest and affection of the other party, and he would be useless for Alan. On the contrary, he had trouble. So he decided to coax the somewhat deceptive little princess in front of him, and there may still be a chance to materialize in the future. So Tom Riddle softly introduced some interesting things he knew about magic plants to Helena. The humorous words and phrases made Helena look very happy, and her face often appeared on Daisy's face. That kind of smirk. And then she was suppressed by her remembering the etiquette problem. At this time, Tom Riddle's style of an old English gentleman also made Alan more and more dissatisfied. Although it was he who beat Tom as a ghost to Helena, to relieve his daughter's loneliness, he saw it with his own eyes. This Voldemort was actually enough to abide by his duties, but it still made Alan finally understand what it was like to be a father, and he began to taste a little bit. The mixture of Mandela, Sky Fairy, and Belladonna is hallucinogenic. I remember that there was a large cluster of Mandela in the left corner of the garden. Helena turned her side ladily and stood neatly. The hand holding the fan was placed on his side gracefully, and his eyes looked to the left side of the garden. There is also Ruta, a symbol of luck. I will take you over to see. There were nettles in the yard, but after Aunt Millie had a little accident, my grandma got rid of them all. This thing can indeed cause intense pain to the living. It's safer to get rid of it. Voldemort, who was at least an arm's distance from Helena, abiding by the rules, did not abruptly fall on Helena, but politely turned to the other side, but his handsome milky face showed a very charming smile. His heart felt boring to think that the child touched the nettle by mistake, but he took the opportunity to recall that he had been in the orphanage at that time, thinking of the joy of the other party's screams after he got the orphan who dared to oppose him to the nettle pile. Tom's smile became more sincere. But suddenly, the smile of the young Dark Lord ghost stiffened. As far as he could see, Alan's face suddenly emerged from the middle of a large green plant, and his gaze raised his chin to Voldemort coldly, then stretched out two fingers, slightly bent, and pointed their fingertips at him. His eyes dangled back and forth, and then pointed at Voldemort in the same posture. Obviously the ghost couldn't feel the cold, but Voldemort couldn't help but slap the spirit. The threatening warning from Alan's ferocious gaze couldn't be more obvious. He was staring at him, making himself a steward. Although the inner feeling of humiliation became stronger, the same Dark Lord ghost immediately understood what he should do, and he quietly fell behind Helena by half a step. Alan then retracted his head. He followed for a while, and from time to time he suddenly jumped out and warned several times, until Tom Riddle lowered his head slightly, clasped his hands in front of him, and made a gesture. The posture of the deputy steward as an entourage did not dare to overstep. Seeing that his warning had taken effect, Alan took out his pocket watch and took a look, secretly calculating the time and estimating that the operation should be almost complete. Then he stepped into the shadow of the branches without telling Voldemort. Just stepping out of the temple and seeing Ellen's figure, several clergymen dressed in blue robes hurried over to receive Ellen, wanting to lead the way for the voters of their goddess. These were originally counted after Luna's promotion. The pseudo-god clergy also got closer to their gods, and they now hoped to please their goddess by pleasing her voters. But Alan just smiled at them and shook his head, raised his hand to signal that the other party didn't need to come, and then opened his predictable left eye. After determining the Prime Minister's position in the temple, he walked to Lavin on his own. The Temple of Crow was in the side of the temple, and stopped outside the door of the third room from the left. Alan raised his hand and knocked gently on the door 3 times. The door was opened from the inside, and Grindelwald appeared in front of Alan, who was a little surprised and a little surprised. "Gellert, you are really fast." Alan walked in. He saw a box of eel jelly on the Prime Minister's bed. "It seems that you are getting along well. You didn't come at the previous welcoming ceremony." "I was proud to have a few more conversations with Anthony." Grindelwald noticed Alan's gaze. "He seems to like my craft more than the performance I arranged." Add a sentence: "The reading app I am using recently, app has a lot of books. mentalnovel.com full books. Fast update." Principal Harris, are you done with things?" The Mole Prime Minister saw Alan enter and greeted him quickly. "Gellert has worked so hard for him these days. How do you feel?" Alan turned his attention to the Prime Minister on the hospital bed and looked at the other 2 beds. At this time, the High Priest Katie Bell is leading a young clergyman who is personally performing magic arts for the Prime Minister's wife and Prime Minister's son to relieve their pain after the operation. but it seems that although they are not proficient, they are effective. It can still be guaranteed, because the subject is sleeping comfortably at this time. Thank you for your concern, Principal Harris. I just slept during the whole process, and there was no discomfort. The Prime Minister looked very calm, and pointed to his head with a stretched eyebrow, and I feel good now. Especially here, it seems that the exhaustion accumulated over the years has been washed away, and it's cold and comfortable. Alan's left eye shrank into pupils, and his gaze fixed on the opponent. Now the hematopoietic stem cells in the donor's body of the Neville umbrella staff are telling to replace his original function, and the success of the Prime Minister's family at this time also makes the temple with experience. You can start surgery on those moles who are morone. Chapter 1340. And next time! ! Everyone exchanged greetings again. Alan touched his nose and understood during the conversation that Grindelwald was so interested in the mole Prime Minister, in fact, only because he was so interested in the moles after watching the Wizard TV recently. A little change. So I am curious about the mole ruling class, and want to use this to understand the ruling thoughts of the mole high level, but he is not really looking at it. In fact, the mole Prime Minister still has some confusion. Originally, he was only invited by Alan to accompany his wife and son to the magic world on a tour. The next day he had to return to Downing Street by himself, but in the end he just talked about work inexplicably. The matter will help him resolve the meeting, and then he will be inexplicably pulled to do body modification, but also inexplicably told that they will become a member of the Wizard. Principal Harris, I want to say. The mole Prime Minister lowered his eyes, and said in a calm and careful tone, can our family repay you in some way? This is actually my return to you. Alan opened his hands and explained sincerely. Frankly, Your Excellency, if the leaders of the moles, those who have some power in the mole world, if they just like you, let us in the magic world cooperate in such a pleasant and relaxing way with each other. I think this kind of reward can become normal, Alan said after a pause, and suddenly added as if he had just remembered something. However, when handing over to your next appointment, in addition to telling us about our existence as in the previous tradition, it would be great if you can help describe the strong relationship so that the successor will be more psychologically prepared. Anthony, in fact, President Harris doesn't have the idea of ruling the mole world. You don't need to worry too much. We prefer to concentrate the population in the floating city rather than in the mole world. Grindelwald seated gracefully on the side. The eyes with only the strange grey-white pupils swept across the cabinet next to the mole Prime Minister, and raised his faint brows. When you learn how to cast, then you will understand that a pistol can't even give you a sense of security. Grindelwald spread his palm and hid it in the cabinet of the mole Prime Minister. A self-defense pistol flew out and fell into his hand with a whirl. The pistol turned half a circle in Grindelwald's hand. This is a modern version of Browning. I once had a Walter P38 given to me by mole heads. After being pierced by Grindelwald with a gun, and then taken away by the other party, the Prime Minister was embarrassed and frightened. He just wanted to explain that this was provided to him by the agents to justify a few words, and he was shocked to see Grindelwald holding it. Turning his pistol to face Alan, who was also surprised, the sudden change caused the Prime Minister's body to be frightened and leaned back reflexively. When he reached his mouth, he was frightened and swallowed back. But the muffled sound did not come. The Prime Minister opened his eyes and looked at the expected blood. Alan sat intact and was complaining. Gettler, you should tell me to let me have a mental preparation. The wave of magic in you proves that you are protecting yourself. Only then can Anthony understand the beauty that blooms only in the souls of a few people. Grindelwald was sitting upright, with a smirk at the corners of his mouth, playing with the hemp in his hands. With a pistol, I glanced at the frightened appearance of the mole Prime Minister, raised his brows slightly, and explained, don't worry, when you become a wizard, you will understand that something like this is not magical. The damage done by the wizard is very limited. So you didn't see what happened just now? After saying that, Grindelwald moved the pistol easily for a long time. Alan was stunned. knowing that he was planning to stop. But there was another bang. Grindelwald had already pulled the trigger again and pointed at himself. His forehead is a shot. Bloodbath came out. Although the bullet was deflected by the invisible armor, it finally hit Grindelwald's neck. The bullet head was embedded in Grindelwald's flesh, revealing the tail, although it was very signed. The place just hit was Grindelwald's blood vessel, which caused the blood to rush out the bullet and fall to the ground after a few seconds, and it fell to the floor with a crisp metal crash. Grindelwald himself seemed to be frightened by the accident. He stroked his neck in a dazed manner, and found that he still hadn't figured out the situation with his hands full of blood. Ah, Getler! The Prime Minister was scared by Grindelwald. His pupils suddenly enlarged, and he screamed out of fright for a moment. Mr. Grindelwald, please relax. Katie, who was watching from the side just now, saw that Grindelwald was injured, and hurriedly walked over, stretched out her hand and began to perform magical treatments for Grindelwald. Then Beowulf, his blood returned again, and the wound that was not serious in the first place healed almost instantly. Gelot, you moved too fast. I just wanted to remind you. Seeing that Grindelwald was okay, Alan leaned back in his chair with a sigh of relief, with a joke in his tone, the armor-piercing bullet used by Anthonus' weapon. I'm resident ... not the normal version of mage's armor on your body, it's an enhanced version ... It seems you haven't mastered it yet. It's okay. This is just a skin injury. Mole weapons can't threaten me at all. Grindelwald also grasped the situation, but he held up his chin, slightly blessed, and his cheeks were not so sharp. There was nothing like that. The mood changes, as if the person who was just injured is not him. It's just that this kind of lines that forget their own charming essence makes the first generation Dark Lord speak a bit like the second generation at this moment. It's okay. It's okay. I already understand. The Prime Minister relaxed a little when he was surprised to see Grindelwald pointing his pistol at himself again. I was careless just now. I didn't pay attention to the armor-piercing bullets you used. Grindelwald cast an extra shield technique on himself. Anthony, I will show you the use of another shield technique. You will learn how to use Mole in the future. She doesn't have to be afraid of being assassinated. Bang! The third time there was a gunshot in the room. This time the Prime Minister clearly saw the whole process. The bullet hit in front of Grindelwald and triggered a burst of force field sparks, and then bounced off the ground. The woman's screams and screams sounded after the bullet was bounced off by the shield technique. In the middle of Katie's neck, who had just treated him without any defense. Katie, who did not have the resident mage's armor, was instantly pierced by a bullet, and her spine was pierced, so she immediately lost her strength and was paralyzed to the ground. Her uncontrollable body convulsed, and her breathing became as wide as it was difficult. I closed my mouth and vomited blood-red foam. This bigger accident caused the air in this room to stagnate for a few seconds. Then Alan couldn't continue sitting in the position. He squatted on the ground with a shot, his palm hanging above Katie's bleeding wound. The bullet was sucked out by him, and the wound followed Alan's palm. Move slowly and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Alan calmly said, patience Katie, it will not hurt for a while. But almost immediately after the broken spine was healed, Katie, who had regained control of her body, endured the pain and performed a magical technique that she had just performed on herself. Then she got up from the ground and acted on Alan after healed instantly. A wizard ceremony. Thank you Principal Harris, I feel better. I'm really sorry, High Priest Bell. I blamed me for not being thoughtful. Seeing Katie relieved, Grindelwald quickly took out a purple gift box from his body. At this time, he grabbed the purple ribbon with 2 fingers, opened the gift directly, took out a purple crystal brooch from it and stuffed it to Katie. This chest is just good for relieving pain. It has the effect of calming and relieving pain, and can help people stay calm. This was a relatively personal gift that Grindelwald wanted to give to Albus, but his arrogance as the former Dark Lord and the current university president made him unable to tolerate 2 consecutive mistakes. "Thank you, Lord Grindelwald." Katie's tone lost the sense of sacredness and dry response. "You were reading www.uukanzu.com." She touched her neck that had healed but was still aching due to muscle memory. The Dark Lord looking at the polite gentleman. "Sure enough, it is quite dangerous if you hit yourself. The defensive ability of the advanced robe can completely protect yourself, but it happens to be shot in the neck without any protection." Thinking of this, Katie glanced at Grindelwald. After being afraid, she deliberately stood a little further away from Grindelwald, only thinking that she, as the High Priest of Goddess Ravenclaw, was almost killed in the temple. The courage and anger of being a Gryffindor graduate brewed in her heart, and her heart was burning with anger. The courage and anger of being a Gryffindor graduate brewed in her heart and held her chest tight. "Gellert, Ravena's temple cannot be separated from the High Priest Bell. We should be careful next time we do this experiment," Alan said jokingly to Grindelwald, trying to help him ease the stagnation and awkward atmosphere. This discouraged Katie, because Ellen's status as a voter of Goddess made her have to follow his intentions to please her goddess. The Prime Minister, who was already stunned by the sight, was shocked at the next time that Alan said, "There is another next time?" Chapter 1341. Is he a fool? Mole weapons are more powerful than decades ago, and I accidentally wounded High Priest Bell. Grindelwald sighed. He calmly looked at his blessed hand, and he had to admit himself too old. But this inattentive line clearly angered Katie. "Injury by mistake, Mr. Grindelwald. Please don't care so much. Goddess Ravenclaw's sacrifice is not that fragile, because I don't have a good understanding of the magic given by the goddess, and I haven't protected it in time, otherwise it will be blocked by the magic. Otherwise mole weapons can't hurt me at all." Katie's heart burst out uncontrollably, and she felt that she had just lost face to Goddess Ravenclaw. The Gryffindor's body flashed with blue and white light, and some magical shields worked on her, and because of her unskilled skills, she pulled her hood upwards with both hands to be on the safe side. "Flip it, put it on the head," and then reached out and grabbed the pistol in Grindelwald's hand, and raised his hand to shoot himself. The pistol in Katie's hand suddenly disappeared. She looked up in surprise and found that the pistol had fallen into the hands of Alan, who thought this farce was enough. "Katie, the light on your body is enough to prove the power of the goddess. In addition, I think it is better to return the pistol to its original owner. The bullets are not cheap." Alan, who really couldn't stand it, put the pistol back in the Prime Minister's cabinet. "Anthony, I will let my subordinates help you deal with the problem of explaining how many bullets were used." Thank you so much. The Prime Minister, who witnessed the whole process, wiped the sweat from Xiashikai's forehead. He felt that he was beginning to understand why he was so far ahead of their ordinary wizards in medicine and why the population was so small. Now, the series of shooting incidents that just happened before his eyes show that this is not without reason. However, the atmosphere at the scene became more awkward and stagnant. "Then, Your Excellency Anthony, I still have some personal matters to deal with, so we'll leave it first. Katie, please take care of them and take care of them for me." Alan took the initiative to speak. Katie replied, and then pushed to the Prime Minister's wife and stepped back on the grounds of detecting her condition. "Gellert, it's actually Len going on a date in the afternoon. Would you like to go with me to see the situation?" Alan looked at Grindelwald, invited him, and gave him a step away. "You are right, Principal Harris, Gettler, I don't have any problems here." The Mole Prime Minister himself was a little guilty because of the weapons he carried with him, but he was happy to let them leave here first, so that they could relax with each other. Later, the two principals finally walked out of the Ravenclaw Temple. Standing at the entrance of the temple, Alan faced Grindelwald. "Gellert, I'm not here these days. Thank you for your hospitality to the Mole Prime Minister. I have to go to Ceylon first, and I will come to university in a few days. I'm looking for you, Ellen. I will go with you to Ceylon, Who is the other party? Grindelwald did not leave as Alan expected, but said with concern, Morgan Le Fay asked me and Albus, I want us to help solve Daisy and Lun's life events. I thought that someone with a temperament like Lun might find a partner later than the lively Daisy. Gellert, thank you and Albus, my mother is worried about too much. Alan's tone became closer, and he reached out his hand in an inviting gesture. I will check their location first, and then let's go there together. He pressed the sensory mark on his arm and let out a surprised "Huh, why go to the Forbidden Forest first?" The Forbidden Forest in the afternoon seems to be isolated from the sun. The sun shines on the dense leaves and falls down. The lights and shadows that fall on the ground are swaying. The apparitions of Alan and Grindelwald move into the depths of the Forbidden Forest and look at it. A dimly lit wood. I saw that between these intertwined trees, on the ground where the sun could not reach, Lun stepped on the black and corroded leaves, making a rustle. He stopped, helped his glasses and looked around. The wind blowing the Forbidden Forest brought the sound of a leaf shaking. In fact, as soon as he got here, Alan discovered that, except for his mother who was inconvenient with a big belly, his father Owen was hiding behind a sturdy tree in his sight at this time. Albert was hugging him. Hidden behind a bush that grew vigorously, Emily sat on Penelope's shoulders, and Penelope stood on the trunk, using layers of leaves to block her figure. The family members have used the trees, branches, and densely intertwined bushes that shade the sky to inflict illusions against Ren and hide them nearby. They came much earlier than themselves, even the house elves Maggie and Gretchen. They all came to care about their second young master. Everyone almost surrounded Lun at the very center. But Lun, who was in the slightly open area under the tree, didn't know anything about it. Grindelwald touched his bare chin amusedly, and sighed in his heart that the second son of the Harris family was still too young in this respect. These vigilant and concealed Harris also spotted Alan and Grindelwald. Everyone did not say anything, but waved their hands secretly to say hello to each other. On Lun's side, he saw that there was no one in the room, and began to bow his head and took out a magic Walkman from his bag, and put on his headphones. In the next second, Lun, happily because he was about to date, took on a completely different appearance from the nerdy, gentle and restrained style on weekdays. He hummed songs and twisted his body flexibly with the rhythm of the music, which has always been quite different. His straight spine swayed freely, and the steady steps that had always been shown in front of people turned into brisk dance steps. Stepping on the soft soil, when passing a small puddle, he even turned around and whirled, no longer stable and urchins. Like kicking the stagnant water into the air. Accompanied by the climax of the music rhythm, Lun touched his thumb and forefinger, circled it in a circle, and blew a loud whistle in his mouth. Soon there was a sound of rushing in the Forbidden Forest. Some of the little unicorns in the Forbidden Forest rushed towards Lun happily. The peculiarities of the floating city made them also change their habits and accepted some wizarding civilizations. Bells, ribbons and other decorations are tied to the corners of the girls to make them look more lovely. Lun embraced one in one hand, and happily rotated a few steps before putting them down. A little bird snake landed on Lun's palm. He kissed a few times and moved his head back and forth following the rhythm. It is as if the little bird snake has become the microphone he sings. It's just that Lun's real singing voice is not consistent with the voice he himself thinks is singing under the interference of headphones. Seeing such a scene, the image of Lun's usually bookish young politicians broke in everyone's hearts. Unexpectedly, Lun would do such a shameful behavior. Alan Kaba stared at him for a long time, not knowing how to replace Lun. En defended his stupid action to Grindelwald, and finally after thinking for a long time, he asked cleanly, "Is he a fool?" Grindelwald lowered his head and thought for a while. He didn't know how to use a bit of tact to ease this scene. Today, he discovered that he had lost his charming qualities one after another and finally nodded directly and admitted, yes. At this time, Gaia appeared behind these little unicorns with a fruit basket in his mouth. It was draped with a pair of blue armor, but it was more decorative than its protective function. Next to Gaia, Tina, the snake and the snake, hung a necklace with a pendant in the shape of a mantis on her neck. The engraved magic text on the necklace guarantees that it can be reduced and enlarged along with Tina's figure. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. I want to announce that app is really good. It's worth installing. After all, you can cache books and read them offline. Gaia put the fruit basket at the feet of Lun, who had taken off the earphones, and then arched Lun affectionately, and leapt happily around Lun. Tina gave a crisp cry, shaking her wings, and swept Solun's shoulders. The bamboo basket contains some good-looking unicorn horns, very smooth and supple unicorn hair, bird and snake feathers, and some sap-filled berries that grow in the Forbidden Forest. Large clusters of flowers with dew. I only ask you to help me find some fruits as gifts. But you have also prepared so much extra. Thank you, Gaia, Tina. Lun gratefully hugged Gaia and Tina one by one, and then he learned from his own. I took out some accessories and ribbons from my pocket and put them on. I'll go the first, and I will tell you the good news tomorrow. Afterwards, Lun hugged Gaia, pressed his face to the other's neck, and gently stroked Gaia's mane. Gaia flicked her tail comfortably, and Tina moved her head over Lun lightly. With a laugh, he also stroked Mao on top of Tina's head a few times, and then disappeared in place with the basket. Chapter 1342. Go out to play. Gaia, who stayed in place, shook her head, and the blue ribbon that she had just put on her horn also swayed. She said to Tina uncomfortably, I hope Lun's spouse can like our fruits. I see after they like to throw fireballs and not eat them. Tina lifted her wings. 2 small chains are attached to the ends of its wings. 2 wolves are attached to the ends. I have been to the Ministry of Magic in his pocket. He is too formal in front of humans. So I prepare some gorgeous feathers so that he can be happy when he dances courtship in front of his spouses, and maybe he can marry them home quickly. I thought humans wouldn't do that. Gaia's horse face was filled with doubts. Lun told me that Alan did what to that annoying phoenix. Tina's tone suddenly became low. I was a little worried that Lun would be like Alan. He would not come to play with us if he had a spouse. Up. Alan suddenly felt embarrassed, as if he had slipped into the small bushes full of needles in front of him. He simply raised his hand and pretended to tidy up the hair on his forehead, concealing the embarrassment and unnaturalness on his face. After bringing some gifts for a few days, he pretended that he hadn't heard anything, so he teleported along with the other Harris and continued to follow Lun. In front of a large bubble palace like ocean foam, Lun's footsteps stopped in front of the steps of the palace. Carrying the basket full of gifts, Ren's nervousness began to reappear at this time, and he began to fantasize about meeting Mrs. Delacour, and began to practice rhetoric in his mouth. His tone was very respectful and cautious. Hello Mrs. Delacour, I'm here to go out with my cousins. After practicing intermittently a few times, there was always dissatisfaction. Lun scratched his head in distress, bowed slightly again, adjusted some angles, and improved the accent part of his rhetoric, hoping to make himself the most decent. Exposed in front of the other half of the parent. After rehearsing under the steps several times, Lun tidied his magic robe, took a deep breath, clenched his fists as if to encourage himself, raised his foot and stepped up the steps, and rang the doorbell. The nervous Lun waited for a while. The iron door was pulled open from the inside. Mr. Delacour, who was supposed to go out, unexpectedly appeared in front of Lun. Lun, Mrs. Delacour. Lun subconsciously read the lines he had practiced, and then he was so shocked that he leaned back. The unexpected scene caused him to change his mouth in a flustered manner. Hello, Mr. Carl. I'm here to find Mrs. Delacour to hang out. And Mrs. Apollon Delacour in men also just walked out. The mixed blood who had a better face than Fleur, and after hearing what Lun said, she was the same as her husband, and Lun, who found out what she had said, frozen at the door. In the end, a few days after Len had completed his date with difficulty, the Hogwarts headmaster's office. The deans of the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts gathered here. Alan walked out of the shadows with a bunch of long packages. He leaned the packages on the bookshelf, and then motioned with both hands to the deans, who got up to meet the deans. Sit. Bypass the browned solid wood rectangular table in the principal's room, and sit on the large principal's chair at the back. I'm really sorry, I can't come to school because of some things these days. I have worked hard for the deans. Alan nodded when seeing that Xiaozu had entertained the deans and took drinks for them, and then looked to make the chair better than the others. Professor Flitwick, who was a little taller, said, Phileas, we will wait for the meeting to finish our talks. Of course, Ellen, everything in the school has been running smoothly and orderly these days. Professor Flitwick, as the vice principal, slowed down and said, the ancient magic knowledge you copied to us, my spell lesson has been sorted out. Good handouts, let's start teaching to the students. We have reduced unnecessary homework according to your requirements to increase the time for these students to study magic. I think our progress is still too slow. They have so much time to chat, go shopping, do some meaningless things. Some dark magic should progress faster. Snape glanced at the open space next to him. The language became softer. Some students are being dragged down by others. Professor Snape. Students are not only gifted students. Professor Pommener's hat was slanted toward Snape, and her voice reminded softly, although Madame Pomfrey and Ms. Hineswiffen have enough treatment techniques to cure all students, we should also take care of the progress of students who are not so easy to accept. Professor McGonagall pursed his lips. She lowered her head and drank a sip of Coke and then frowned because she was surprised. Although she still didn't agree with teaching such advanced magic to the students, for so long, she did see the growth and adaptation of the students beyond her previous imagination. Sex is not as opposed to it as it was more than a year ago. Before the 6th grade, we still try our best to treat students who are less receptive. As for the wizards who learn quickly, we should give the green light to the individual ... I have another thing. Alan's finger is on the table. After tapping a few times, he decided to say, presumably, the deans are also aware of the fact that Goddess Ravenclaw has bestowed some of the dumb guns and the mull's ability to use magic. The dumb guns have been able to cast spells, and the mulls are coming soon. I will give you the bottom line. This is an inevitable success. Now their number is not large, but their education problem needs us to solve. To be honest, I still have a sense of unreality. Professor Pomona sighed. I might have a bigger reaction a few years ago, but now President Harris, you are making too much noise. It makes me feel less surprised to hear this kind of news now. At least Mr. Filch has enough enthusiasm for this. McGonagall nodded in agreement. If it were changed to more than a year ago, he would need to punish himself for casting spells in the corridor. As a supporter of Slytherin and pedigree theory, Snape was very disgusted with the fact that pure moles can become wizards, but because of Lily, he can't say it at all now. He is just gloomy. Recalling the recent unpleasant vacation, he gave Sirius a reason to get rid of caring for the Dursley family because of Lily's invitation to Harry. He had to be with Harry and he was annoying at Christmas. The aunt's family spent a few days in the floating city. They are all adults, and they should all have their own jobs. Professor Filch swayed his short legs on the chair and kindly suggested, in terms of efficiency, we can arrange them more reasonably and smartly. The course of self-study allows them to learn by themselves, so as not to affect their lives too much. No need to be like this, Phileas. In fact, we should prolong their time in school so that they have enough time to live in the magical world and become familiar with this magical world. Alan narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang with a smile, he said gently, after all, many people who have lived in the mole world for a long time, unlike those students. Rather than educating them in the responsibilities of magic, we should also guide them and adapt them to life in the magic world. In this regard, we Hogwarts headquarters and the elementary school jointly arranged to help them. McGonagall and Dumbledore, who were silent and had a connection with Dumbledore, understood Alan's meaning very well. This was to make these dumb guns and moles, of feelings and dependence on the magical world, so that they could change their attitudes and see themselves to become a member of the magic world. If it weren't for this, she would think it would be dangerous to blindly transform moles into wizards. Although she and Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix had reservations about Harris's constant stimulation of foreign magic circles, after several experiences they also understood that they did not have any right to speak. Has changed. Then, seeing what happened here, Alan asked the little hand to pull the long package next to the summer vacation. The outer package was unpacked, and 4 staffs of different lengths rolled out from the inside. The length of each staff is 1 head's height higher than the height of the corresponding academy dean. They are similar to the ancient magic empire style used by Alan, but each one has the style of its own academy. The decorations on the head of the 4-pointed staff are all animals with the logo of the college, such as the head of a lion, a snake head, an eagle with spreading wings, and a badger standing vigilantly, and the main color corresponds to each college. Gryffindor is red and golden, Slytherin is dark green and silver intertwined, Ravenclaw is a dark blue staff with bronze rim, Hufflepuff is a large area of yellow with thin black eye in article form. The only thing in common is that they have a crystal ball at the bottom of their staff similar to the bottom of Alan's staff, but it's not a soul. But it's showing how many academies each academy has, although they are indeed the same. Can help deans in divination. I want to announce that app is really good. It's worth installing, and even Android and Apple phones support it. Chapter 1343. It's me who needs to say thank you. This is a dean's staff specially designed for you academies. I hope you can control it as soon as possible. They will be a symbol of the dean in the future. Alan stood up and did not use magic, but handed out the staff. The dean of the corresponding academy took the opportunity to look at the deans one by one with its prophetic eyes. The magic wand can help the wizards control and gather magic power. Although the wand does not have this effect, it can be like the old magic wand in the legend. It can greatly increase the magic power, and I adjusted the magic text according to your preferences to make it more in line with your personal preferences. Professor Flitwick, who is small in stature, is holding this wand that is taller than his height. It looks a little funny. He is now carefully looking at the magic text on this wand. After touching it, he feels the operation of the magic inside. For a long time judging that the line arrangement in the body of this rod belonging to Ravenclaw will improve his spell ability. McGonagall used her magic wand to easily transform the quilt in the Transfiguration handle. It lasts longer than I use the wand. This kind of old antique. Snape touched his viper stick that really enhanced the black magic effect. Now it's quite suitable for those ancient spells that require a lot of magic power to work. Professor Pomona did not try, but asked questioningly, will they be popular among students? Except for university, I only intend to popularize this kind of wand among some students in this department. Of course, we need to successfully pass the OWL's exam in the spell class after reaching the 5th grade, and we need to have wand-free spelling skills. Alan's the voice did not rush, and continued to tell the deans of the 4 major colleges of their plans. Students like this have enough ability to get rid of the shackles of the magic wand, and have enough ability to control it when using this kind of magic wand with amplifying effect. So please familiarize yourself with the deans, and I will allocate some products to these students after a while. After sending away the other 3 deans who left with his new staff, Professor Flitwick moved his chair and sat directly opposite Alan. The 2 of them had not communicated in such a private way for a long time. When Alan sat back, he didn't speak immediately. After a pause, he rolled his eyes, then opened the drawer under him and took out a plate of pudding. After Alan put it on the principal's desk, the puddings suddenly deformed, using the edges as legs and feet, and began to tap dance towards Professor Flitwick, who was already amused by laughter. My house elf Scratcher made it, Black's recipe. I have to say it tastes good. Under Alan's precise control, these soft puddings were not damaged at all under such violent beating. This is Flitwick's favorite trick, and he often uses cakes to make the Ravenclaw students who come to his office happy. Time flies so fast, Not long ago you were such a minor. Professor Flitwick praised with a sharp throat, swallowing the pudding into his belly. Actually, it doesn't count how long it has been. Alan also smiled. In fact, strictly speaking, I have to take the ultimate wizard exam this year. I still have to get the certificate. It's okay for you to cast a spell, but you should review the theoretical things to avoid accidentally being lowered. The principal who has not graduated ... haha. Flitwick said that he was amused for a long time, and then he looked straight and continued. Said, by the way, Ellen, I received a letter from Leonard the other day. The last time I met was after the International Wizarding Federation was held in the UK. Alan put down the spoon in his hand, swallowed the pudding in his mouth, and said, but now I mentioned his letter ... something about it as related to me. Yeah, it's like this, but there are a few things. Professor Flitwick said, smiling at Alan. Jessica, do you remember? It's Leonard's niece. He is about to come to Hogwarts University to study. Leonard would like to ask us to take care of it. Jessica is coming over, and we have not seen each other for at least 5 years. Alan smiled. I will talk to Gellet, and arrangements will be made for her. As for Ian, he won't be with Jessie. Are cards coming together? Speaking of Ian, I am worried that the purpose of this duel contest this year is not pure. It seems that there is a conspiracy against you. Professor Flitwick pressed his arm to the table, leaned forward slightly, and said worriedly, Leonard is in the letter warned me that recently the anti-British forces within the US Congress have taken control of the Parliament. Ian is often invited by the leader of the anti-British forces, Rigid Fuchs. They contacted duel players from many participating countries and even met some players. He could see that Ian was struggling, but he couldn't force him to explain his internal duties. Alan was stunned, then raised his hand and pulled back the little hand hiding in the corner. Oh, thank you, Professor, I see. It's not just that, Alan. They must be brewing a big conspiracy. Professor Flitwick's sharp voice was even more hastily. The bank originally created by Harris made the fairies very annoying. You know him also with the fairies. It's kind of affectionate. My fairy friend told me that some fairy tales have also started to contact these American wizards frequently. Alan's expression still didn't move. He just nodded calmly. Alan, there is a problem with the modification of the original dual competition system. I originally thought that players who knew that they couldn't beat you tried to get together in this way, but now I don't think it's that simple. Professor Flitwick did not wait for Alan to give. He responded and could not wait to continue saying, I also want to make sure what you mean. The girl Daisy has not stopped this decision to change the traditional competition system. Are you prepared? Professor, don't worry about this. Alan looked at Flitwick and said sincerely, the only threat I need to worry about is not from the mortal world. Professor Flitwick was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, raised shoulders to relax, and he spooned another piece of pudding into his mouth. But Professor, Alan tapped his fingers on the table a few times, and asked tentatively, I just need to ask you for help. You reading www.uukanzu.com can introduce a few of you familiar fairies friends gave me. Although the fairies are united than the wizards, they are not monolithic after all. I think it is good to allow a small number of fairies to divide their interests. Insert a sentence. The book chasing app I am using recently, app cache reading, offline reading. No problem. Huh? Professor Flitwick agreed to eat, and he looked up at Alan with some doubts. Where does Harris, who is so powerful as the sky, need the help of the goblins? But then Professor Flitwick reacted, because he himself has goblin blood, and if he is made public, he will undoubtedly be discriminated against by some wizards, and Alan is to avoid stabbing himself, so he tactfully wants to be close to him. The name of the fairies, to prevent these fairies from being damaged in future conflicts. Are you planning to? Professor Flitwick swallowed the pudding. His lips quivered slightly, and he wanted to say something, but finally he didn't say anything. He paused. I'll go down and sort out the list for you. Thank you, Ellen. It's me who needs to say thank you, Phileas. You have always supported me much more than I have to you." Alan also became more sincere than usual. Chapter 1344, 5-foot monster. He personally sent Flitwick to his office near his own office. Alan did not turn around and returned to his principal's office. He paused for a few seconds to determine Hermione's location, and then walked downstairs. The stone walls of the corridor are surrounded by flaming torches, and the ceiling is so high that the ceiling is almost invisible. The portraits of the people in the corridor salute silently when Alan passes by, and whisper and laugh, talking and laughing, except for his office. Local Alan has opened up most of the speaking rights of the portraits except for the confidential part. There are little wizards running everywhere. The skeleton servants they summoned followed them with their school bags. The collision of bones made a special sound, the roar of the lion, the crawling of the snake, and the little badger sprang from the corner from time to time to the ceiling. The flying eagles also add a lot of vitality to the campus. In the ping-pong-pong impact of the curse explosion, there are little wizards enjoying duels in the corridor some distance away. What makes Alan gratified is that even the third-grade little wizards can skillfully use silent armor. Cursed the corridor and cast a duel will inevitably damage the building, but whether it is a broken armor warrior, broken stone walls, or pictures, they are all repaired with a little magic by the duelers themselves. Judging from their proficient movements, it is obviously more than once. Having done such a thing, it has become an exercise in a sense. Leaving Hogwarts Castle, the sky was clear and light grey because the current maintained altitude was higher than the clouds. The grass under his feet was kept soft and moist by magic. Alan walked down it to near the hut in the Forbidden Forest. The magical animal protection class is arranged over there. After he was close and didn't want to disturb the other person's class, Alan used magic to interfere with other people's brains and reduced his sense of existence, so that other hut wizards could not notice him. He walked slowly to the most lively place near Hagrid's hut, outside of a paddock-like place. Hagrid, who was still in class, happily slapped his big slap and gestured with a large pile of iron boxes behind him. From time to time, there were some clashing noises inside. Hagrid's beard was tied into a bunch, and 3 braids were braided under his chin. His moleskin coat was also replaced by a Hogwarts teacher's robe. Of course, it's made of ordinary people. Several times and Flitwick's 10 times, Hagrid's giant half-brother, Glop, was standing by his side, and the iron boxes were brought over by Glop's hands. This little guy who was bullied by giants because he was too short at 16 feet seemed to have adapted to civilized life. He began to have a more wise attitude, indicating that he was much better than when he lived on the giant mountain before. However, he was still wearing that horned camel fur coat specially made for giants, which looked like a stone, and there was a metal ring on his thick fingers, shining dazzlingly in the sun. Hagrid leaned over and picked up a furry fiver-legged monster from the thick iron box. He hugged the monster covered with thick reddish-brown hair into a ball, and then pressed it to his cheek. Ignoring the opponent's big open mouth and sharp teeth, rubbed the opponent's hair fiercely, which made this monster, which is also huge enough, appear to be a little bit descriptive. "They are very cute, aren't they?" Hagrid yelled happily, opening the cage to the wizards to free the monsters inside, dancing with a hand. "Does anyone know their origin?" Hermione raised her hand upright almost when the other party asked, and Hagrid did not hesitate to immediately tap Hermione to answer. According to the legend, they were changed by wizards. On Delia Island, there are 2 wizard families. Their leaders, Dugard McCliver and Gents McBoone, fought a wizard duel after drinking. As a result, Dugard McCliver was killed. In order to take revenge, members of the McCliver clan attacked the McBoone clan and turned all its members into fiver-legged monsters. Hermione looked at each other. His lush hair pursed his lips and continued. However, the people of the McCliver clan soon realized that the original McBoone clan people were very stupid with magic, but their transformed monsters are undoubtedly more dangerous. The people of the McCliver clan tried desperately to change the McBoone people back, but they all failed. Finally, The fiver-legged monsters that these McBoon people turned into killed all the McCliver clan people on the island. The truth of the legend is no longer known, because neither McCliver nor McBoon have survivors to tell us what their ancestors have encountered. The fiver-legged monster can't speak, and resolutely resists the management and control of magical creatures. All attempts by the people of the company to restore them to their original form. Very well said. Gryffindor adds 5 points. Hagrid was very happy to give Gryffindor another extra point. He wiped his hands against each other and smiled at all the students. If the fiver-legged monster is really Mike, if the members of the Boon family become, then they must be very willing to be a fiver-legged monster. Now let's take a closer look at these cute little guys. I think everyone can understand. Insert an app. Perfectly reproduce the old version of the book-chasing artifact that can be replaced with the source app. Immediately Hagrid and his teaching assistant brother poured out all the contents in the box, and a lot of things like big spiders with long hair appeared in front of the students, and most of the students stepped back a few steps. It's so cute. You look at their feet, they look like flipped fists, Hagrid said, very happy to see his brother follow his example, and grabbed it and started rubbing it all the time. This has been marked as a 5-star dangerous magical animal by the Ministry of Magic. Susan Burns was a little frightened. Her originally ruddy face turned a little pale. Ravenclaw's Lisa Dupin is obviously more frightened than Susan. Fiver-legged monsters like to eat people. As a carnivore, they have a special taste for human meat. And Ron, who is usually very interested in the magical biology class, seems to be not very good at this time. Harry, I don't like this thing. Don't you think it's a bit like a spider? It's a disgusting version. Look at them. Feet. The little wizards cast their eyes on the struggling feet of the fiver-legged monster. There is a deformed palm at the end of each leg. Most people really can't see where the fiver-legged monster can be hooked with cuteness. Okay, come here now. Hagrid heard the complaint, but unlike before, he was not so panicked. He just threw the fiver-legged in his hand to the ground and let it escape by itself, shouting at the students. We stood in front of the fence and said, if you want to get close to them, there are some raw meat over there. Feed them. Don't be scared by their reputation in the rumors. You will find them very cute. No one seemed to want to do this. Hagrid habitually went to see Hermione hoping to get her help, only to find that the other party suddenly disappeared and didn't know where he went. Harry and Ron glanced at each other unexpectedly, sighed and stiffened their scalp, lifting the pain of pretending to be flesh, and walked over to the fiver-legged monsters carefully. Originally holding Draco in his hand, he didn't want Gryffindor to get extra points. He grabbed Pansy, called some of his followers and picked up the iron bucket and strode to catch up with Harry. They were reluctant. Pansy carefully looked at the fiver-legged monsters in the fence, and quickly found the slavery gem hidden on their foreheads, and she was relieved. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. In fact, for this method of teaching, under the control of enslavement gems, magical animals that would have brought great danger to wizards can no longer harm people. Little wizards are still very welcome, because it allows them to reach other places. In the magic school, little wizards can never come into close contact with creatures. The approach of the little wizards caused the fiver-legged monsters to sway their bodies angrily. The 5 shaggy legs kicked around. They seemed unwilling to be restrained like this. But when the wizards picked up the raw meat and threw them, they expanded. With a mouthful of sharp teeth, chewing on these raw meats will not reject this way of getting food without hunting. It's just that compared to other dangerous animals, some of these fiver-legged monsters leapt up flexibly from time to time, trying to grab them in the air with their palms with deformed fingers at the ends that looked like weird growths. Those little wizards. But immediately these fiver-legged monsters that try to attack will fall to the ground and make loud banging noises. They are highly dangerous and aggressive. They are constantly being aroused when humans approach, but the space between their foreheads, the enslavement gems, flickered, preventing them from trying to pounce on the little wizards to eat them. Look how cute these little guys are. They are dancing like you guys, Hagrid yelled happily. Chapter 1345? Economic Lifeline. At this time, Hermione and Ellen had already walked to the new dragon farm on the of Hagrid's hut. Hermione, who had just answered Hagrid's question, heard Ellen's voice in her heart, and her arm was suddenly pulled by Ellen. She lived, and at the same time, her sense of presence was lowered by Ellen, and the surrounding wizards didn't notice her presence, and the two of them slipped out of the classroom. At this time, the strong smell of sulfur made the two of them focus on the dragon farm. Among a group of fire dragons, the three dragons attracted the most attention. They were actually Luna's fire dragons. Samples are posted here for her occasional pastime. The most conspicuous among them is the red dragon Lacey. The youngest of the three heads, who was originally the youngest, has now become the biggest one. From a distance, it looks like a small volcano covered by magma, with crimson scales in the sun. The bottom is moist and shiny, with smooth grey lines covering it, and the scales are thick and hard. The frills on its neck and the edges of its wings have shown some purple-grey that was originally found in adult dragons, and its proud eyes are red as if it is scorching, burning lava. Zogeng, with the same huge body, folded his wings on Lacey's side. There is no doubt that Zogeng's body is also larger, but it is not to the degree of exaggeration of Lacey, and its thick scales have become darker. The skin around the roots of the black dragon's horns and around the cheekbones also decayed deeper, giving people a skeleton-like feeling. Zogeng lowered the dragon's head and squinted his eyes, slyly looking at the mutton in the hands of the little wizards who came to help the breeders feed the dragon because they had no class in the afternoon, trying to find the fattest part of it. The abundant food and comfortable living environment make these two quadruped dragons grow very fast, making them far more robust and majestic than other more common bipedal fire dragons. And the fierce Hungarian hornet Pansy, who was originally the strongest among the three guys, stood on the other side of Zogeng with a somewhat low eyebrow and bowed head, although it has also grown a lot, and its whole body is covered. Lingia, the tail is covered with spikes, and the whole body is brown, but the growth of the grown-up body is quite limited. Compared with the other two, it even looks a little petite, and I am sorry for its fierce reputation. The little wizards around them had big buckets of raw mutton at their feet, happily and whispering, and threw the mutton in their hands into the air. The Hungarian tree wasp Pansy leaned forward and collected them together, and then a fiery dragon's breath spurted out instantly, and the few raw sheep with their heads removed instantly cooked. Then Pansy shook her head and rubbed it reluctantly for a while, then proficiently dangling one of the fattest sheep and raised her head high. Lacey snorted, biting the leg of the lamb and pulling it up. In the past, even the bones and meat were swallowed directly in the abdomen. After doing this several times, it proudly turned the huge dragon head and started to doze off, ignoring the Hungarian shoofing. Pansy watched as Lacey finished eating the roast lamb, which could only be regarded as a snack, and waited for it to fall asleep. She immediately repeated the work again, and then tore off the fattest part of the piece, piled them up and handed it to Zogeng. Zogeng opened his mouth unceremoniously, and swallowed it in one bite. Suddenly, Zogeng's tail swept lightly, and a Gryffindor who wanted to sneak onto its back was photographed among the piled leaves on the side. The little wizard stood up dejectedly after being treated for a broken bone by his companions, patted the corpse, and then the laughter sounded. Zogeng, they are so sturdy. Are you helping Luna to feed them yourself? Alan thought of Hermione's feeding skills and joked with a smile. Can they fly? It's not because of me. Dragons grow faster than other reptiles. Hermione retorted solemnly, straightening her back in annoyance. Noble ... Oh, it's Norbita, it's a female dragon. It was enough to prove that as long as it was given enough food, it would sleep when it was full, and it would grow fast. It didn't take long for it to grow from a slap-sized dragon to a giant dragon, and of course they can fly! After all, Hagrid is better at keeping these large, ferocious animals. Seeing Hermione's frizzy look, Alan grabbed her palm and rubbed the top of Hermione's unkempt hair. It's just right if you can fly. Take them out to play afterwards. It is precisely because Hagrid is good at keeping dragons, and he likes to do these, So the umbrella arranges the dragon farm near his hut. Hermione leaned over and asked curiously, Alan, you take me from what did it call out in the magical animal protection class? Katie sent a message telling me that the Mole Prime Minister who had undergone the operation in the temple was confirmed to have become a dumb gun, and there was no unusual reaction. I think your mother should also be preparing for the operation, Hermione. Look, when will she be free? We will accompany her to the temple together at that time. Alan answered calmly, my mum and my dad have always been preparing for this, and they can go to the temple at any time. Thinking of their parents, Hermione's tone was a little expectant, especially after my dad learned to clean up recently. My mum didn't think so. Now watching my dad perform some little magic every day, I am also eagerly looking forward to it. Then wait for the weekend when you are not in class? Alan paused, and continued to ask, Delph has grown up a lot now. Will he walk by himself? This is what I worry about. Delphi is more dependent on magic. She has recently learned how to control her floating, so she doesn't like to practice walking. Nagini has nothing to do with her, but she is worried that her physical development will get used to it. Without training ... So we can only let Dobby Duo take care of and supervise. Hermione put her finger against her chin in anguish, and then asked curiously, it's a good thing that magic talent is revealed too early. Alan, why did you ask her suddenly? Maybe I need to take Delphek away tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and let her do something ... Well, it's not a dangerous thing. I promise to ensure her safety. Alan said sincerely, and then thought about Hermione's preferences. I want to say, in addition, I think we can arrange for her and her father to be ghosts when they were young, but it is better to arrange for them to meet. Ellen, Voldemort is Delphi's father. Of course. He can see Delphi at any time. You can come to my house. Hermione happily agreed to this kind of thing. But then she realized that Voldemort was the Dark Lord and rejected moles. Hermione rubbed her palms anxiously, but we have to be careful. Maybe we can bring Delphi out for him to see? In addition, we must not let Delphi be influenced by Volder's pure blood theory. Kid, it's a blank piece of paper. It's easy to be transferred. You can't let him influence Delphi's character and develop wrong ideas. Don't worry about Hermione, it won't be a problem. After all, Ellen reached out and rubbed Hermione's head. He signed the contract I made personally. And Helena has the authority to order and control him. Oh, but... Well, that's good. Hermione measured the possible threat of the Dark Lord almost instantly, and gave up the idea of persuading Alan that he shouldn't enslave others. And she would not be like when she was in the umbrella position to make her think about the problem. She was so naive a few years ago. She no longer had any doubts. She understood that with Alan's wisdom, she had obviously taken these situations into consideration. What do we need Delphi for? Hermione, let's sit down and say, he'll ask something before answering you. Alan took Hermione to sit down on the grass on the slope, and the grass under her grew rapidly. You were reading www.uukanzu.com edited. It became a soft cushion. Is the umbrella currently under economic pressure? Has the business with moles made up for the losses we suffered from sanctions by other magical circles? Some of the more unique material reserves of other countries are just as tight. The appearance of the pioneers and the great trade can only basically guarantee the use of the floating city and our own wizards. But there is no problem with Jinjialong, and the trade with moles makes these non-magical supplies and money are no longer a problem. Seeing Alan, who had never asked about the economic situation of the umbrella, suddenly asked like this, Hermione immediately asked. When it came to business, her voice was raised slightly. Alan, you ask. Is there any plan? A lot of money and materials are needed. I have this idea. Alan told Hermione about the fact that the Goblin frequently contacted the anti-British Ministry of Magic Forces in the United States and had a grudge against Harris, as Professor Flitwick in the principal's office had told Hermione. The wizards should have other choices besides Gringotts. It's time for Harris Bank to expand its business abroad, such as France, which is close to us. Of course, I don't need a monopoly. Otherwise it would not be another option in other countries. Gringotts. So I think it's best for the magic world in other countries to have wizards-owned banks. The British Ministry of Magic will support them in controlling their own economic lifeline. I think these neutral countries are also happy to form with this, a kind of economic alliance. Alan paused and smiled at Hermione. In addition, the Ministry of Magic will strictly review some grey businesses, whether it is wizards or those of non-wizard races. Chapter 1346. Snuggle the Ministry of Magic in other countries. They didn't know the financial industry before, but now they see us in the floating city. They will definitely want the banking industry to take back their hands. But Gringotts is the pillar industry of the goblins. This will definitely run on. They have suffered heavy losses. Will this trigger their rebellion? What should we do if it triggers another large-scale rebellion by the fairies? Thinking of the thrilling consequences that war may bring, Hermione is a little worried. Rubbing his forehead, floating city, we don't need to be afraid, but if any other country with insufficient Ministry of Magic's strength is greedy and ignores its own strength. This is not ancient times. The Ministry of Magic of various countries has taken much stronger control measures on the fairies than in the past. What's more, and to a certain extent, they have already rebelled against Britain. Alan voice YY picked it up, her tone of disdain. Even if you think about the worst, these fairies are angry and irrational, and resist the rebellion head-on. That's okay. They are not our opponents at all. I just don't know how many people will die at worst. Many of our floating cities are refugees who were robbed and bankrupted by Gringotts in Germany before. Hermione bent her legs and folded her hands around her knees. If the rebellious goblins swallow these, the property of ordinary people. That's why we need to let the wizards take back this power. Otherwise it will always be a sharp sword hanging over the wizards' heads. Alan put his arms around Hermione's shoulders and said, Hermione, according to Ma comparing the world, maybe the house elves are a bit like the black women created by the hegemonic countries in the backward period, then these elves are a bit like the Jews who have mastered wealth. You can't expect these greedy elves. At least what most elves will have kindness ... especially in the pursuit of wealth, he said softly, and if certain countries can't hold it ... So what I use is that the British Ministry of Magic needs to support these countries to take back the financial industry to our wizards themselves. In your hand, if necessary. The floating city can be teleported to the top of these magical countries in need of help, right? Hermione nodded. Floating city has developed to the present, both in industry and population. The strength of floating city is more than that of the magical books she has read, not to mention the Ministry of Magic in modern countries. Except for the ancient magic empire, it must be strong at all times. The floating city has become so powerful that I could not imagine it before. Speaking of which, from the current form, it is much easier to achieve our ideals than we thought when we were on the banks of the Black Lake. We are almost faster. It's achieved. Her sensitive said, you told me at the time that you wanted our Wizarding Society and Mole Society to be able to complete the integration in a controlled state, and jointly create a public identity for our wizards and moles. The world that is no longer hostile to each other and free to love. She turned her head to face Alan. Now, the floating city is more and more prosperous, and the boundary between moles and wizards has been found to be eliminated. Although there are not many people who can turn moles into wizards at a time, but after all, it is easier than we originally thought, and this method is much more peaceful. Except for those traditional pureblood families who want to guarantee privileges, it does not cause any damage to anyone. Hurt. Hermione, this is because you are the guarantee of my conscience. This is also your credit. Your existence guarantees that I will not go the wrong way. Alan took advantage of the trend and held Hermione's shoulders and clasped his arms tighter. Hermione's brown head leaned against Alan's shoulder, and Alan sighed. I believe our goal will be achieved soon. Without you, according to my somewhat troublesome personality, I guess I won't have the opportunity to think of such a way to make things so soft and mellow as I do now. Ellen, I will always be with you to complete your transformation. Hermione closed her eyes and felt the gentle wind blowing on the slope. Miss Jack of all trades took the initiative to hold Ellen's other hand. Her heart felt peaceful, while Ellen clasped Hermione's hand back, wrapped her hand in her palm, and placed her chin gently on Hermione's soft and fluffy. And Hermione, who was completely embraced by Alan, felt that the magic power around Alan was stronger at close range. The aura and temperament he showed on his body were compared with before, and he began to take Luna together. It feels more similar to her. Suddenly, Hermione remembered the words that Pinlo had murmured because of worry, and she couldn't help but feel melancholy. She didn't really feel the difference between herself and the mad girl before, but now the other party has become true god. Ellen also became her elector and gained some power. Even if Hermione thinks she has studied the mysteries on the scroll, she is just an ordinary witch in contrast. Now Alan's goal is about to be achieved. What else can she do for Alan? No goal. Hermione was a little dazed. Hermione entangled for a while, and then asked in a soft voice, Ellen, Luna. She has become a true now, and you are her elect. What impact does this have on you? Now our goal is also to be achieved in the future. What else do you need to do? I mean, besides fighting against the of death. What else do you want to do in the mortal world? Alan was a little bewildered by the question. He frowned, and gently stroked the back of Hermione's hand with his hand unconsciously. He squeezed his lips. For influence, Luna is trying to master the power of God, and I'm studying God's knowledge. As for what I want to do, he understood the other party's concerns, so he encouraged him. Hermione, not everything in the world requires a goal at any time, and we are not the protagonists in inspirational movies, so after these things, maybe we should think about your goal. Recently, due to the top-down drive and the emergence of substitutes such as Mr. Kieozu, the wizards have treated house elves not so badly. Have they? After finishing talking, Alan's hand held Hermione tighter, and Hermione, who relaxed a little, closed her eyes and snuggled into his arms softly, feeling the powerful heartbeat under Alan's chest, and her hands actively encircled her. Live on Alan's waist. The body temperature and breath of the two people blend together, and the wind gently surrounds the two who are just snuggling quietly. The fragrance of the grass wraps around their noses. Although it is speechless, everything is quiet and peaceful until Hagrid's hut. There was a stir, and the wizards rushed back to the castle in twos and threes excitedly. Obviously, this magical creature protection class also brought them a lot of excitement and fun. As if afraid of being seen by the classmates, the blushing Hermione gently broke free from Ellen's arms. You're adding www.uukanzu.com looked at the wizards who rushed back to the castle, and said to Ellen with some dismay, I have to go back to make the potion. Professor Snape wants us to prepare the demulcent for homework today. In class tomorrow, he will pick several students to take each other's potion. Replace the bottle with a ready-made one. Severus will not suspect you of cheating. Besides, even if he has the ability to tell if it is not a new drug, he will not say anything about you. He won't deduct your Gryffindor or points for it. Of course, if you are not a top student, I can't guarantee that you will do it for someone else. Alan touched his chin, and suddenly a little joking in his tone, Hermione, don't go back in a hurry. I'll take you. Go to Gringotts and get some living expenses for Delphi. Alan, just to raise a child. What is the cost of living? How can there be a reason to ask for such a child's money? Hermione did not react and was a little inexplicable. She took out her pocket watch and took a look. Besides the potions class, I still have what about homework in other subjects? Alan took out a piece of parchment from his pocket, tapped his finger on it, and a line of writing appeared on the parchment. He handed the parchment to Hermione, who was startled. The headmaster of Hogwarts said to his female students playfully at this time, here, the leave letter signed by the headmaster himself hereby exempts Miss Hermione Granger from all of her homework today. And go with your headmaster with peace of mind. Violate some school rules. Chapter 1347. Eat fast food diagonally. Alan and Hermione appeared on a winding cobblestone street with no end in sight. This place is no longer deserted after being robbed of business by the floating city. After the umbrellas and mulls started trading, this neglected and dilapidated wizarding commercial street has regained some vitality, although this vitality makes it's no longer a mere shopping mall. The wizards took advantage of its convenient location in London to turn it into a logistics centre for the wizards and moles to trade in. Large storage warehouses have replaced all kinds of shops in the past, and a group of floating boat docks built on the roof almost occupy the sky of Diagon Alley. And some of the magic shops still remain in Diagon Alley, and the products sold in the shops have also changed their styles. Shops such as bookstores and pet shops have gained a foothold on the floating city, and the shops in Diagon Alley no longer exist. And those large space boxes with constant non-marking expansion and contraction curses piled up under the cargo racks to help open several open-air stores. The floating curses that can help unload the goods and can exert amplifying power are placed in the most popular and most conspicuous shop window. Mrs. Morkin moved the business centre to Floating City, while the shop she left in Diagon Alley sold mole costumes part-time. The mole-born wizard Clark warmly greeted those who need to go to the mole world. Wizards, give them guidance on clothing matching and purchase, so as to avoid the situation of forgotten wizards wearing women's clothing and high heels. The small stall selling brownie cakes that Alan and Grim Reaper had tasted before has also changed its owner into a fast food stall, but on the menu, those decorated with fruits and flowers and other complicated cakes, chocolates, desserts no longer exist, replaced by convenient fast food like burgers and hot dogs. It's unpalatable. Bar. Alan vomited a bite of a large slice of pineapple pizza with some impoliteness. So I just said that you can't just buy this kind of taste that you haven't seen before. It's safer to eat something you often eat. Hermione also held a hamburger in her hand. Exchange. Alan squinted while Hermione accidentally grabbed the burger she had also bitten into, and handed over his pizza slice. Fortunately, there is no in your floating city. Otherwise the Italian immigrants will be mad again. Hermione saw that Alan had a bite from where she had just taken a bite, and then looked at the gap in the pizza in her hand. Blushing, if you are always so reckless, it is inevitable that one day you will really suffer. It doesn't matter, you'll suffer when the time comes. Alan swallowed the burger he had bitten in his mouth and smiled at Hermione. Isn't it fun to eat unpalatable fast food all of a sudden? Looking at Alan, Hermione realized that the strong Ravenclaw temperament on the other party was a little lost, and subconsciously took a bite of the pineapple pizza in her hand. It really tastes worse than a hamburger. Change it back. Don't. Alan deliberately teased Hermione to take another big bite of the hamburger that wasn't delicious, and then used his mouth when the other party was mad. The snowy white one towering above the surrounding small shops tower. Fairies in uniforms on both sides of the bronze gate of Gringotts held a slender golden rod in their hands. Since the Gringotts in Germany were looted and burned by Voldemort, Gringotts in all countries of the world have strengthened their defenses. The British Gringotts even blocked the Ministry of Magic's search and conflicts with the Ministry of Magic. They were worried that the Ministry of Magic would send spies to sneak in, so they increased the door guards while adopting this method. They believed that they would not hinder customers from visiting the door to the greatest extent the detection means. That's an honest detector, a very primitive detection method, but it can effectively detect hidden spells and hidden magical objects. Hermione mumbled nervously. She has now realized that Delphis' mother is Birat, Rix Lestrange. It is estimated that Angel Ellen wanted to use Delphi's identity to justifiably take away Voldemort's Horcrux stored in Gringotts. Her brows furrowed, and she asked with some worry, Alan, even if we bring Delphic over, Gringotts may make things difficult for us and prevent us from entering. Besides, if we didn't bring the children over this time, they would definitely make trouble for us and create obstacles for us. After all, the fairies and Harry Sri Lanka does not deal with it, because Harris Bank, Gringotts business in the UK is very bleak. This kind of conflict of interests is obviously impossible to reconcile. We are just coming here to investigate the environment. There are interferences with direct fortune-telling predictions and teleportation spells. I haven't been here for a long time. I'm sure about the teleportation coordinates and so on. I will try to open a door to the opposite world. Alan picked up and replaced the pizza in Hermione's hand, frowned and threw the pineapple on it into the trash can, then took a big bite, and the slightly less texture made him squint. And before going in we still have to prepare. Now there is surveillance everywhere inside. I don't understand. We're just sitting here eating fast food. How can we find out? Hermione noticed that by the shiny bronze gate of Gringotts, the number of fairies in scarlet and gold uniforms was a few more than before. Hermione, there are some magics that can't just learn how to cast, but also think about when to use them. Alan's fingers moved, and an eyeball that was invisible in most people's eyes was suspended in the air. Hermione tilted her head when Alan was casting a spell. She felt the familiar wave of magic power. Hermione, who had also read the Nether Scrolls, recognized AI, the magic called the Secret Eye. This can create an invisible magical sense, which can move unrestricted and can move in any direction, even if it is out of sight of the caster. It can provide visual information to the caster, and what it sees is the same as what the caster sees in the field. However, a solid barrier will block its way, but it can pass through small holes or small spaces about 1 inch in diameter. This eye cannot pass through the door of another world or similar magic portal. The caster must concentrate on using the occult eye. If the caster does not concentrate on it, this eye will stop moving until the caster concentrates again. But the secret eye is very fragile. A slight touch will make it disappear. It can't pass the Antithief waterfall even if it enters the tunnel inside. Hermione took a sip of canned tea. She was a little unaccustomed to her superior life for several years. This convenient drink frowned, and then suddenly she looked at Ellen. Ellen, you seem to be going to let us secretly get things by ourselves. Why do you want to bring Delphi again? I need to take Delphi on the next trip. I will tell you later. Now I want me to see. These eyeballs are not predictable, but I need to focus to control them. Alan said. His mind began to focus on controlling the secret magic eye, control it through its perspective to fly directly towards the gate of Gringotts. This transparent eyeball quickly flew over the heads of these little fairies without any scruples, and passed through the silver seal of the gate where the thief must be punished by the verse, the fairies' internal defense against themselves in the vault. Very confident, so even if the defense is strengthened, it doesn't affect the lobby of Gringotts' first reception place. The lobby was deserted, and many fairies wandered boredly on the high stools, counting the thick gold coins on their desks over and over again. Fairies keep pace with the times. In order to better monitor and ensure safety, they learn from the Ministry of Magic and install a lot of magic monitoring equipment in the corners of the hall to monitor the situation in the hall from all angles. There are only a few counters that are still in business, receiving only a few customers. In front of an elderly goblin wearing round glasses, a tall, strong, stocky witch wearing a light blue master magic robe is very conspicuous. The material of her magic robe looks very elegant, full of elegance that did not match her temperament. After standing in front of the counter, she took off the hood she was wearing on her head and handed it a small golden key. The fairy checked it carefully and returned it to her. Miss Millicent Bosted, please forgive me for being rude, but for the safety of your account, I have to ask more. Why is the frequency of Miss Bost withdrawing money so frequently recently? The goblin helped himself. Glasses, you were reading www.uukanzu.com carefully looked at the wizard in front of him. As a fairy and stingy by nature, he did not want wizards to take the money in the vault. Furthermore, from the perspective of safety, he had to maintain a skeptical spirit. The respect of the customers of the ancient family, it shows very polite. Don't talk nonsense. I want to enter my vault. Millicent's fat chin was raised menacingly, and she yelled in an arrogant and domineering tone, but she was secretly annoyed in her heart. Her father was attacked by the Ministry of Magic, although she was not killed, but she needed to stay in jail for a long time after being tried, and her family business was blatantly squeezed out by Harris Umbrella Group. Now she can only rely on the inheritance deposited by her ancestors in Gringotts. Come to live. Since being dropped out of Hogwarts and transferred to the Booth Barton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in France under the introduction of Dumbledore, although the board, lodging, tuition, etc. had previously been supported by Nickleam, it did not need to spend too much money. But after passing by, she understood what fashion is among these French girls. In order to keep her appearance and dress up with the beat on the weekends, the atmosphere of comparison is better than that of Britain. It takes her more time, money, and energy than when she was at Hogwarts. Therefore, Millicent had to return to the British family vault to withdraw money frequently when the family was frustrated, to maintain the dignity of the pure-blooded family in the eyes of French wizards. Chapter 1348 Antithiafe Waterfall Misbursted. Sorry, ill serve you. The elderly fairy behind the counter slapped his hands. A younger fairy came over, and the old fairy from Gringotts ordered, "I to go to the underground vault with ding-dong tablets." The young goblin left quickly, and soon he took a small leather bag and gave it to the older goblin, which seemed to be filled with clinking metal. "Please come with me, Miss Burst," the older goblin said, jumping off the stool and disappearing. Alan's invisible secret eye followed the goblin and Millicent and flew towards a door in the hall like this. Passing through this door, you enter a rough stone corridor, which is illuminated by burning torches. The goblin blew his whistle, and a small cart rolled along the track from the darkness. The center of the small car looks like a motorcycle with a trailer. There are two round rear view mirrors close together in the front driving position, and two handrails curved like antlers for driving at the back. The fairy controls the direction, 4 long axles are connected to the track, and 4 huge iron tires click on the chain. The whole car looked like a huge black mosquito. Millicent got into the trailer of the trolley with his chin held high, and the goblin wriggled his body and climbed up. The small cart suddenly started, along the black track, getting faster and faster, whizzing past the eyes of the secret method, and galloping into the depths. The secret eye was chasing desperately behind, but after a 360-degree rotation of the car turned the corridor, the secret eye lost the track of the car. Perhaps under the weight of Burst, the speed of the two cars was faster. Alan's impression was much faster. This transparent eyeball turns along the labyrinth-like corridor and flies down, turning non-stop among the stalactites, turning left, right, left, the fork in the middle, then right, left. These tracks cross each other and extend in all directions. If someone with a bad mind comes in, they will probably get lost in it along the track. When the secret eye begins to drill into a pothole, the car carrying Boast has already appeared. The rattling cart on the track very below seemed to know the road, and there was no need for the old goblin to drive. The eyeball was flying deep underground in the tunnel, but when it quickly turned a sharp bend, I saw a waterfall rushing down the track in front of it. The mystical eye hovered in front of this waterfall. This eye explored the surrounding environment 360 degrees, turning the high-hanging dark stone wall, the faintly burning torch, the curved and twisted track deep into the darkness, etc. I saw it in my eyes, then stepped back slightly, and rushed forward into the waterfall. The waterfall rushed to the eye of the secret method. This curtain of water poured on the track is an Antithiafe waterfall. It is not just water, it will wash away all the spells, all the magic disguise. In an instant, Gringotts activated the defensive device, and a group of wizards holding magic wands rushed out from the corner of the corridor. Their wands were shining with blue fluorescence. A goblin in a scarlet uniform walked in front and stretched out. His hairy fingers with pointed nails and thick knuckles pointed to the Antithiafe waterfall. Outside Gringotts, Alan, who was sitting at the cake shop stall, found that his secret eyes had been eliminated by the waterfall. He began to relax. His eyes swept across the sky on the floating boats that took off and landed, fingers unconsciously. There were several knocks on the table. Seeing that Alan had clearly recovered, Hermione, who knew that Alan had detected the result, looked at Alan. There are too many floating boats going in and out at this time, so it's not easy to move. I have to prepare some clothes first, and then we will take a few photos. Alan pointed to the floating boat in the sky, although Hermione still didn't have it. I understand very well what stealing things from Gringotts has to do with the floating boats in the sky. And as time passed, Dijiao Alley, which had been tumbling all day, gradually calmed down after 5 o'clock in the afternoon that day. Those huge floating boats were moored quietly at the pier. The sky above the clouds rolled, and the evening clouds reflected the sky above Diagon Alley. Only Gringotts and like Brook Cauldron still remain open. The miserly fairies will not let go of any opportunities to absorb savings and earn gold coins. Business is the best moment for the bar after get-off work hours. Alan and Hermione sat on a large sofa in the cabin on a floating hull with no one at a berth. Ellen, the time is almost there. The number of people in Diagon Alley has been reduced by half. How do we pretend to get in? Hermione frowned and twisted her fingers together. Is it a compound soup? There is no need for compound decoctions. Let's use the transformation technique on the nether scroll. Hermione, you have practiced well enough now. You don't need to drink such awful, deformed and painful compound decoctions. Alan reminded her when she saw that Hermione was still accustomed to thinking about problems with her old thinking. Using transfiguration? Exclamation mark. Hermione exclaimed, and then tightened her lips. Ellen, I'm not sure if I will continue to use transfiguration if there will be problems. I usually only practice it, although I will practice it after learning. I haven't failed, but I haven't directly relied on transfiguration to accomplish anything. Be confident in Hermione. You have mastered the transformation technique very well. Alan stared at Hermione's brown eyes and encouraged. I can do it without reading the nether scroll and just an ordinary wizard. You can transform other people without relying on the compound soup, and with the transformation technique alone. And Gellert. He can also transform like this with his own ability. Besides, you have read the nether scrolls, and the magic you master is not something that ordinary wizards can learn. Arrived. Ellen, when I practice, I usually deform other things, not myself. I am worried that I will not do well. Hermione fussedly said, just like she was taking an exam and others were sure she could get it. When she got full marks, she began to worry, and if our transfiguration technique is removed in it, it will be photographed by the camera. Then what is the point of our pretending? That's why I detected the location behind the Antithief waterfall. And I don't get exposed to the waterfall for enough time. I doubt it can relieve our transfiguration. Alan was a little funny about Hermione's worries during the exam. Shaking his head, you read www.uukanzu.com, then took out a photo from his pocket. I just went to sneak a photo of Tunk's mother and Amida. Hermione, you will not make mistakes in the changes. Now, her appearance is almost the same as Bellatrix's hair color. So you just need to make your expression more fierce. Oh, by the way, Tunks is a lot bigger now. The hole with pink hair on his head, he lives happily with Remus. Now the wizards seem to have begun to change their opinions on werewolves. Although I don't want to admit it, Umbridge's contribution to anti-discrimination werewolves may be greater than that of wolf poison potion. Bellatrix? Alan, wait. Hermione was shocked. I won't become Bellatrix Lestrange? Exclamation mark. At this time, she couldn't focus on Lupin and his wife. Then Alan, you have to change into form. Hermione's question was like a flare gun. Alan's facial features changed quickly in front of her. Her hair quickly retracted into her scalp, her entire face was distorted, and he became another person almost instantly. No hair. Like a snake. Two very slender nostrils make him look like he has no nose, a pair of shiny red eyes with vertical pupils. His complexion is very pale, it seems to give off a kind of perlite. Such a terrifying and ugly face suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. Hermione leaned back like a reflex, and twisted the beginning abruptly. but that evil flat snake face seemed to dangle in front of her eyes. Chapter 1349 Rotten Teeth. Seeing Hermione's face with a little fear and nausea and an expression of entanglement because he knew it was Ellen pretending to be, Alan's red eyes flashed on the flat snake's face now. "Hermione, don't you think I imitated it?" Alan said in his original voice and then cleared his throat. Then the whole snake's face made a big smile. Hee, Ellen, I think this is a bit ... it's disrespectful ... Hermione began to be habitually serious, but Alan's fearful face on Voldemort's face was caused by this silly smile. The sense of disobedience made her laugh out loud, and her shoulders couldn't help but relax. Optical, his laughter is not enough. Actually, it's very simple to learn from him. You only need to grasp 3 main points. Alan stretched out the left hand that didn't seem to be a prosthetic, and stretched out 3 fingers like spider legs. First, learn to kill. For the pronunciation of the mantra, slow down your speaking speed as much as possible like a dying person. Second, is the action to be a little nasty? Why lean back and use the old sissy posture of holding a stick? Third, just like Draco, it's best not to leave Harry or Dumbledore in 3 sentences. Huh? Hermione's expression was blank. Harry Potter, the boy who survived the catastrophe, came to die. Alan said with his nose back. The tone seemed to be about to die but did not break. He was holding a wand like a mummified Vic. The fingers of that hand cocked, made a somewhat French-flavored orchid finger gesture, and began to lean back. The wand was raised above the head and the exposed pale arm was shaken exaggeratedly for a half circle, and he shouted in a silly voice, "Avada Nor's big melon!" Hiccup ... Ahaha. Hermione laughed so hard that she couldn't help but tears from the corners of her eyes, and her tousled brown hair fell in front of her. Compared to Voldemort, Ellen, you ... it's kind of like it. Draco said ... when Harry. She said intermittently with a hard smile. But then she forced her smile back. Sorry, I shouldn't say this to Harry and the others. Puff. The tip of the wand that Alan was holding from the young Dark Lord at this time made a sound of farting and green smoke. Ellen, stop it. This made Hermione bite her tongue, and she couldn't help it until she laughed a little. She suddenly clamped her legs and turned a little red. She laughed out a few drops of urine. After detecting this, Alan thoughtfully did not explain, but after Hermione eased back, he continued to learn Voldemort's tone and hissed, "My loyal servant, Granger Death Eater, it's time to transform for your master." Transforming into Bellatrix. Alan's deliberate tone of voice can no longer make her a little embarrassing. Hermione is too indulgent, and she has somewhat adapted to this Voldemort's mood. Hermione recalled what she said before the other party was photographed like the Ministry of Magic wore the way. King coughed a few times, and then replied with a sharp throat imitating Bea's voice like a baby, "Honorable Dark Lord, Bella will immediately transform according to your instructions." However, the process of transformation was not as immediate as the fake Death Eater said. Hermione pinched the photo L and I gave herself before, thinking of the image of Bellatrix that she had seen in the newspaper. After a long time, until I was sure that I wouldn't be embarrassed, I started to change my hair, cheeks, body, etc. The girl in front of her disappeared. She became a famous female Death Eater. Whether it was a fine black hair, some swollen eyes, and her cheeks, she looked haggard and skinny. These details are enough to make people treat her and tongues. The gentle mother distinguished it. I think Narcissa can also be difficult to tell her at the first time. Hermione. This transformation was very successful. The Bellatrix I saw some time ago is like this. Alan clapped his hands and did not hesitate to praise himself. But Hermione was now wearing her pocket, and she took out a mirror from it, enlarged it and suspended it in the air, and looked at the mirror carefully. Her hair volume is not good, but my hair volume still seems too much in comparison. Hermione raised her hand, grabbed her thin black curly hair that looked more explosive, and pressed her mouth unsatisfactorily to shrink them. After a long time to go back, and then staring at the photo of Rybera, Otsuki frowned. This is not like a compound soup. I have to adjust my figure. Alan, now I have bad clothes. You have Bella. Did Rix look at the photo from behind? Do you want to use magic to transform? No, I prepared clothes for the afternoon. Alan stood up from the sofa, unwrapped his magic robe with both hands, and said to Hermione, "The deformation effect on the face will come." Wearing a hood, the camera is not very clear, but it is really better to change the clothes. Who knows that the fairies will also add some extra methods similar to the Antithief waterfall. With that said, Alan took off the magic robe that he had worn for almost 2 years, exposing the inside, and then he put the value mass-produced Great Arcanist robe into his pocket. Smoothly took out a nearly black magic robe composed of 7 dark green colors. This Voldemort-style robe has no seams, which makes Ellen, the fake Voldemort, who is beginning to put on his head at this time, look more like that ghost-like deity. Seeing that the Voldemort in front of her neatly took off her clothes and only wore a pair of pants, Hermione's face was flushed to the base of her ears, as if she had done something immoral. She swore and turned around. However, he noticed that Alan gave a smirk, took out some clothes and boots from his pocket, unfolded them and threw them over, and a skirt was blinded on Hermione's head. The fake Bella, who was raided, finally grabbed her clothes and saw that the Ellen version of Voldemort had already sat back on the sofa, spread her arms on the back of the sofa, proud of advocating pure-blooded traditional etiquette. Voldemort would not use it. Leaning over and looking at this side in an inelegant posture. Ellen, when you were in the lower grades, you still had the grace to find a reason to get out of the train and give me time and space to change my school uniform. Seeing the other's uncle, Hermione hugged him a little. Turn around. At least close your eyes. When Harry became an adult, when the Order of the Phoenix and the others conjured up 7 Harrys in order to transfer Harry, Tonks was said to have changed clothes in front of him without hesitation. It's time to wrestle. Alan looked at Hermione's uncomfortable expression, citing Harry as an example, and said nonchalantly, "But Bellatrix now." "That devil." "It was changed in the image of Mother Tonks," Hermione complained, but her hands started to move. She stood up and quickly stripped herself off. The magic robe revealed underwear that didn't match Bea's image and temperament at all. She put on the easy-to-wear black long dress, then picked up the very tight black leather jacket, looked at the front and back, and then slipped it in over her head, pulling it down with some effort, and finally putting both feet into those high-heeled leather boots laboriously. Hermione, who is not accustomed to high heels and Bea's height, almost fell as soon as she stood up. Because of her attribute advantages, she regained her balance and walked to Ellen a little awkwardly. A gentle expression on his face that had never been before, uncomfortably spread his hands and let Alan glance over. "How do I look?" At this time, the dress on Hermione is obviously very different from what she usually wears. Its front chest neckline is opened very low, but it is not a narrow V-neck, but a slightly wider U-shaped collar. The middle point is exactly between the 2 chests, and the convex arcs on both sides can be seen. The connection between its shoulders and sleeves is just a few vertical lines, revealing her bare shoulders. It looks so much like Hermione. In terms of appearance ... I don't think she can tell the truth from the false. Alan continued to praise the offensive, and Bellatrix in front of her began to lift her chin slightly. Was so happy to be praised. This made the Black Witch look like a good student who had just been praised. Alan touched her chin. Hermione looked like she was now, but her straight back, slightly raised forehead and tip standing upright, these are the looks that Hermione can only have. "Hermione, you have to be like me, to make yourself seem nasty and mad," Alan reminded. Her gaze suddenly stopped between Hermione's mouth and teeth that had just been grinning. "Also, Bellatrix's teeth rotted in Azkaban, and you were reading www.uukanzu.com didn't seem to repair them." "Oh, my God." "Teeth," the fake Bella wailed when she heard the words, and touched her neat and white teeth through her lips reluctantly for a long time, and then found that Alan's version of Voldemort was looking at her with a hippie smile. "Relaxed," she said a little embarrassed. "Ellen, don't tease me, the monitoring can't make clear the teeth in the mouth." "Hermione, in fact, I think that after experiencing the taste of rotten teeth, we will cherish our good teeth even more. This is a good opportunity to get a new experience. Is it a pity if you miss it? Alan disapproved. She shook her finger at Hermione, and then said, wait a moment, you'll catch someone and well leave. The error-free chapters of Harry Potter, Invincible will continue to be updated in the new Booksy Pavilion. There are no advertisements in the station. Please collect and recommend the new Booksy Pavilion. If you like Harry Potter's Invincible, please collect it. The new book Age of Harry Potter's Invincible has the fastest update speed. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, the faster the update. It is said that the new full marks are found at the end of The Beautiful Wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads. Chapter 1350 Jingle. It didn't take long for Alan to phantom and leave the floating ship, and then returned with a goblin. This goblin's dress is different from the ordinary goblin in Gringotts. He wore a straight black striped suit with a piece inside. The royal blue silk shirt and the leather shoes were polished shiny, and it was the president of Gringotts, Nagnuk. At this moment, Nagnuk looked at the surroundings in a daze. After seeing Hermione, he bowed gracefully and said hello, good evening, Mrs. Lestrange. Okay. Hermione hurriedly replied, but realized that Bellatrix would not be so polite. So she lifted her chin and ignored it. Her heart began to feel a little bit about the other party's state of being under the Imperious curse. Worry, even though she has not repelled this dark magic for so many years, her side as a good student is still affected by the knowledge that she shouldn't use the unforgivable spell on others. In order to avoid that, Nagnuk would be exposed later if he accepts the sensation. Alan turned to Hermione with a scary face like a snake, and said coldly with a hoarse voice, Bella, take yours. Master, go get back the property that belongs to me. Oh, my master. Hermione cooperatively learned that Bella responded with a disgusting voice like a baby, and awkwardly licked the rotten teeth in her mouth with her tongue, although they didn't make her feel pain. But it is full of foreign body sensation. The Ellen version of Voldemort exaggeratedly waved the wand in his hand and opened a door to another world. On the opposite side of the door, you can see a waterfall rushing down the track. Alan took Hermione and Nagnuk out of the door. The sound of crashing came to my ears. Antithiafe waterfall, Nagnuk said, and the sense of disharmony caused by Alan's elaborate thoughts made him feel in a trance that their party directly crossed the waterfall and appeared between it and the vault. Go to Lestrange's vault and lead the way, Nagnuk. Alan's finger pointed to the depths of the dark corridor, and he let the incarnation black mist grab Ella and the goblin and start to go along. Flew down along the track and sank into the darkness of the tunnel together. In the air, Hermione stretched out her hand and pulled the tight clothes on her chest up to avoid the wind from entering, but it was useless, and she sighed secretly. If we are captured by the monitoring of the fairies, whether it is the fairies taking out the video or we levied the video, or even if they don't destroy the evidence, it can prove the correctness of all our previous actions. Alan's voice was also in Hermione, sounded from the bottom of his heart, giving an upright reason. This can further tell the magic world that Voldemort's Horcrux is in the Gringotts, and the goblin is playing with fire and setting himself on fire. And as they quickly came to the depths of the vault and landed on the ground, clang clang clang, the sound of clanging and huge creatures walking around came from nearby, and the movement of scales rubbing against the ground sounded so good. People are upset and irritable. Soon after Nagnuk landed along the black track, a layer of invisible magic alarm was triggered. The alarm device in the corridor, further strengthened by the fairies, played a role, and the harsh alarm bell rang throughout the corridor. Hermione squeezed the wand in her hand, bit her lip and looked at Ellen. It's too noisy. The wand in Alan's hand came out on top of his head again and again, and the sound was endless. The hidden alarm devices instantly fell apart, and the sound of the alarm stopped abruptly. Wait here for these idiots to come and let them look at me. There was a rush of footsteps in the corridor, and after knowing that someone had broken in through the alarm, the goblins hurried over with a wizard holding a magic wand in a fierce manner, trying to catch the madmen who dared to break into the Gringotts. The culprits are the, catch them, dare to break into the Gringer, surrender and not kill, bold fanatic, you. When they saw that it was Voldemort that they were facing, the sounds of all kinds of scolding suddenly got stuck. The faces of these wizards and goblins changed from anger and tension to extreme panic. They stopped, only feeling flustered. Endlessly, some even felt nauseated and soft, and time seemed to freeze, and they didn't know what to do there. Voldemort lightly waved the wand in his hand, and immediately the fairies and wizards were set in place, and they couldn't even open their mouths to resist. The wizards' minds were blank, and the wand was pointed at the floor, which was of no use. It's too noisy. Since you are so passionate, Voldemort said lazily. His scarlet eyes narrowed, he opened his mouth, and a long thin flame brewed in his mouth. Master, Bella said with a hoarse voice, many of us have a vault here. If we burn these people to death, our property may also be lost. Master, they have worked so hard to manage the vault for so many years. Spare them for the time being and let them continue to serve us. Fake Voldemort took a cold look at the monitor and then naturally adjusted her lower position and stared at fake Bella. Hermione gave an exaggerated shiver in cooperation, and the Dark Lord gave a cold snort and lowered his wand. As if not seeing the scene where his compatriots were set in place, Nagnuk sent a respectful invitation to the Dark Lord and Bella, and then continued to walk towards the dark corridor to lead the way. Finally, they turned a corner of the rock, and the scene inside stopped them suddenly. A huge pale fire dragon was tied to the ground in front, preventing people from approaching the 4 or 5 deepest vaults there. The previous movement was obviously caused by this biological activity. The dragon in front of us is very old or unhealthy. The rugged bones are covered with withered skin. Due to many years of confinement underground, many of the scales on the dragon's body have fallen off, and the bare flesh has also suffered from skin diseases. Her skin was ulcerated and black, and her mottled skin looked very ugly. In addition, the fire dragon's eyes are turbid and abnormal pink, and both hind legs are heavily shackled. The thick chain on it has been embedded in its flesh due to long-term tethering. The flesh and blood are blurred, and the chain is hairy. The black blood witnessed the pain it suffered. Feeling someone approaching, the dragon turned its ugly head towards them. Madly it let out a loud roar that made the stones tremble, opened its mouth wide and spewed out a raging fire, but it sprayed to the side with no precision at all. The long gun has never been focused. Compared to those giant dragons in the Umbrella Dragon Farm, it is so miserable. Hermione's angry voice sounded from the bottom of Alan's heart, but the surface was still cold, her face on the floor and her chin held up, as if the scene in front of her couldn't bring any touch to her. But her voice in Alan's heart was a little choked. It's too cruel, this is abuse. As if knowing his mistake, the dragon let out a more brutal roar, and Voldemort's scarlet eyes fell on Nagnuk. This made the goblin shudder involuntarily. Ah, Lord Dark Lord, its eyes are no longer good, which makes its temper worse. Please allow me to use a little thing. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. This is a jingle film. Conditioned reflex, it will be obedient. Nagnuk took out some small metal utensils from the small bag he carried with him, and when it was shaken, it made a loud and crisp clang, like a small hammer hitting an anvil. Look, it can be controlled. Hearing the noise, the dragon uttered a hoarse cry and retreated tremblingly. At this time, the reptile face of the dragon was even a little humanized with a look of fear. Alan, look at the terrible scars on its face. Hermione's voice resounded in Alan's heart again. Her fingertips had been pinched into her palms to restrain her anger. It must be when I was trained to hear the clinking film. I knew that there would be a fiery sword, so I would retreat like this. I'll tell my aunt now, and let her cooperate when we go out. Alan calmly calmed Hermione and promised her. In fact, he was also a little annoyed by the behavior of the fairies. In fact, the Umbrella Dragon Farm will inevitably kill the dragon to obtain the material, but the process at least hypocritically refers to the mole process, making it more humane. Dear, click in, give a good comment. The higher the score, The faster the update, it is said that the new full marks are found at the end of the beautiful wife. The new revision and upgrade address of the mobile station, data and bookmarks are synchronized with the computer station, and fresh reading without ads.